Good morning, everybody. Command, how's it going? Good to see you. Alrighty. Just getting started with some chill stuff in the base here. Bro can only survive to day 80, huh? Rip. I think we have enough material to get there. So we get to the next level of pottery with this, and we'll be able to read the next book. That'll take a day or two. Pottery level 8. Now I'm going to put those buckets outside, capture the rainwater, and we are going to... Yeah, definitely is. I'm feeling pretty crazy right now. Yeah, just put those buckets back outside since it just started raining. That's a copy of Pottery 2. That's not what I'm looking for. Let's use my wheelchair here. Probably have a copy of it in the expedition van. If I don't, it's got to be one of these on the table here. I guess I didn't bring it. It's not one of these on the table, is it? That's 4. 3. Ah, that is 5 over there. Okay, then. Alright, time to read a good book. Put a new treatment on this. Gaming Wander, how's it going? Good to see you. It is time to read a book. Or, time to eat lunch first. Appreciate that. Definitely is going to get a little boring sometimes, especially when we're healing from a leg fracture. Yeah, confidence is a slow and insidious killer, as one of my viewers would say. Very much a potentially dangerous thing. I ate half of that, didn't I? See the rest of that. And we might get... No, we're not going to get cold tonight. It's 70 degrees right now. Yeah, it is 70 degrees right now. We don't have to worry about getting cold while we sleep. But I do need to worry about putting another poultice on this. Every time you put a poultice on it, it heals a little bit faster. Yeah, KTO. You must have missed it near the end of last stream. We went to Spiffo HQ, and there was one too many indoor ledges that didn't make sense. But I looked back in hindsight, it should have been fucking obvious. Instead of going through what looked like a one of those indoor windows. No, it was an indoor window. It was just an indoor window with a fucking ledge to it. You know, in Spiffo HQ, they've got these little sound stages where they record their little commercials. There's apparently a second floor to one of those, and I didn't notice it until after I was already going through. So we're healing. And reading a pottery book in the process here. I think we'll finish this in just enough time to sleep. When we wake up, we'll make some more food. It's in the thumbnail. What happened to my leg? On the right side there. I didn't realize it was a ledge. It was indoors. It was dark. I actually did have some illumination. I should have looked a little bit more closely. Comfrey applied, sterilized, bandage on top of the splint to hold it in place, and we sleep again. The best part about healing is when you get to that threshold where you can sleep without taking more painkillers. That I hit that a lot earlier than expected, so I'm actually happy right now. I probably won't need these sleeping pills. We'll see. In the meantime, I got my wheelchair right here. It's fine. Just get across to the other side of the base. I don't have to limp the whole way. We have officially gotten fat. That is almost unavoidable at this point because there's no way I can burn calories without making this fracture worse, so I'm not going to do it. We're just going to have to accept the fact that we're fat, and it's alright. Curvy girls need love too. Well, if we, I'm gonna stop using kale in my recipes and just make some egg salads. Hey, Kraken, how's it going? Thought I was almost out of eggs, but for some reason the list was hiding the ones that are intact. I hate it when that happens. At least I got some salads. It's fine. Yeah, I've been using Poultice, usually before going to sleep. Got about 7 left here. I could probably go back to Phallus Lake and have even more. There we go. Wouldn't be very advisable to do yard work if you have a fracture, but that's not going to stop me. It is now June 3rd, 1995. There are a few crops that are ideal to plant in June. I could do some peppers. Where would be my recipes and media here? We're looking for anything that has its best month in June. There are not many at all. Wow, peppers. Not even peppers. Should have planted them last month. I don't think anything has its best month in June. Nope. I could plant sugar beets, so I could watch them go bad and nothing. Oh, sweet potatoes. Sweet potatoes are actually great. Turnips. Turnips. What are the nutritional values of... Hang on a second. Got a bookmark for everybody here. PZ Wiki nutritional values. This particular article is more annoying to find than it might seem. Show me the values for sweet potatoes. $14 carbs. Where is that in terms of other growables? Pretty weak, all things considered. Leeks. There is nothing close to leeks. I do have some of those growing, but, yeah. Regular potatoes have more carbs than sweet potatoes? Is that real? Or is it just jars? That might... I think the simple fact of making them jarred might add more carbs. Threaten me with a good time. Yeah. Huh. Corn actually has more carbs. Well, if in the eternal chasing of carbs, I don't think sweet potatoes are actually... They don't even make the menu. It's not like they're bad. It's just 14 carbs per potato, and a single potato is like 4 helpings if you want to put it into a recipe. So, yeah, that's not happening. Great for shutting the hunger up, though. I don't... No, that's not a part of the sunflower. It looks for a second like the sunflower was actually ready to harvest, but no, that's just another plant behind the sunflower. Yeah, it's still weeks away from the next phase. This silly thing. You're not a sunflower. Get out of my garden. Marigolds are ready to harvest, but we're waiting for blooming. Same with the roses here. Roses are ready to harvest, but we want them to be blooming. What about the chives up here? I think chives... Yeah, I just harvest these, and I think I can harvest them again. I can put these on the drying rack. Yeah. This is one of the few, like, herb sort of things that I could have planted back at Phallus Lake, but I just didn't. I don't even remember why. It just didn't make the cut. So I'll take these back. We'll get them on the drying rack. Over here we've got some tomatoes and leeks. These leeks right here, the leeks are... They would have been an amazing source of carbs. Regrettably, I don't think we're going to be able to get to the point where we can actually harvest them. Our save is definitely going to break before then, because it's still weeks to get out of seedling phase. How did I get a fracture? It's in the it's TLDR. It's in the thumbnail. I just took a little leap without looking. Actually, let me just pull this up, because I know I'm going to get asked that again. I'll just leave this open so I can show everybody. If I go to my pictures, go to this one. No, it's the other one. This is just a screenshot. It's just a screenshot. I thought it was one of those, like, looking glasses through to another room. But no, it was a looking glass overseeing a sound stage below me. So I fell one story, and that's all it takes, because I'm prone to injury, so... I will just, I'll leave this open, because I know I'm going to get asked that a few times. I put that in the thumbnail on the right side, but it probably doesn't show the whole context very well. Now, it might look like I'm walking real slow. If I took the splint off, I'd probably go faster, but then I wouldn't heal as fast, so the splint stays on. That's alright. I've got my wheelchairs here. One of the most stylish wheelchairs you'll ever have. I'm here for it. We'll just take this down, because we're going to the drying racks all the way down here. Currently on the racks are wild garlic. Got about 80 of those. Not regular garlic, because only wild garlic can be dried, apparently. That's the universe we're living in right now. Regular garlic has to be frozen. Wild garlic can be dried on the rack. Let's see here. We're drying next. Chives. There you are. little hungry, and we can actually add. So we've already got garlic on the salad, regular garlic. Now we can add some of this dried wild garlic to it. So now we've got double garlic on our salad. This is brewing into my interests. I'm a garlic addict. Papa John's and their garlic stuffed crust has ruined me. Just inject that stuff directly into my veins, fam. I'm here for it. One thing I can do while we're healing here, I do have my vehicle parts collection is just kind of all over the place right now. There's 2 separate ambulances up here that have vehicle parts in them, and what I'm really trying to set up here is vehicle parts mostly in these step fans down here, or on the floor, or somewhere in this area. So I'm gonna try getting everything down there. Hey, VTSS, how's it going? Alright, so this vehicle here is mostly full. Honestly, the stuff in this one is, there's not that much. It's mostly tires. And they're mostly garbage. So the tires I just picked up are all damaged. Slightly. Well, slightly. Like we're talking like 80 or 90%. But that's enough to give me pause. I'm gonna put them on the floor over here. Everything else that's in this is actually in great shape. Wait for stable is only, we're down to a day and some change. It's going to be early Wednesday morning, most like. So we want to transfer brakes and suspensions into this step van here. That was my Microsoft Teams, by the way. Didn't mean to jump scare anybody. Definitely do not have room for too many car seats inside this vehicle. Yeah, we can't even put one more in. And it's not like I can start putting seats on top of seats. I mean, when all else fails, you can start putting shit on the floor. It's always acceptable for very big items. I'm just going to go ahead and use these engine parts. The wrecked ambulance here is still in need of a little bit of engine work. A lot of it. I don't have a problem, right? I can stop whenever I want. That actually, all but one, it's 99% condition now. Fair enough. Sounds like a union break. Good morning, kitten. How's it going? I think I'm going to pick up the welding supplies off the floor over here. Have this be one of my supplemental welding part carriers. Yeah, good thing that the brake's coming up. That's about half of the inventory there. I'll take one of those bags of steel sheets, will I? Or did I want to do a whole step van full of these? It's 156 encumbrance worth. That's a lot. I'll shove one of those into the trunk of the ambulance. Yeah. Yeah, hopefully you feel better. Sounds to me like a very persistent nag right there. And is it really just the morning, or is it one of those things that starts in the morning and then it just kind of sticks around? I have heard some folks describe that being the effect, to such an extent that the word morning kind of becomes a bit redundant. Alright, are we... I need a new flashlight battery. Should have fixed that a minute ago. I've been at a loss on how often I should apply the poultice, but I'm going to go ahead and reapply it. Yeah. Then the fatigue kicks in. Draining experience for sure. Well, oh, there is some loot unloading that I can do, right? Okay. I was just about to give up and go for a triple sleep tonight, but I think there is some loot sorting I can do from the mail van there. Yeah, let's go for that. Hey, Hassan. How you doing? Good evening. So, starting in the middle crate for the furniture here. Okay, now moving into the top crate. I think that'll take everything else. At least all the big stuff there. We've got a couple of clothes stands. I'm going to deploy those on the other side of the base, because it's been a minute since I've actually had a proper clothing storage system, and now we can finally get one set up. All right. Everything else is variety bags, looks like. We do have a bag of guns here. That's an easy win. We have new storage for long guns over here underneath this one that's got the rifle on top of it. And it's already more than halfway full. Most of these guns came from either looting in the field, like these JS3Ts, or from pawn shops. I will go ahead and stick some musical instruments in the center crate here. All the rest of that is mostly just a random mix, okay. This one is in need of another window, and then I'm gonna put it over into the lineup with the rest of them. So we take it out the back door, swing it around here, give it a new window from our collection. Wait, what? Hold the phone. Oh, the deer grew up. Holy crap. The fawn is no longer a fawn. It's a deer now. I didn't even think that would happen. I am pleasantly surprised. Okay. Boys, we got more venison. That's actually kind of cool. So the fawn that I captured and put into my zone, I was under the impression that nothing would ever happen with it, but it grew up. Neat. I was wondering what those sounds were. It's different from the fawn. A lot less annoying. Yeah, I know, right? You know, if I don't see the tree, is it there? Is it really there? Now that's a gif worth a million words right there. Regrettably, we won't be able to have any venison anytime soon because we're going to need to actually be able to catch the thing. I can't just go in there and shoot it, right? Because it's surrounded by my animals. I'd never be able to hit it, and I would stress all of my other animals out. So no, that's not happening. But I would have to go in there and actually pick it up, and that's going to be even harder now that it's an adult. So it became a slightly more interesting challenge, to say the least. Some memorabilia over here. But at some point I'll want to deploy the clothing racks that I brought home here and actually get some clothes out of these crates and bags and onto the racks properly. That will be in the not too distant future. We'll work on that. over the kitchen real quick. Dump the rest of this off. We have no more room in bag storage here. I've filled up an entire steel crate of bags. That's kind of wild. $16 trauma bags in total. That stuff goes out front. Pottery 5, that needs to go into the ambulance, actually. Because I don't know if that's where it originally came from. Wild garlic goes in the kitchen. Everything else I've got pretty much goes in the kitchen. Okay, yes, technically I ran into that tile. It's just... Welcome to Project Zomboid, folks. Something that only occupies like one-fifth of the tile space is enough to bring a vehicle to a complete stop at the outer edge of the tile. I mean, that would be a massive waste of resources, but you're correct, it's absolutely unhinged. That is the most unhinged idea I've ever heard. You would put to challenge the notion that, what's it called, motion sensors are almost exclusively PvP weapon in this game. Just because zombie movement is so unpredictable, it's really difficult to ever get any use out of it. Yeah, it does. Alright, that's everything that needs to go to the kitchen. While I'm here, we're making more salad. Tossing the garbage kale into the garbage. Tedious, but that's another day's worth of food right there. Oh, VTSS. So I figured everybody would be wondering what happened to Danny's leg. So it's in the thumbnail, but here's a bigger version of it. The point is, I was under the impression that this was a, whatchamacallit, that this window was just one of those looking glasses to watch through looking at a soundstage. I was technically correct. It's just, instead of looking, the word was overlooking. We were overlooking a soundstage. So I busted through that and jumped over, thinking it was just a low fence sort of deal instead of a ledge. But no, it was a ledge, and we went down one story, and that's all it took. I mean, as you can see, we were stage 1 encumbrance. So that plus being clumsy, no surprise that we got a fracture. Nothing particularly surprising about that, sadly. That is Spiffo HQ. So Spiffo HQ has on one of the floors, a couple of the floors actually, it's got a sound stage where they record all their Spiffo commercials. We've got about an hour before bedtime here. I will have her chill and read something nice. How about the Generator magazine? Yeah, let's read a Generator magazine. Our character doesn't know how generators work, does she? And I'm gonna go ahead and repoultice this before I go to bed. I wish there was a magazine called How Not to Use Generators that would teach you all about not putting them indoors, not putting them around too many zombies, that kind of stuff. Claymore deer hunting. It'll mince the meat for you. You just got to make sure that you actually scrape it up. Nasty. Nasty. Two light bulbs in need of replacement here. Yeah, the aerosol bombs will help cook it. You set everything on fire in the process. Left my back door open. Not a good idea. Don't do that. Just because I've done a very good job cleaning up this place does not mean that you should ever leave your back doors open. Not a good idea. Not a good plan. I know something we could do to pass a little bit of time here in a slightly useful way. I'm going to get rid of this burned wreck that I brought home. We are in need of driving space on that side of the base a little bit more now that we've got the step van parking lot there. So let's yank up one of these torches. Let's yank up 3 of these torches, plus 1. And we're going to put 3 of them into the combat trucks. Duffel bag here because we are supposed to have a few, and yet I've been stealing them. not giving him back. Easy steel sheets, iron pipes, steel bars, steel rods, spare engine parts, wire. Just about everything else I will shove into a box or something here. In fact, I need to put together a couple of boxes out of the way here so that I can, the pile of animal parts over there. Also, I'm thinking in terms of, like, there's too many loose objects on the ground that don't need to be there, right? All the decorations that I've placed in my base, on top of all this crap on the floor, that actually, unironically, will make the game less stable. Just a couple of wooden crates. We don't need to go nuts with it. Oh, we're no longer in pain. Now, that does not mean that it's gone, but that is an important milestone. We're no longer in pain. Now, keep in mind that we're splinted, so because of the splint, you're not going to notice any difference in our movement pattern. That just means, I mean, I'm going to just keep checking it. But I might need to take the splint all the way off in order to continue checking it at this point. So when we go to bed for the second time in about an hour here, instead of just taking the bandage off, putting on a poultice, and then putting it back on, I'm going to take the splint all the way off just to verify that it's still there. Yeah. That is basically just the next phase of injury recovery. We just need to go and saw 2 logs? 3 logs. And then have a leftover. And then get a few nails, and we can crate that crap up. Nails in here. We've got 2 logs on the floor, so we're opening 1 log stack. Oops. Well, okay, so the injury was sustained on, where's my, oh, I closed it. I shouldn't have closed it, damn it. I was gonna keep that the image of the injury and keep that open because definitely gonna get asked about it again anyway. But I also we're checking the date, so it was 10 a.m. on the 1st. That was right when we got the fracture. Now what we've done though is we've applied about 5 poultices to it, in addition to getting it splinted right away. So by getting it splinted right away, within like the first, I don't know, the first 10 minutes or so we had it splinted. That ensured that it didn't get worse. But then after that we've started applying poultices, so we're about up to 4 days. Less than a week, honestly, for a slow healer. That's pretty damn good. That's pretty damn good, but I'm going to credit the poultices for that. Please don't tell the Indie Stone that I healed too fast, please. They don't need to hear that. They really don't need to hear it. I think I'll build them all the way down here. The only slight problem is that if a zombie just so happens to try to go around the building, building the crates here will actually make them stop and attack the crates. But there's something I can do about that. I will demonstrate momentarily here. Let me just go ahead and build these first. What we'll do is we'll just build some low fences right next to the crates, and then the zombies will, if there ever will be any zombies coming through, they'll have to, whatchamacallit, they'll have to, walk right through the crates instead. I am going to exploit the ever-loving shit out of that, and I'm going to be shameless in doing so. Yeah, I think Comfrey is definitely, it's definitely helped. Going by the last time I had a fracture, which was on Annie, we were out for the better part of a week because we didn't have any poultices. The pain has returned, so it's definitely not healed. I want to say the pain. I hope that the pain returning isn't a sign that we actually made it worse by carrying a lot of stuff. Sadly, I would believe that. I don't even know if that's how that works. That could be how it works. That would make sense, unfortunately. In any case, we're headed back to sleep now. Or rather, before we go to sleep, let us check to see if we can apply another poultice. Yeah, still fractured. So yeah, the lack of ambient pain is that is still an important threshold, just to show that we are making progress in the healing process. Just in case carrying a lot of stuff does injure me, I'm just going to use one of my D6s up there to transport the materials. There we go. Got some stuff cleaned up. Next thing I could do to get a little bit of time passed would be to work on the ambulance that I wanted to rebuild down there. We do have some onions growing. Let me ascertain their status. Ready to harvest. I think I did want these to bloom. We don't need them to bloom. I've got a bunch of onion seed packets, so that's fine. I can go ahead and put these into the main freezer. So that's the freezer of the main kitchen, because the rest of the freezers are pretty full right now. Just chop down on one of my onions. Why not? Put like 10 of them in here. And then everything else in the freezer. Or, well, now the freezer's full, so I guess the rest... guess we're going to have 30 of them in there. Onions are actually kind of hard to use up in salads, at least, because salads will only use, like... Look, it'll use a pitifully small amount. Yeah, 2 out of 10. And this is at high level cooking. Came to attend PZ 101. That's what we do here. Currently healing from an injury that we sustained yesterday, so... That, don't do this, not healthy for you. Not very healthy. Oh, we were gonna build, fences next to the, okay, so, PZ101, how do you make it so that zombies do not attack something that would otherwise block their movement? Right now, if a zombie were to just come from the right side of the screen, anywhere on the right side of the screen, pretty much, they would probably end up going around this building because they can't attack any of the outer walls. That's why I like this building so much. But if now, because I put these crates here, if they go close to the wall, which is within their behavioral principles, they'll just go take the shortest path, go around. They might run right into these crates and just break them open, spill everything everywhere. So how do we stop them from doing that? Surprisingly easy. Wooden fence. Build. Wooden fence. Build. Now, there used to be a strategy, the devs really didn't like this, where players would do a crate in front of a fence, and then zombies would not be able to do anything. Wouldn't be able to go over the fence, wouldn't be able to attack the crate. What they just did, what the devs did, is they made it so that everything you put in front of a fence is no clip. You walk right through it. So now, we just walk right through the crates. So now, zombies want to go around my base. Sure, they can go around my base. They don't have to attack my crates now. So they just walk right through it. Broken leg is going okay. We're no longer feeling pain, which is a good threshold for the healing process. We're currently just 4 days in because we sustained it on the 1st and it's now the 4th. What is that? Yeah, that's like 3.25, something like that. Oops. Not those grass putting in here. Yeah, get that out of here. We're mostly just passing time. There's other things we could be doing. We could, if I really wanted to, we could take some sleeping pills and just sleep through the broken leg. That's a lot of wasted time. There's a few things I could do at base here in the meantime. In fact, I might work on my masonry a bit now. We're pretty close to max level masonry. Sit on the floor here and break open these stones and then chisel them into stone blocks. That's a very interesting question. How long, indeed? I don't have a... Why would you set an upper limit to how long you want to live? That doesn't make sense to me. Hey, nice. Very nice. Congrats on finishing undergrad. That got us about halfway through masonry. We could very easily get a few more blocks like that. A few more, large stones, rather. Let's see. I'll put the stone blocks in here. And then we'll just go use one of my trucks, just like we were doing before. I will use one of my open bed trucks, and we'll yank some large stones out of the nearby forest. Hey, Gloria. Yep. That was, I wouldn't call it a dramatic ending personally, but, you know, it felt rather anticlimactic in terms of getting to the top of Spiffo Tower. So large stones are very, very large, as their name suggests. About the size of a fridge, so I'm not even going to bother trying to pick it up directly. I'm just going to take a truck, find one, drive the truck up next to it, pull it out of the ground, shove it directly into the truck. I see one. This is a large stone here. Click and drag into trunk. We can carry 3 of these in this type of a truck. Level 10 masonry without any boosts, except for the book. Ah, I see another one over there. I see 2. Let me back over here like this. We'll get this bad boy right here. I think this character is going to be able to get to her 2-year anniversary before the save gets broken by 42 stable. That's actually a pretty good, that's a pretty solid ending right there. Since it's right in front of us, I'll grab this large branch too. We could carve that into a baseball bat if we wanted to. Now what we do is I don't really want to bother even having to take the stones out of the trunk. So we just back the trunk straight up to the crafting surface where we're going to work with it, which is the crate right there. And have a seat on the floor so that being over encumbered doesn't hurt us. And let's break some stones. This will probably take us straight to level 10 masonry here. Hey, Luis, good to see you. We are... Yep, absolutely. Big work today. Just a little bit short. We actually just needed, we needed like 2 or 3 more stones. Oh well, that's fine. I'm not exactly in a particular rush to level anything here. We've got a total of 50 stone blocks on standby. We can now also use that large branch to carve a... Carve bat. There we go. Beautiful. Put it right there next to the flowers. Yeah, he really wants those pink flamingos on the roof. You know what? You know what? You know what? If I see any pink flamingos in the neighborhood, I'll do it. I can't go far from the neighborhood because I'm injured right now. But if there's any pink flamingos in the neighborhood right now, I'll do it. I think there's some right down the road. Yeah, look at that. There's 2 right here. Yeah, I'll do it. I'll do it for you, man. Remember, these things have got to, I think you have to put them in a... Oh, no, you can put them anywhere. Yeah, you don't have to put them in dirt like the stop signs. Sweet. Oops. Pretty things there now to be happy. How did I get injured? There it is again, right here. A picture is worth 1,000 words, isn't it? Picture is worth 1,000. I thought it was a looking glass, not an overlooking glass. That's probably the best way I can phrase it. Yeah. I'm sure we'll find some more later. got a little bit of rain. If I did one more large stone, I could get it get masonry maxed out. I think I see another one. Here we go. An I Am Legend type setup. Thank you. I'll definitely take that as a compliment. I don't have the face to pull off a Will Smith, but I'll take it. That's right. Keep hippity hoppiting. Hippity hoppity right down that road. Hippity hoppity right off my property. There you go. Yeah, those kinds of falls will kill you. They'll definitely kill you. We're gonna need to do my generators. Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and do that now before I forget about it. I think what I'll do is I'm going to siphon out one of these gas cans each, and then the other one I'll toss into the trunk. We'll fill it up later. Jerry cans can be found at Army surplus stores. How did I fall? It was intentional. It was quite well, okay. So intentional insofar as I didn't assume that this was. We're indoors here. We're at like we're in the upper floor of the Spiffo's recording studio, and I thought there was a floor here. I thought that this was just one of those windows that was just observing another soundstage, but it's a two-story soundstage. It was overlooking the soundstage. So yeah, silly mistake. Very, very silly mistake. Very few places in Project Zomboid that are like that, where it's like an indoor area overlooking another indoor area. Very, very, very few buildings in this game are like that. It's in the description, bud. Go to Dani's character sheet. It'll show you where we started and what traits we picked. That's in case I need to build another crate or something out there. Now, I've been seeing these jerry cans for a long time, Kraken. They used to be useless in Zomboid because they would be, they would only hold as much as a gas can. For most of B42, they were basically the same thing as a regular gas can, but heavier, which made no sense. But now they're still heavier, but they store twice as much fuel as a regular gas can. So what I'm doing is I'm just using a regular gas can, and then I am refilling that gas can from these, whatchamacallit, from these jerry cans. Jerry cans like my own individual petrol depots. Yeah. I used to just dump these things on the ground whenever I found them. I think it was only in like the last, like one of the most recent patches that they increased the storage size of them, made them actually useful. Oh, I don't have enough gas in this thing's tank to fill that up again. Or rather, to siphon from it again. Okay. I guess in that case, I'll just put both jerry cans into the trunk. Yeah, that's fine. The longest living character is the second link to the description. Or sorry, that would be third. Anime. We went all the way to day 784 on her. If memory serves, we actually looked at it yesterday, but I forgot the exact number. It was 780 something. So I need to go and get gas for both the vehicle I'm in right now and the gas cans I just put in the trunk. The gas station should be very secure. I have not seen a zombie there in a long time. You know, just out of an abundance of caution, I'm going to take one of my floodlights here. Since I have a few spares, I'm going to take one of them down to the gas station with me so I can see a little better. I've always got my weapon with me. But, yeah, the Spiffo statue is, you can't see it from the other side of the base, so it's, but no, this, we actually took this from in front of the building that we got the injury from. We stole it, a little ways back. It's 3 separate parts. I think the total encumbrance is... I can't remember if each part weighed 10 or 20. Hang on. 15. Each part weighs 15, so it's a total of 45. And it's on, like, a pedestal here, so... yeah. Quick little eyeball search around here. Nobody lurking in and around these houses, most like. I see some more flamingo over there. I see another flamingo. Alright, you know what? Luis, you got me started. You got me started, and now I can't stop. Put them on the passenger seat. Don't want to run out of room. Alright. So the gas station here does come with its own lights. The radius of those lights is kind of pathetic. What I'm also going to do is reduce the attack surface here. I'm going to reduce the attack surface. So, I have a, I think I actually have a picture somewhere here of, where would I have put it? The last time that I took a direct injury from a zombie was on my previous character, Nora the Explorer. And I needed to capture a thumbnail for a video that I made where I talked about that. I don't know if I still have that screenshot here. It was at a gas station just like this one, is the point that I'm getting at. It was at a gas station just like this one. And ever since then, I have been considering mitigations to prevent similar situations. One of them is to just make it so that zombies cannot walk between the pumps. That is the short answer on that, because zombies, when they... the pumps are actually line-of-sight blockers. It might not look like it, but if there was a zombie here, 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 anywhere back here, anywhere back here, anywhere back, I would not be able to see them because the pumps are a line-of-sight blocker, as if it was a full wall. Hey, yeah, some houses are way cleaner than they should be. Just because there's not very many people left on the planet to be dirtying them up does not mean the slow decay of time would not annihilate them. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to steal a couple of these. So now if a zombie wants to come through this pump, they have to go around it. These out of gas signs mean nothing, by the way. There's There's no gas shortage. All these pumps have fuel in them. So what I do to further protect myself beyond that is actually just pull the truck all the way up so that it, basically I can't be approached from this side anymore. If somebody wants to approach me from the side they're most likely to come from, which is anywhere to the top right all the way down here to the bottom center of the screen, first they have to either break one of these barricades or go all the way around my truck, as you can see. So it's just a little mitigation to reduce the attack surface, if that makes sense. And I only chose to do that because I knew I was going to be here for a minute with 6 jerry cans to fill up at 20 liters each. Yeah, I'm going to be here for a minute. Yellow. Into the hand. There we go. In fact, I might not even have enough room in the truck for all the jerry cans once they're full. These things, they can weigh a lot once they're full. Yeah, 24 liters each, or 24 encumbrance when they're full. Yeah, we might run out of space. Oh well. Now, pro tip, it might look like there's 4 gas pumps here. That's technically correct, but these are double-sided pumps. You see that they take up 2 tiles, and you see that there's 2 pumps. Those are 2 separate fuel caches. So every time a gas pump spawns in this game, every pump on it has a random amount of gas. Could be anywhere between like 1,000 liters and 0 liters or something like that. I don't even remember what the upper limit is. But I do know that if one side is empty, the other side will still have gas. So you can either distribute which ones that you're selecting from, or you can just use one up completely and then move to the next one or something like that. That's personal preference. But if one side is empty, always make sure to check the other side. See, right now we're right-clicking exclusively on the red side, and I'm just going to go from left to right, basically, as I use these up. I have only ever used up a few gas pumps in my character's journeys. It's pretty rare to use up a whole pump. That's it. We can't fit another one of these in the trunk. I can fit one in my backpack. And then I can fit probably another in my hand. Both hands. I'll just drop this one and then pick it back up when we're ready to go. Actually, I might not be able to pick it back up. So I'll put that in my primary now. Put the other empty one here in my secondary. There we go. A little past our bedtime, but a successful day, despite the injury. So basically the way I do this is each of my generators gets the gas can that's in the bag full of spare electrical parts, and then it gets 2 caches, which these are the caches, two reserve caches. Threatening noise up there from Bambi. Careful with that. I'll tell you what, for the sake of maintaining my sleep schedule, I will go ahead and sleep now. I don't want to be too much later. I'm going to make her pancakes. She's not getting fat anymore, is she? No, she stopped getting fat. Okay, maybe I can't make her. Maybe not yet. We're not in weight loss yet. See, we've been burning so few calories because of the leg injury. We haven't been able to run around. So, oh, look at that. Look at that animation. I've never seen that before. Yep, I understand it. I understand it, Danny. Don't worry. Don't worry. We got you covered. Another burnt out light bulb up here. We have a briefcase with replacement light bulbs, separate from the one in the parking lot. There's another one over there, too. I'll tell you what, these roof floodlights are getting a little bit tedious. I'm gonna relocate this one. I like the principle of having, 360 floodlights around my base, but that direction is probably the least necessary of them all. I'll put one on this side up here. At least this side I'll get a little bit more use out of it, if I'm going to have to constantly be replacing the light bulbs. There we go. That almost reaches out to my my vans out there. Keeps my parking lot partially more illuminated there. You got the super heavy, intimidating warning signs, and then the flamingos. That'll keep them off their guard. They won't know what to expect. Oh man! All right, let's just get something into our system here. We are definitely hungry. Just straight up eating onions is kind of boring, but I'm gonna have a lot of trouble using up those onions normally. It's very difficult to use onions, and you can only use them like 2 pieces at a time in a salad out of 10. And at level 10 cooking, that's ridiculous. It's honestly ridiculous. So I'm just gonna be straight up eating some onions on occasion here. Go. There's another day of salad. And while we're out front, I need to put the pottery book back into the expedition ambulance. Is Cat's Eye a must-have? Okay, that's a good question. And I actually don't have a solid answer. I don't think I've ever played Build 42 without Cat's Eyes. So, yeah, make of that what you will. I liked it in B41, and I like it even more in B42. Oh, look at this! We're moving faster. Oh, yeah! Alright, boys, we're getting better. I actually didn't think that our movement speed would change as long as the splint was on. But, yeah, I'm here for it. That's a good thing. Good to see progress. If we can get fully healed within less than a week, I'll be a very happy person. We are not ready to put the truck away yet, no. I was almost ready to back up. Since we have lost the music, I will fix it. I'm gonna put these sleeping pills back. I did borrow them from the ambulance. I hope I never need them again. I hope. Same with the comfrey. Yeah, I think I can get away without it now. It's plus 3 points now. They nerfed it. It used to be plus 2, but now it is a plus 3 trait. I was very upset to see that. I kind of went a little bit through that when we created Dani. My absolute kingdom for remote car doors. If we can have a remote for a TV, and we can have a remote for a pipe bomb, we should be able to have a remote for a gate. I'm not asking for much here. Thankfully, we do have an electrical systems overhaul in the future. Nightmare at 6:20. Let us read something here. Now, I don't know if I would recommend putting too much effort into building a build yet. We don't have any word as to whether they're going to change anything with traits when 42 stable comes out. They haven't said anything indicating that they will, but nothing has been ruled out, so I don't know. That's actually, I wish I could say whether, with any sort of confidence, whether they're gonna change any traits costs. But just because I assume that that's a possibility, that's one of the reasons I haven't bothering with planning anything out for my next character. I'm literally just going to make the decision when the patch drops. I'll be doing it right here live once the patch is out. Now, I'm also... So my stream for Wednesday this week... Wednesday is when the patch comes out. What I'm going to do is I'm going to start the stream whenever the patch is downloadable. So that might mean I start a couple of hours early. Be having that conversation with my supervisor later today, actually. Taking a little bit of time off this week. Let's see. I've got a few things I got to put away. Let me take a look, actually, at my injury here to make sure that we're still healing properly. Yep, still healing. It's alright. What's the growing season for Comfrey? I've probably passed it. I'm just curious, because I used up quite a bit. Oh, you can plant it year-round. Now, that being said, June and July are poor months, apparently. I might plant it anyway. I'm going to plant it anyway. Yeah, I'm going to go plant some Comfrey anyway. Even though it's a poor month, it's still a month. Yeah, I'm going to plant it, but because it's the poor month, I'm going to compost and fertilize it every phase. Yeah, Gloria, you're 100% correct. Yep. So the, now the hot fixes, I do expect maybe hot fixes for critical issues will come out, but then when it comes to actually accepting feedback on things like balance, yes, that's going to take a minute. Definitely going to take a minute. These are our dried chives here. Most of my dried stuff has been going in somewhere on this wall. Here we go. See how many seeds I have for Comfrey. I have none. Now, Comfrey, you can locate it from foraging, but we're not going to be able to forage right now because of the rain. Even if we were to go get like an umbrella or something, we've got rain with fog, so I wouldn't even bother trying. Clean up some of my inventory here. We've got a torch to refill. I also am going to try sleeping again once I get this stuff out of my inventory, because we had a nightmare, so that will have woken us up before we got maximal sleep. Threatened me with a good time. We're on the tail end of the healing process here. Speaking thereof, I am going to go ahead and use up the remaining Comfrey. I will just go and forge for some more so that I don't have a lack of comfrey. Since we're in the growing season, I do believe we'll be able to forge for some. It's another skill that I can level too, just for the sake of leveling it. We've read the last forging book. Forging being the only survival skill that truly speaks to me. Fishing is good. Tracking, I think tracking is broken right now. We tried it at one point. It just didn't really, nothing really happened. Trapping is not a bad thing. It works. You do need to have some relevant vegetables, like a carrot, if you want to get a rabbit, for example. These engine parts have got to go. Actually, the engine parts are exactly what we need to top up the ambulance. Let me see if I can sleep. Can I sleep? Yes, I can sleep. So we're going to sleep, and then we'll finish rebuilding the ambulance. I think that might get us near the end of the recovery hump here, but let me do one more poultice before we go to sleep. That's the sound of somebody who forgot to use their poultice before they went to sleep. Yeah. I don't know how I feel about the lack of a lucky trait. I've always felt like the RNG in this game is a little silly. The notion of spending trait points to make the RNG ever so slightly better in your favor, that's... Yeah, I don't know. I'm kind of glad that it's gone. Kind of. Very mixed feelings on it. Rain's done. Might be able to forge. This is definitely not the best health situation to be foraging in. I would like to be... would prefer to be in my best shape if I was going to do that. So we only need one engine part to top up the ambulance. It was at 99. I'll put the other one in there. Just gallop away, dude. What are you doing? I need a garbage can over here. Gonna pull a lot of broken parts off of the van, and we can use this garbage can here. I don't have much use for it otherwise. At least not this particular size. This is the biggest garbage can you'll find in this game. You can find those at Spiffos or Pizza World or sometimes the Starbucks Seahorse coffee things. They actually have more room in them than these dumpsters do. Not sure how that works, but I'm here for it. A little bit of gas in the trunk. We'll siphon that out so that we can get rid of it. Yeah, product placement in a video game is, that is a level of cringe that only modernity can produce. So anything that can be repaired, I'm putting on the floor right here to the left. I would never allocate steel sheets to repair a regular gas tank, so that goes in the garbage. At this point of the game, I'm only doing steel sheets for something like a large gas tank. Seats would require something like glue or duct tape to fix. An absolute waste of either of those things. Never worth it. Just go steal seats from a 6-seater like a what are those things down here? One of the LVA value lines. Hey, look at that. We're not limping anymore. I don't know if that necessarily means we've healed. Let's just double check. Yeah, we're not healed yet. But we're walking straight, and that's nice. One more poultice. I'm still not gonna run yet. I'm not gonna start running again until it's healed. I could, maybe that's my 7 days to die reflexes kicking in there. But 7 days to die, every time you run, you make it worse. So no, I'm not gonna do it. Damn it. I can't steal the middle left seat because of where the thing is. That's alright. Oh, come off it. I guess I gotta just move it away from the fence. Whatever. Oh, this is a big gas tank that needs to be repaired. Okay. We've got a steel sheet collection down here. Oh, I accidentally started running again. Oops. Habits are going to get the better of me. So we got batteries up front. All of the undercarriage stuff is in one of the nearby vehicles. Okay. What I'm going to do is use Citrus Wave to just nudge the airport van a little ways away from the fence, because it's drifted close enough to the fence that I can't take anything off of the right side of it anymore. I think if I hook it up, it actually helps. Like, it didn't look like it was moving at all, but if I hook it up, the simple act of hooking it up, I think actually makes it easier to move. See, look at that. There we go. Let's take what we need before it starts moving again. Rear door, that's what I wanted most. The suspensions are performance, so I need those. We've been running a serious deficit of suspension, or performance suspensions. I need jack and iron for that. Okay. I'll yank the engine parts before we pull it off the lot, and then we're done with it. Be glad to be done with that eyesore. Actually, I need that lug wrench. I don't understand how that stupid thing keeps ending up on this side. If it wants to run away from me, just go on that side then. Silly animals are silly. I might be an idiot. Oh no, there's no might. I'm an idiot. I had already allocated enough performance suspensions. But that it is true that we're running a deficit though, so I'm gonna put the ones I just picked up in here. Yeah, we'll need them. We don't actually. I think we're running more of a deficit on glasswork than anything. This is my last spare front window. I guess that does make sense. I mean, front windows are usually what I have to bust out in order to get into vehicles. This one isn't even fully intact, so I'm going to put it on the right side. If I have to deal with a damaged one, then I'll put it on the right side because zombies are more likely to come up to the left side and slap it. I think that deer is about ready to go into the fridge. If you catch my drift. I mean, honestly, the clippity-cloppity of the hooves is far less annoying than the screams of the baby deer, but it's still annoying. It'd be far less annoying if the stupid thing just did what a real-life deer would do and get as far away from the human as possible and stop coming back in the direction of the human. That's all right. Ladies and gentlemen, we have ourselves a repaired ambulance. Yet another one, of course. I love repairing these things. You guys are gonna have to forgive me for the obsession, but it's a great way to pass the time too while we're healing. I think the first thing we're going to do with it is use it to get rid of this donor board van down here. Let's yank the parts out of it. Don't you huff at me. I hear you up there, Bambina, making that huffy noise. Should be glad I haven't put you in the fridge yet. All green, all good. 100%, 100%. 9 engine parts from this thing. It's a random number, by the way, if anybody's not familiar. Very random number. So that'll be for the next rebuild. Now the parts that I set aside but forgot to use, let's get those into one of these step vans here. I wish you could say there was any rhyme or reason to what I'm putting into what, but there really isn't. Not at this point. I can say that the LV airport vehicles are completely full, and this one is about to be pretty full. Rear windows are actually pretty uncommon for me, for my vehicles. Step vans and ambulances don't have rear windows. So these rear windows, I'm just going to put them in the glove compartment. So I still have them, but they don't need to be in the trunk. Easy access. Nah. There we go. So these 3 step vans, their trunks are completely full of heavy-duty vehicle parts exclusively. Excellent. So what we'll do is we'll take the ambulance we just rebuilt and pump the tires, and then we'll use it to tow the husk of the LVA van down there off the lot. We'll drop it off somewhere near the gas station down to the south. And then while we're at the gas station, we'll actually fill up the tank. Turn this bad boy on. Let's go. Have I even keyed it? Of course I have, yeah. Oh, yeah. Actually carrying around the keys to it. Now this van, engine quality 100, so of course it will never fail to start in the summer. I turn the key and it turns on. It's amazing. Goodbye. Dragging along behind me like the just married cans. I'll dump it in the forest up here somewhere. The trees can have it. Same principle behind the refill here. If anybody wasn't here earlier, I intentionally put these little display containers here. So what I can do is the zombies are most likely to approach us either from this direction or this direction. Basically anywhere on the right side of the screen and half of the bottom there. We do have a fence going around the gas station, so it's like there's this like 180 degree arc here. Or like a little bit less than 180 degree arc there. That is, that's where they're going to come from. So what I do is I park the vehicle kind of like this, So the only way they can come at me is if they go all the way around where I'll be facing that direction. So just a little measure to protect myself while I'm standing there pumping gas for like half an hour straight, fast forwarding a little bit. Oh, I didn't park close enough, damn. Stand by just a moment, I have something coming in the work line. Okay, that looks fine. Apparently, I didn't send a read receipt last week when I was supposed to. Oops. That's alright. Okay, we're good now. This should be the correct side. Yeah, that is the correct side. It just wasn't close enough. Okay. So if I try it like this. There we go. Now this is, it's extra important to me to do it like this because this is a tall van. When I'm standing behind a van like this, my character disappears completely. So being able to see incoming threats is more important right now. When did the fracture happen? That was near the end of last stream. And this is pictures worth 1,000 words, isn't it? I thought this was a, I thought there was a floor beneath us here. So I broke through this window thinking it was one of those, like, what you would call it, observation rooms, right? An observation room. I didn't know it was an overlook room, if that makes sense. So, yeah. I just keep this open in the background because I've got 6 different people ask me now. It's silly. It's a very silly thing. Definitely had nothing to do with zombies. Just a very bad decision on my part. But we're pretty close to being healed. I mean, you can see we're walking pretty straight now. We still got the splint on. It's still bandaged. Before I go to bed tonight, I'm going to put a Compre poultice on it again, and I think that's probably going to get us the rest of the way healed up. Oops. I can't get in the driver's seat on that side, so I got to go through. That's all right. We've got ourselves another 100 quality ambulance here. Whee! I love this thing. We got a boost to the tire friction because we just put the tires on and they're pumped all the way up. Take this home to get some more steel parts. Nope. Despite the tires being just freshly replaced, I do not yet have... Or, no, this thing is not powerful enough to tow forward a Niala. I don't even think it matters that it's a wrecked Niala. I think it's just because it's a Niala. Nialas just aren't that good. But I can still tow it backwards. Can't tow it forward, make sure to go backwards because it's much easier. Oops. Not the easiest thing to do with something unstable like this, but here we go. We'll put it over here with the where the other one was. These wooden crates are just for the leftover after I disassemble it, the leftover steel that I'm not immediately using. I basically separate the steel based on whether it's a fully intact steel rod, steel rod, steel bar, steel sheet, or partial steel sheet. I think those are the four that I really care about right now, and pretty much everything else will just go into one of these wooden crates. Oh, I'm running at full speed. Excellent. Yeah, I'll check the leg one more time before we go to sleep, but I think I'm more or less healed. After 5 days, too. That's pretty damn good. We don't exactly have room for another ambulance in the lineup, but that's okay. That's very okay. We can make room. I'll literally move my my outer street lights. I'll move them elsewhere if I have to. Maybe this one can come inside with me for now. Alright, let's take a look at that leg, shall we? Shield your eyes, children. I'm about to show some leg. Alright. Remove bandage. Remove splint. Ah, we are no longer fractured, boys. Thank all that is holy. Okay. So the splint is going to go right back where I found it. The bandage is going to go right back where I found it. It's still sterile somehow. Don't ask me how the bandage is still sterile after being on the outside of the splint for 5 days in a row. But yeah, so the splint, I always carry it on the driver's seat of my heavy combat truck. And I also had some poultice, Comfrey poultice, right there next to it on the driver's seat. So I'm just going to replenish both of those now. Splints are not hard to make necessarily, but you need to... it's not convenient. I'd much prefer to just have one already pre-built on my seat. You can, if you just get a rag and a tree branch, I think that's good enough. Let me double check that. Yeah. Rag and a plank, tree branch, or wooden rod. So plank you could maybe get from disassembling furniture. I chose not to roll the dice on that. Even though I'm carpentry level 10, I just didn't want to. And instead of a rag, you can use denim or leather strips as well. Hey, Mish, as of just 30 seconds ago, no longer fractured. But we were, for the first part of this stream, fractured because of this. This is why we were fractured. I did a doof while we were cleaning up, or we were on, like, what were we on? Like the 8th or ninth floor of Spiffo HQ. And what they have in Spiffo HQ is this is a sound stage where they record their little, I don't know, I'm guessing this is where they record, like, Spiffo's commercials or something. But in any case, I thought that what we were looking at was the window that was like a looking glass to look through at a soundstage area. It was an overlook is what it was. And I didn't realize there was no floor on the other side. So I opened this, I crashed through this window thinking that it's just, a low fence sort of jump, but it's actually, no, when I hit E there, she jumped off of the ledge and I went down a floor and we landed on our right leg and that fractured. So this was, 5.5 days ago, whatever it is. I mean, we're currently at a 6/5/2330, and that happened at 6/1 around noon. Yeah, make of that what you will. I'll probably change the stream title when I get. I have to step away briefly here, but when I get back, I'll probably change the stream title. Now that we've finally healed up, I'm gonna take vengeance on Spiffo HQ for that. Even though it's my fault that that happened. It's my fault because again right after it happened, like I was kind of tunnel visioning at the moment. I couldn't even remember if I was able to see the floor below me, but thanks to my own floodlight that I brought with me, we actually can see the floor beneath us. If the floodlight wasn't there, we would not have even been able to see the floor beneath us. So we literally would not have known that there was no floor beneath us, but the floodlight was on the floor below, so we could have seen it if we were looking and paying attention. Yeah, I don't know. It was a highly, highly unusual situation because it's very, very rare in Zomboid that you'll have an upper floor window and it's not going to be exceedingly obvious that it's an upper floor window, if you know what I mean. So, but we found one of those cases where it's not always exceedingly obvious. All right, first sleep. We're about an hour late. That's fine. All right, I have to step away briefly, IRL. Then we're going to get our bag cleaned up, get some food made, and redeploy back to corporate center. All right, I will be right back, folks. Oops, that's Gray J, not my AFK message. I'm not allowed to talk about Gray J on YouTube. Sorry about that. If you know, you know. If you don't, Louis Rossman is a great man. Alrighty, I have returned. Appreciate everybody sticking around. Now, I'm not going to say that it's a flex that I just leave the game unpaused while I go away, but kind of. Kind of. I did a lot of work securing this place. And this time I remembered to close the gates. So, it'd take a zombie a minute or two if it was a single one. If it was a group, well, my fate would be well deserved at that point. There should be no more groups in this area. And it feels good to run again. Oh, it feels great. You can't, it's really difficult to know how good you have it until it's gone. And even though it was only temporarily gone, it still sucked. Alright, I'm done with this kale. I am 100% done with it. It's going in the garbage, all of it. We're going to take some kale out of the freezer nearby. We've got a little bit of everything over here. I'm actually going to take a healthy mixture of stuff out of the freezer. Let's do, kale is, of course, an easy win. We have turkey eggs now. I can't forget about that. And I have no idea exactly why. Like, genuinely, I am not sure why my turkeys just started laying eggs all of a sudden. It seemed like it happened just recently. And I think that I feel like that's got to mean that it's like their mating season or something. Like they just don't lay eggs outside their mating season or something like that. I don't know if that's the case, but that's the only thing that would make sense right now. Anyway. So we've got an equal amount of potatoes and sweet potatoes. We've got kale. Actually, let's just make all that even. I'm always on the lookout for ways to improve this. Oh, okay, so it is a gotcha. Okay, then. Thank you for that, D&D Dorks. It looks like sweet potatoes take longer to cook than regular potatoes. Interesting. If you want to... Okay, actually, I think the way they do it when they make the unstable branch into the stable, I think they just eliminate the stable branch. They eliminate the unstable branch. I think that's how they're going to do it. Don't quote me on that. It's been a long time since I've been in a game situation where they've actually gone from unstable to stable. I mean, we'll, yeah, I think when they just eliminate the branch, the Steam will set you back to the default. So kale, sweet potato, potato. Get all that back in the fridge here. And then I do egg and onion, possibly. Yeah, that would come out to 40. But it would be such a diversity of ingredients that we would never be unhappy again. So it's a lot of effort to make these, but I'm gonna say that our girl has earned a good salad. Like an actual good salad, not just a scraped together something here. And we're still using up these fresh chives. I don't feel like putting a partial set of them on the drying racks. Now, we're going to bed late for our second bedtime here, but that's actually okay because we got fog today. So I don't mind an extra sleep. Have I ever made sushi in the game? Just found the recipe. I have never made sushi in the game. I have the recipe, and I have for a long time, but I think you need, what is it? A bowl of rice? You need rice vinegar. So I do have rice vinegar, and it looks like the rice can come from anywhere. And then you need fish of some kind, and it looks like it needs to be a whole fish. Oh, no, you can use a fish fillet. So yeah, I can make fish sushi from any fish that I find. So all I really need to do is go fishing, and yeah, I can make sushi because I got plenty of rice. Now, rice vinegar is the only like tricky ingredient, right? Because I've got like one bottle of that, I think. It's not a very common ingredient. In fact, it's extremely uncommon. Yeah, there was. It was nowhere near as common as it is today, but sushi is an ancient recipe. It's sushi has been around. There's been sushi restaurants to some degree. It's just a question of how often you see them. Alrighty. Still foggy, of course, so we're not missing anything outside yet. God, it feels good to run again. I know I've said it already, but I'll say it again because it bears repeating. Just washing the exclusive pajama pants here, or the shirt and the chef pants. Those are my, I qualify them as pajama pants, or pajama shirt, pajama pants. Now that we're done with base work here. Okay, food and water acquired. We're back to our normal equipment on our person, but now we need our normal loadout of weaponry. Hammer goes back into the backpack. Yes, okay, so Gloria, about the cheese. We made a stupid mistake with our generators here at base at one point. And one of the generators, I think it was, I literally just forgot to turn it back on after refueling it. And because of that, the last cheese on the map was in the freezer that was powered by that generator, so it went bad. So now, of course, we are 1 year, 11 months, and 9 days in. Very close to that 1 year anniversary. We're a month and 3 days out. We're going to make it before we finish this save. I guarantee you. If I have to have a particularly long stream today, I have no problem with that. Sunflowers are looking good. We've got a few weeks out on those. Lavenders are coming along. Marigolds looking good. Roses are days away from the next phase. We do need them to bloom, I think. And the fog is clearing up. That's great. Over here we've got leeks and tomatoes. Let's say that I was going to start a new character right now and like get to a point where I could put some crops in the ground just on a whim. Leeks would probably be one of the first things I do because leeks, I have not spent enough time looking at them. They're actually really good on carbs. So if you have sunflowers for the seed oil, leeks for the carbs, and of course a cow for the milk and butter. That is the key to a balanced diet right now. Now soybeans would be even better than leeks, but soybeans, the seeds aren't spawning right now. I don't know what's going on with soybeans. This character has no soybeans anywhere ever. We've checked every single one of our places that we looted seeds from. Never found them. It's all right. Someday, perhaps. This is why I was saying, if 42.20 comes out and agriculture is not fixed, I'll probably put Zomboid on the shelf for a bit. It's just such a huge part of the game, and there's not that much work that they would have to do to get it to a very acceptable place. So, yeah, that's kind of my threshold for whether I'm going to... I mean, I'm going to create a new character when the stable build comes out, of course. But whether I stick with that character immediately and just go nuts like I've been doing, that's going to be heavily dependent on whether we've got something worth playing, something worth going long on. I'm now swapping my boots for my sneakers. Yeah, sneakers I actually literally, I use the word sneakers literally. I sneak with them on. Semi-literally. I want to put away these empty filters. Expedition Ambulance is currently carrying my filter recharges. Yes. Alright, 45 ACP back into the backpack. Another box of 357 for the bandolier. And patrol revolver back on the belt. M9 pistol back on the belt. Trapper carbine back on the back. Sword back in the sheath. Ladies and gentlemen, we are geared back up, and the fog has lifted. I'm going to do a couple things to warm up before we head back out to Spiffo HQ. I might actually roll down the road, go out here to the left, and do a little bit of exploration. What's my fave game after Zomboid? Category dependent, heavily dependent, right? When it comes to survival crafting, I would say that Seven Days to Die is probably very close to Zomboid in terms of just how much fun that I have when I'm playing it, right? If we're talking about how good of a game it is, 7 Days I would not put... I'd put it like 2 points behind Zomboid. Like if Zomboid was 9 out of 10, I would put 7 Days at like 7 out of 10. Mostly because 7 Days is just... It's a story of... It could be so much better. And the fun pimps have very clearly given up. But we'll see. I say that 3.0 does not seem that bad. I don't have any complaints about it. Everything about it so far seems okay. Not that I've gone long on it yet. There is a possibility that 7 Days would be what I try next after, if Zomboid ended up being disappointing for the stable build. There is a possibility that I would mess with 7 Days again for a bit. It's a possibility, though, right? That's not a guarantee. Got a couple of people up here who have wandered a bit. These, I think, would technically be the zombies closest to my base right now. So it feels like mowing the lawn here. Weather is so good today, I might actually do some sniping. We do have a bunch of 7.62 ammo right here. And I got my MSR-7T right here. This thing can shoot... all those zombies I just killed, I could shoot them from here if I was using the MSR-7T. Problem is, I love this gun so much, if I continue using it a little too much, then we'll have no 7.62 left and I'll never be able to use it again. I don't care that my save is going to get broken in a couple days, IRL. I always play my characters as if they're going to live forever. Just like, I mean, you know, I was looking at the garden there, looking through all those crops. I have no guarantee that I'll be able to take the save long enough that I'll even be able to harvest them. But, I'm gonna play as if that's the case. Especially now that I'm going to have a backup of 42.19, so that I can always just play this save again if I want to in the future. You can see why I love this gun so much. Range is my my mantra opus right there. I only wish that I could have more than one back weapon at a time. I find it one of the most convenient ways to handle multiple back weapons, especially when they start getting heavy like these big guns, is just drop the ones that I'm not using. Make sure I pick it back up. Time machine, yep. I mean, when I picked up the when I did the time machine live stream, which is it's featured on my channel. When I went back to Annie Mae's save, I had to stop myself from getting locked in. Annie Mae's save, that was a lot of fun. Nora's save, kind of the same. I mean, Nora's save, in my humble opinion, that is still the best base I've ever built. Completely custom, right? Nora's save had a base that I built out in the Ohio River, back at Riverside, and I really liked that base. Now, another thing about starting a new character, and I actually have not decided this yet. I really need to come to a decision on this. There is a part of me that wants to do extinction mode, and I don't. I have not changed my mind on the fact that I do genuinely believe sprinters are unfair. There is a masochist deep inside me that I usually keep very well chained up. It's been screaming ever since it heard of extinction mode. The rational side of me, right? The rational side of me that knows sprinters are fundamentally unfair. That knows I'm going to see one of my characters die because of a fucking sprinter. I don't know. The masochist is shouting over them right now. We'll see. We'll see. I'm also really close to electrical level 10 on this character. I don't think I'll get to reloading level 9. That's fine. It's a lot of work to level reloading in this game. But, electrical, we're currently 8222 out of 9,000. Masonry, I literally just break one more rock and chisel more. Yeah, masonry is level 10, might as well be. We lost an experience point in fitness somehow. I mean, I know how. It's from sitting around all day. But if I run a little bit, we'll get another point back in fitness. Actually, I think I have to be over-encumbered. Hang on. Or is that just strength? I can't remember if, yeah, we're at 149,999 out of 150,000 for fitness. We have been for a minute. It's not just running, it seems. I'm going to take the bandana off. That's probably part of the reason I'm overheating right now. Aside from just the sheer body heat. Much better. Well, so the thing with extinction mode that, well, it's a devil that I'm very familiar with. In this respect, extinction mode has respawns back enabled again. I have spent much time in B42 dealing with respawns, so I know how to deal with them. It doesn't make it any less tedious, but I know how to deal with them. But I mean, if the game is going to be extremely slow and tedious anyway, because we're going to need to constantly be everywhere we go, the way to handle sprinters, I'm going to be using, shall I say, abusing cubicles everywhere I go. Everywhere I go, if I set up to fight in a certain area, there will be office cubicles or fences somewhere nearby that I will use to defend myself with as necessary. I'm going to change my zoom levels. I think that might be one of the reasons that our game was crashing a couple times last stream. We were hitting out of memory limits, and that might have happened because of our zoom levels. I think if you take zoom 250, 225, 200, 175, you put it down to zoom 150 as your highest zoom, I think that helps you out in Louisville. Remember, it wasn't necessarily our GPU or anything like that. CPU just randomly started bottlenecking really hard. But if I am going to do that, that means I'm putting the... I already put the rifle away. Put the bullets away too. There we go. We'll open another box of 45 ACP for the backpack. We'll still have frame drops as we're going down this road. This is First Street here. First Street is just such a big place that if you drive down it, it doesn't matter how good your hardware is, you'll get frame drops. I appreciate that, Gloria. I hope that that helps if I ever try to do extinction mode. I hope that contributes to my success. It's still an if. It's still an if. I'm probably not going to make a final decision on that until I literally am starting the character. Yeah, I'm probably not going to make a final call on that until, yeah. So this is my field base right here. The one that we were using for handling the corporate park. I call it the Cozy Box. We are in the dead center of Louisville. Emphasis on dead and center. I need to update my note on the map. We've got 2 step vans, 4 vehicles that can tow a step van, 2 trailers, and 1 vehicle that probably can't tow a step van. The KY Ranger has got a weaker engine than any of the other things on the lot here. I only picked it up because I wanted it for the collection. Tow-capable emergency services vehicles. That's much more up to date. Now that being said, the ambulance here is most likely to come back. It's got some generic loot, and generic decorations and whatnot. Now, before I would want to set up shop here, I would want to have my perishables so that I can make food without without going all the way back to Jericho. I'm going to go ahead and go back to Jericho so I can do that, but I'm going to take one of these trailers with me. These trailers need to be back at Jericho. Leaving them out here is no good. When I come back with my perishable food, I'm also going to come back with a few empty sacks so that I can empty the compost. We do have some compost, not just at the Cozy Box, but at the parking garage base. I think what I'll do also is we'll take the heavy combat truck, but we'll tow the truck with the race car here. The race car does have bunk beds, and I'm going to take those out, leave those in the base where they should have been loaded to. Race car will tow the fire truck. That way I can tow the... I can basically just take the race car back and forth to deliver vehicles from the Cozy Box back here after we're done at Spiffo HQ. Plenty of bowls back at our destination, so we don't need to bring any cookware or anything, just pretty much everything that's in the fridge right now. I don't think I'll need the whole SWAT van. I brought that with me last time, but I think we've been doing great. I've got 45 ACP with a backup box. Let me just go get a backup carton of shotgun ammo. And then I will feel more than well enough armed for Spiffos. And we should just barely have room for that in the trunk of the fire truck. Beautiful. We have been using a lot of shotgun, but it's been going to a good place. Spare battery with the rest of them. And the last thing, I almost forgot this time, but not this time, Satan. I'm just going to take this. So these are all military backpacks with 18 sacks in them. That's not exactly a relevant measurement for compost. It's a relevant measurement for building materials, sand, gravel, dirt. Compost is 5 encumbrance, but sand, gravel, dirt is 2 encumbrance. 2 encumbrance, 2 times 18, 36. That is a full military backpack. Oh, okay then. It's been a long time since I've seen somebody right here. There's 2 of them, too. Saw you flip in there. Where'd you go? Had to break the frickin' window, didn't you? Whatever. Were they the only 2? If I see 1, I assume there have to be more. But looking okay for the moment. Imagine clean streets, even with respawns off. Imagine what it's like if respawns were on. Alright, so on the way there, we're making a visit to the parking lot base. That was the first base that I established when we broke into this road here and started making progress down it. The parking lot base would be better accessed from this road here. And we got this over here with a on the roof. Not even on the roof. Just right over here to the left of the base. $33 and $18, so that's a decent amount. How much horsepower? I think it's 900, but give me just a moment and I'll verify that. Carlos, good morning. How you doing? So we've got the click on that. Where's the engine? Engine is 700. Okay, I thought 700 was the Corvette, but no, that's that would be that. Okay, we have enough for another bag here. If I take 8.5% from this one, and then there's like 3% over here. Beautiful. I'm just going to put the compost into the race car because I don't have... we already maxed out the fire truck there. The parking lot base should not have anything else in it that is immediately necessary. I'm going to do a quick parse through it. No reason not to. You know, this electrical stuff that I was gonna maybe allocate towards decorative value. No. We're picking that up. We're gonna disassemble it for parts. I think I set this stuff aside long before I realized that we were running a serious deficit of electrical parts. I don't actually think we're running a deficit anymore. We have a surplus for now because I've gone through the effort of making sure that I've been getting it everywhere I can, but if I stop doing that, then we'll be back to a deficit. So I'm keeping myself in the deficit mindset here. Okay. Everything looking good here, except we don't need a radio for decoration anymore. Alright, this M16 is decoration because it is damaged. Damaged M16s just are nothing but Jam City. Jam and jam and jam. Oh, this radio. We don't need a military radio on the floor, but I think one of my new ambulances does need one. So we'll hold on to that. That's all standard vehicle parts, don't care about it. And yes, I did bust a hole through the post office to make a shortcut. We go hard with base construction here. Meta event to the top right. I don't think there's going to be anybody left in this area to respond to it. Casually disassembling electrical things while I drive. Probably not the best idea. Good morning, good morning. Yeah. Alright, here we are at this is our new field base. Not necessarily new. I've been here many times now. But, new for some folks who may be joining just now. I call it the Cozy Box. It is fully elevated off the ground, and everything beneath it is protected with low fences so that zombies will not attack anything down here. Let's fire up the generator, and then we'll get our perishables into the fridge. Alright, perishables in the fridge. And we have over here some compost that was created from a very long time ago. I dumped a bunch of locally sourced rotten grocery store stuff. And that has resulted in a 100% full compost bin here. So that's 10 bags. This is why I just straight up grabbed one of those backpacks full of 18 sacks. I think we'll use every bit of those. We have 3 sacks left. I think that's a perfect number. I think we have 33% over here. Yep, that is a perfect number. Sometimes the numbers just add up. I think what I'll do for those is we'll load up this trailer. This trailer's got 2 of my floodlights that are battery powered in it. One of my I have 2 other floodlights with batteries currently in use in Spiffo HQ. So that is the last of the salads, except for that I have 2 in the fridge, so those will be for tomorrow. And then we'll make a few more tomorrow afternoon. There is a gas can in here. Perfect. Okay, I was wondering because I did not have one in the duffel bag to refill the generator with. That would have been a skill issue. Some of these are probably full. What is this one? No. This one is. None of these need to be completely full. Alright, so let's get started with some preparation for the guns and ammo side of things here. We've got our sword and machete are in great condition. No complaints there. 47 loose shotgun shells. Let's go ahead and open up the remaining 6 boxes that are in the trunk. So we have a total of about 200 shotgun shells in our backpack. I'm going to put back the 45 ACP and the, oops. Yeah, put back the 45 ACP and the Trapper Carbine. That's an outdoor weapon, really. For indoor fighting, I prefer the shotgun on my back. And the 357 Magnum for plinking single targets. We've got 8 boxes of that. We'll load up 2 more boxes into my backpack. And, everything else looking good. I'm going to put the shotgun into my backpack itself as opposed to my back. Actually, okay, so I'm going to swap my bandolier, actually. I would prefer to... so you have 2 different types of bandoliers you can wear. Bullets bandolier, shells bandolier. Bullets bandolier is for... It makes it reloading guns like the revolver, which are single bullet shoved back into it. That makes it faster for bullets bandolier. But when it comes to indoors, what do I care most about quickly reloading? It's the shotgun. So since I'm switching to an indoor combat build, I am taking the bullet bandolier off and replacing it with the shells bandolier that I keep in my combat truck here. That's not actually where I'm going to store most of the shells. As an organized person, I can fit 33 shells onto the bandolier, but I have 197 to think about, so that's not... the reloading speed from having the bandolier doesn't actually require you to have the ammo in your bandolier, as far as I know. I have not, like, frame by frame tested that, but I'm 90% sure that's the case. So now that I got that bandolier on, put my backpacks back on, so everything's ordered properly. One of the first QOL mods that I would ever want to install would be a mod to allow me to freely reorder my bags in this list up here. And my hotbar, of course. Regrettably, we don't do mods in Unstable, so we'll have to see how quickly the folks who do the mods can update things after the stable build comes out on Wednesday. Otherwise, I'm looking pretty good here. So what we're going to do is we're going to sleep tonight here at the Cozy Box, and we're going to go enter the Spiffo HQ building overnight, and there is a safe place to sleep in there. We've already established it. On the 6th or 7th floor, I forget exactly what it was. So we just got to fight back in there and secure it again, and then we'll catch our second sleep in there and proceed upwards. We will not be jumping out of any windows this time. No windows whatsoever. I'll also put my armor and my respirator into my backpack. Yeah, okay. So we're just going to chill here for the next hour, maybe a little bit, hour plus. I think the probably best way to spend the time is to cook a little bit here. Let's put together a couple more salads and get them in the fridge or freezer. At this point, I'm pretty much just doing one helping of everything that's in front of me right now. So one helping kale, one helping sweet potato, one helping regular potato. 100% of all this is from my own gardens. Now one helping egg. And one helping, so eggs are like, once you cook them, there's a teeny bit left over, so I'll do, wait a minute, I was supposed to do one other thing. Oh, onions, right, okay. I'll do that last then. No. Okay, so if you're worried about getting bored with this game, then I feel like, if you, like, you know, just the game, the way I play it, the way you play it, if you're worried about getting bored, then I feel like the game is probably not... You're going to struggle... Like, if you're worried about getting bored in this game, you're going to probably struggle to have fun, and I don't think the settings are going to help very much with that. I think the game requires you to kind of enjoy just the day-to-day fun... find fun in the day-to-day playing of it. That doesn't necessarily mean you have to be easily amused to enjoy the game, but you're probably going to hit a brick wall if you're not if you don't have a lot of fun just by, you know, the day-to-day stuff that we've been doing here. Kind of hard to articulate that. I've been thinking about different ways of explaining why I find it so fun. For me, I enjoy logistics and I enjoy fast-paced combat, and this game has both. But I enjoy logistics, like, in equal amounts to fast-paced combat, right? So even though it's kind of an 80-20 split, like 80% logistics, 20% fighting, maybe sometimes even more than 80% the way I play it, but I still enjoy the logistics side of things. And if I ever need a break from logistics, it's never too hard to go find some zombies to go get into a fight with and clean up a part of my neighborhood, right? But yeah, I've been thinking about different ways to articulate that, and I'm still working on it. It's definitely an acquired taste. I'll put it that way. This game is definitely an acquired taste. So I'm going to put these 4 salads into the freezer here. And it is now 22:30. That's a good bedtime. We'll go ahead and sleep. It's, maybe fast forward just a little bit. There we go. And, okay, so you need constant goals. How difficult do you find it to create your own goals? That's probably one of the things that, I guess, that's my secret, Captain. I'm always creating goals. I mean, like, right now, if I just had to, like, just sit here and articulate all the various goals that I have, I mean, look at all these buildings that I've labeled with red marker. We've cleared all 29 floors of Bateman, but let me update Spiffos here. We've only cleared like 8 floors or so, and that's an estimate. I have not, like, you know, counted them floor by floor yet. So I'll just put an estimate. We've cleared 8 floors of Spiffos. We have not even gone into a Rio office building, or this unlabeled office building here, or whatever the hell this one is, or Gigamart HQ, or the luxury apartments, or CNN. I mean, like, you know, when it comes to all these buildings that we drove past to get here, we've only really cleared the first 2 floors because that's all that spawns in when you run past it. So there's a lot of places here in Louisville, just alone, that I have not cleared. And it's not necessarily my goal to clear every building floor by floor. No, that's a lot of work. You'll see exactly how much work it is when we get to the next floor of Spiffo. Just to do a single floor of a building and be secure about it and then go to the next floor. And then just imagine doing that dozens more times. That, of course, does get tedious. But that's where you shift gears. That's where you go do something else for a while, you know? A palate cleanser, so that you're not doing the same thing over and over and over and over and over again. But you're doing different things in between. I mean, you know, just the simple act of establishing supply lines and getting all my vehicles from A to B, all of my supplies from one place to another. I find that shit lots of fun. Lots and lots and lots of fun. Almost as much fun as the combat. Of course, the combat is made more fun by the investment, the time investment of getting everything set up, so that I can set up that pipe bomb and get those 500 kills with one click. You know, you can't really... Setting up a pipe bomb and getting 500 kills with one click is something you can only do with quite a few hours of preparation. You can't just create a character, have it be an engineer, and build a pipe bomb and then just immediately go do it. You've got to find a good vehicle. You've got to make sure that vehicle's gassed. You've got to find the right place to put the bomb and all that stuff. So, yeah. But again, I'm starting to yap a lot. I'm trying to find a more concise way to explain it. And I'm still working on that, of course. Alright, so it is now 2 a.m. We're going to take the... Those salads haven't even finished freezing. I'm going to rename these salads in the fridge Salad A, so that I know to eat them first. And then I'll wait for the ones in the freezer to finish freezing, and then we'll take those with us, and then we're good to go. When they finish freezing, it'll take a while for them to thaw. That will keep their lifespan going. Yeah, I hope that the yap is at least decent quality. That's definitely half of what we do here is yap. Yeah, we're just gonna chill for a minute and get that. Okay, these salads are now frozen. They'll last a little longer. And up to Spiffo HQ we go. I detached, yes. Park the race car slightly out of the way. Yeah, honestly, when it comes to game settings, it's you found like a lot of loot early game, you get a little disappointed. No, that makes sense. That is a completely reasonable thing, because I mean, especially something I learned when in one of my psych classes when I was at university. I don't remember which. Option fatigue. I think it was abnormal psych. I can't remember which class it was, but I learned about option fatigue. That's probably not even the technically correct phrase for it, but it's just like you have too many options of what to do, and that actually frustrates people. Like when there's too many options of what to do, your brain doesn't like that. Your brain wants to select from a smaller pool of options. So if you're not, if you don't have like a good system of reducing your possible options of what to do next, that's just going to be even more frustrating. So that's one of the things that I try to focus on, is how to reduce the number of things that I could do next to a reasonable selection of opportunities. So we're getting some frame drops. This was probably inevitable. I'm going to go ahead and close and reopen the game to deal with these frame drops. I don't know what it is. It's a memory leak of some kind. And it's getting worse. Probably has something to do with all the zombie corpses. So let me put the bandana on my face so we don't get sick from all the corpses as quickly. And we're just going to close and reopen the game. That's all we got to do. Hi, to your yap sesh. Alright. The music continues playing because we're playing it ourselves because the music died. But we can stop doing that now that closing and reopening the game, the music will fix itself. I'm going to update the title of the stream, by the way. Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and update the title of the stream because we have been healing a fracture, but that's healed now. So this fraction isn't very stable. Now, you know what? Now, what's it called? Spiffo HQ isn't very stable. There we go. I always like to keep my title accurate if I can. Alright, we are back. This is a battery-powered floodlight, by the way. You get the privilege of turning any light you want to into a battery-powered light once you get to a certain level of electrical. So I'll leave that. I won't leave that running because this is just the ground floor. Just putting on my armor first, and we'll use regular flashlight to get upstairs. I might need a battery. Yeah, I need a battery for myself, so I'm putting one of my spares in there. The other spare is going to be necessary because we have a second floodlight battery-powered upstairs. But that second floodlight that's battery-powered is... the battery was left running, so it's almost certainly dead at this point. Now, okay, right as I go to make a point, the fucking watch starts beeping. It's gonna sound like there's a zombie right next to us right here. And I think it's because there's one in the, yeah, there's one in the elevator shaft right here. It's stuck in there forever unless we free it with a sledgehammer. So, I don't know if that's supposed to happen, but it does happen on occasion. Now, the reason I pull out my gun and aim when I'm looking at the top of the stairs, if there was a zombie right on this tile at the top of the stairs, we wouldn't be able to see it visually, but we would get a red crosshair with the gun. So I can at least say that there's nobody on either of these tiles at this exact moment. But I can, as we go up, the chances of stragglers just showing up, almost inevitable. Oh, holy shit. Okay. I'm going to make some noise here. We haven't made it up to my, we haven't yet made it up to my, floodlight. Okay, there we go. I'm going to clear this room to my left really quick. Yeah, we're fine. See, it's because I had a zombie just come down from this hallway. That was unexpected. So this whole floor is a question mark at the moment. If they come from the right, I'll at least hear them come over this. Now this, just to explain to you guys why I fell off that cliff in this screenshot here and earned that fracture that we had at the beginning of the stream today. Compare this right here, this window, which is just a window leading into an office room. Compare that to this window here. You can see how I kind of got, I didn't expect to see an indoor window that would have a drop next to it. Because I'm seeing these kind of windows. I'm seeing these everywhere. So, you can, yeah. Alright, so we have discharged a few magnum shots. Pretty loud gun. And we haven't seen anybody other than those who showed up pretty quickly there. But I do still hear mouth breathing, so I cannot guarantee that. Yeah, I'm just going to have to run up there and see what happens. We just got sick from the corpse stench. That happened a little faster than I expected. That's why we've got the half-mask respirator here. Once again, many of these windows, many such windows, and almost all of them, 99.5% of them, do not have any sort of drop next to them. And there's my light. So, because we had to leave kind of in a panic, the battery was left running, so it needs a new battery. That's what we brought with us for it. What happened to this? Oh, I had to pick it up myself. Okay, so we're actually entering the area that I fell to. This is where I fell to. So this is where I landed, right here. Or, because I can't see the floor above me, I actually don't remember exactly where it was. It must have been... I think this is it. This is it. This is where I landed, yeah. If we look at the screenshot here, see the bulletin board on the wall and the camera right in front of the stove for some reason. So that means it was like right this window up on the floor above us. The layout of this place is wacky, but having been to a soundstage or two in my lifetime, yeah, it does kind of make sense that it's wacky. Soundstage is we made some out of drywall in my university days. Just all we did was just buy straight up drywall. We didn't reinforce it with any 2x4s or anything. Spooky mannequin there. This is going to be a salon loot table, isn't it? Nah, doesn't look like it. Nah, not a. It should be a salon loot table. Looks like one. Hey, a battery. Yes, please. 2 battery. Very yes, please. 3 battery. Triple yes, please. Radio. It's probably going to be another battery. Electrical parts and a bulb. I'm just going to toss the amplifier. It's not worth the wait. Speaking of weight, I'm going to go ahead and gear down so that we can sleep. There's only one way in or out of this room, it seems. So now that I know that the, what's it called? That the, that there's like a ledge in there that zombies can fall off of. That means that this room, if I'm fighting next to the stairs, this room could always have somebody fall into it from above. So what I'm going to do is put this, I actually have a couch right here. I was using it to block this doorway. I'm going to resume using it to block this doorway. Zombies can break the couch, of course, but I will hear them doing so and be warned before they just show up next to me. And now, just prior to taking our injury, we actually established a safe place to sleep in here. So, as silly as this looks, they have bathrooms here just big enough to fit a large bed. So I'm going to put my salads and my spare light repair stuff so that it's just guns and ammo and whatnot on my person. And then I'm going to take the armor off so that I'm not uncomfortable while I sleep. We will have minor bad smell while we sleep here. There's nothing we can do about that. But we were able to sleep once before without getting sick, so I think we'll be fine. Oh, yes, Danny, you're 100% correct. Basically, it's floor plus or minus 1. That's how it works. So whenever you first approach a building, you're at the ground floor. So anything above or below you could spawn in right away as soon as you approach the building. That is kind of how that works. I'm going to preempt... Oh, I'm already ready to eat. So we eat. Now, remember, zombies will randomly move throughout the night. So we have to, the moment we open this door, we have to treat it as if there could be somebody right in front of us. We treat everything beyond this door as hostile territory. Okay, looking fine. Let's lock it back up. I'm going to take one of my salads out of the backpack so that I have food for the full day. And let's swap lights. So the floor above us won't spawn anybody in when we go up to that floor. because that's where we were, like, when we took the injury. When we took the injury, what we were supposed to be doing was going room by room upstairs to make sure that every room was clear. Now we know, because of where that overlook was. I want to say that the whole sound stage over here, like this whole right corner of the building, it seems, is probably doesn't even have any real estate on the floor above us directly. So that's something to be aware of. All right, we are sweeping the tiles above. Nobody there. Now, if we step onto the stairs and sweep to the left, we can see if there's anybody next to the railing. So I can be reasonably sure that there's nobody here, 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 or here. At least in those L-shaped tiles. Otherwise, I'm just going to run for it. Remember, if you run right past somebody that doesn't know that you're there, if you just run right past them, you generally have the advantage. Zombies don't run past them if they know you're there, but if they don't know you're there, your reaction time is way better than theirs. I'm going to get out the shotgun. Except it's not in my backpack. I'm an idiot. Okay, so I have to go back downstairs and get the shotgun. Whoops. This won't take too long. We're just going to run downstairs, grab the shotgun. It's still in the trunk of the truck. Hey, we got skeletons. There you are. Attached to back. Otherwise, we are armed to the teeth. Yeah, nothing else we should need right now. Would prefer not to be overheating. There's only so much I can do about that. All right. Shotgun is ready to go. So, this is the floor that we were on when we fell through the window. And right over here is the window that I fell through. So as I predicted, pretty much everything over here on the right side is second floor soundstage. There's no traversable real estate there. So what that means is basically nobody's going to be flanking me from the right side here. If I were to set up to shoot them as they come down these stairs, nobody's going to be flanking me from that side. There would be no way for them to get in there. No corpses here yet, so I don't have to put on the mask just yet. I'm going to room by room those doors. We did already, I think we checked this meeting room. Same over here. Same sort of soundstage situation. Now you see, this is what I expect to see when there's no floor beneath me on the other side. You see how I can't really see, like, it's just darkness beneath me. That's what I expected to see if there was actually no floor. The reason that I saw, like, I mean, I didn't see just a dark void. That's because of my own floodlight down there. My own floodlight was illuminating the floor below us. So this is one case where if I hadn't had the floodlight, I probably would have been able to tell that there was no floor there. Just based on my own heuristics and what I expect to see. Oh, hey, Carlos. Yes, we are clearing the... You don't have to delete a character, but yeah, no, that makes sense. Now, you can always roll back to 4219. That will be available, but I personally am not a fan of living in the past forever. So I'm always happy to call my character's journeys to an end when new content is out. All right, we're now clearing the left here. Just rat just standing there. Alright, I'm going to move the floodlight up here now. I actually recently found out that you can shoot your own floodlights if you accidentally leave it in the field of fire. So we won't be doing that. No floodlights in the field of fire. I think this is a pretty decent... I usually like to give several tiles of buffer between me and the bottom of the stairs. Otherwise, when the zombies are in the middle of the stairs and they start lunging at me, it's because of the way they're going up and down. It's not something I'm used to seeing when I'm fighting. So I prefer to level the playing field as much as I can. Red walked. Yes. That is always something worth paying attention to. Hotkey Y brings up the walk to button where your character will just walk to whatever tile you click on. But you get a red tile if you can't walk there. That is a very easy way to see if there's no floor. I'm just not personally accustomed to always checking that through indoor windows. But yeah, one of several ways of going about it there. All right, so the moment I go up to the top of these stairs, the floor above the next floor will spawn in. So the floor directly above us, I don't expect to see too many zombies, but the floor directly above that one, probably full of zombies. So all we have to really do is go up to the top of these stairs, run back down here, make some noise, and they will start coming right at us. Sometimes, if I'm feeling particularly bold, I'll run up a flight of stairs, go into sneak mode, run up another flight of stairs, and do 2 floors at once. I don't think... We'll play that by ear. It's all going to depend on what it sounds like they're at. Listen very carefully, and you'll hear the mouth breathing. The moment I crest these stairs, you'll hear a lot of creepy zombie breathing noises. See, look at that. This one's standing right here. So that's not happening. That is not happening at all. We're just going to do this one floor here. Hear all that flipping? Y'all know where I'm at. Come on.
Hey!
Read the description. It's B42. Stable is right around the corner. We're playing unstable at the moment. And I'm feeling quite unstable myself. Come on now. There you go. I don't know what the holdup is up there, but there's one. Definitely a holdup. I hear so many mouth breathing up there. There's got to be like a log jam. I'll answer that in just a moment. Short answer is yes. Long answer is it depends on how significant the changes are. I put it right now as a 70% chance that I'll start a new world right away and stick to it. But if I start a new world and I find out that they haven't touched anything with agriculture at all, and everything about agriculture is still completely broken and unfinished, and they still have the nerve to call it a stable build, I will be extremely disappointed and probably put Zomboid on the shelf for a little while. At least until mod developers come up with fixes for agriculture and whatnot. We're gonna get sick soon from the stench. And I know the moment I go to change my mask, to prevent myself from getting sick, the moment I change my mask, 3 of them are gonna come down the stairs. Every time, every time. Okay, maybe not this time. Respirator mask is on. We will no longer get sick. Of course, now we're getting hungry. In for a penny. Now, every time we kind of get to a point where there's no more people directly above us, what we can do is step up onto the stairs, just like in the middle of the staircase, and discharge a firearm that can get a lot of people's attention. More than just there was somebody right to my left up there. I had a red crosshair for a moment up to my left. You hear how they're making the aggro noise, and yet they're still not showing up? There you go. Something was holding them up, and I don't know what. If only I could see a little bit of anything at the top of these stairs. There's the combat music, which means at least 3 of them have seen me. There's one. Anyone else? No? See, they have a massive advantage over me going up these stairs. Since I can't see anything visually at the very top. I just got a red crosshair or not is all I got. Agriculture is the... Okay, so I mentioned agriculture because it's the linchpin, and it's easy to see. Like, I would... to be entirely honest, I could look at the game files. I know exactly where to look. Vegetablesconf.lua, line 758. I think that's the line number. It was 700 something. If they have not added an 8 to that array yet, then I will know that they still have not fixed agriculture. There's one right there on that side. There you are. This reminds me of when I was a cashier in retail. Back in like 2010, 2011, I was a cashier at a hardware store, and the customers would always come in waves. We you know, obviously our metrics, we don't want people waiting in line too long, and so it was always very frustrating to see the customers come in waves. It would never just be a steady stream, you know, one customer, little break, one customer, little break. No, they always come in waves. So now that I'm on the stairs here, if there is anybody at the top of the stairs or next to the railing, right? So top stairs, railing. While I'm on the stairs, I can aim anywhere on there and get a red crosshair if there's somebody on any of those tiles. But I can't, there's nothing I can do that will tell me if there's, you know, those tiles are clear, for example, right beyond the stairs. I don't know who's slapping a door, but it sounds like it's really close. Like, there's a door directly above where this one on this floor is. In which case, that would be a zombie 1 tile away from us the moment we press the staircase. Which is, that's some bullshit right there, if you ask me. There's literally nothing we can do other than try to get its attention without going up there. So here's what I'm going to do. I don't like doing this, but because it sounds like there's one relatively close, I'm going to crest just the top of the stairs and then immediately back up. Almost kind of like what I would do with an open doorway. And I got somebody's attention doing that. I heard the snarl there. Come on. I heard that snarl. You saw me. Let's go, lady. Come around that corner.
Hey.
It's like center slightly to the left. So I know she's in this direction somewhere, but she clearly has no idea how to get to me for some reason. There you are. I see the red crosshair, so that was a blind shot. I knocked him down. He's getting up. Come on down. There you are. That's it. I believe in you. There you go. Thank you. Anyone else? Yeah. That corner right there. I don't know what took him, but... Come on, I see you. I see you. Right down here. Don't make me do another blind shot. Come on now. Alright, fuck it. Blind shot. Yeah. No, I mean, the, whatchamacallit, yeah. Yeah. Y'all listen to what this man is saying, because he's right. Again, those are both blind shots, but I heard the thumpity thump of a corpse, and then the red crosshair was gone, so I know I killed them. Now I'm hearing a dearth of mouth breathing, actually. Okay. Nobody immediately on the tiles there. I'm going to go ahead and do what I did before. Just pop up for a moment, back up. Okay. I don't even need to back up. I think we're okay for the moment. Gotta love the corner offices. My brother used to have one of these, and then the great expansion of the federal workforce happened, and then now the corner offices are far more stingy. I hear somebody mouth breathing. That sounds like they can see me. So, the floor directly above us is the floor that we just killed. They came down to this floor, and then the floor below where we wiped him out down there. Now swapping back to the bandana since it's not as many corpses up here. The moment I crest this staircase, the cycle begins anew. So I'm going to go grab my floodlights. Just give me a moment to... Whoever is slapping the door is probably on the floor above us. Probably somewhere like right here. Did they just stop? No. Alright, let me just check the back rooms here. Is this space right here? Is that the I think this is the elevator. Yes. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna go bring the floodlight up here. Okay, here goes nothing for the next floor. Yeah, I wish I could say that. What other changes would I make to the game? To be entirely honest, it's hard to list them all without, like, thinking about them in the moment. Vehicles obviously are completely unfinished. Nutrition is completely unfinished, but the devs have both confirmed that those are both pending overhauls. Right? They hired Filibuster Rhymes from the mod community. He's working on vehicles now. That's probably B43, but Cerulean hasn't confirmed that. But Cerulean has also confirmed nutrition is in for an overhaul. That probably means cooking is too. So now that's why my greatest fear is that he rolled in agriculture with the nutrition and cooking overhauls that need to happen. If that's the case, then it would make perfect sense that he told everybody to just stop working on agriculture and leave it as it is, despite the fact that it's so horrifically unfinished. Yeah. All right, here goes nothing. Floor directly above us is now active. This was like one and only here. So, floor above us now active. They are coming down these stairs. Once we have plenty of room to fight here, so no reason to leave those open. No reason necessarily to close them, but leaving them open actually, it does something to my brain. An open door is perceived as a stress point. Speaking of stress, our character actually just got stressed from how many zombies are slapping things right now. That is a door that just broke. That is to keep them coming in the right direction there. All the door slapping has stopped. So they should have broken through all the doors now. Come on, there you are. Still about 150 shotgun shells. Where will you be when hunger strikes? But yeah, homie was asking what other changes I would make to the game. Vehicles, particularly more towing vehicles. Bigger vehicles, semi-trucks. Rural Kentucky without semi-trucks is the stupidest thing I've ever heard. Honestly, there's a lot of things that are fine. Electrical and plumbing. If I had my way, now I know that I don't know how popular this would be. This might actually require some poles. I would have an electrical system like what Barotrauma has. If you've ever played Barotrauma, It is the best electrical system I've ever seen in any video game ever. I just wish the rest of the game wasn't so goofy. Barotrauma is like one of those. It's almost like a side scroller. It's a submarine sort of survival combat sort of thing. Yeah, it's really weird, but the electrical system is amazing. Got to deal with voltage and wattage and shit, and wiring manually. Now, I know that it might sound needlessly complex. I didn't think it was, necessarily. But then again, my standards for, what is too complex is probably not the best to go by, because I am one of those people who will put 3,600 hours into a game. You've got to try to balance a game for not just people like me. It's okay to make a niche. I would say that to any indie developer ever. It is okay to make a niche and then chase it. But Zomboid clearly has a huge number of people who are just not necessarily chasing the niche, who have already bought the game and have expectations. Of course, that's where sandbox settings come in, right? Let me show you guys something real quick, actually. I'm going to pause it. I just hit F2 to pause the game. There is a particular blog post. Hang on. Okay, that's only pulling from the forums. Damn, okay. Let me see if I can find the whatchamacallit. Blog post by the year. It was 2011. I had to go pretty far back in time to find it. That's why I started just by searching. Going back in time to... We can actually select the year here. Sorry, did I say 2011? I meant 2022. Sorry, I was just off by a little bit. Was it 22 or 23? Surely it wasn't all the way back to 21. I'll know it by the thumbnail. That's the wackiest part, when I see the thumbnail for the blog. I think this... Hold on. This is the one that has the the Polish update. Everybody saw this and they were like, "Wait, we're gonna get Poland mentioned? What? Build 48 is the Polish update." I think this one was it, or it was close to this one. That should be indicative of just how long it's been since they've mentioned stuff like this. I could try searching the word plumbing in the posts. That would not work. I've tried it before. This is it. No. I've scrolled past it a couple times. I lied when I said that it was I would know it by the thumbnail. This is the blog post where they talk about a work in progress plumbing system and how they wanted to talk about, or they wanted to kind of do a similar thing to electrical. I really hope that everything they talked about with plumbing is still true, and I hope that they're still going to do this. Now, when B42 first came out, there was no plumbing system. So I actually had some hype at first when B42 first came out that they were going to get this put in B42 at some point. But then they monkey wrenched in the B41 plumbing system without even finishing it. So they're definitely not going to get this into B42. That would be a massive surprise if they did. But let me link this, further reading on plumbing. It's a blog post from August 2023, and that it's a great read. It's a great read. I would want everything they're talking about in that blog post. If they can get it into the game, mwah, I would love it. All right, so where were we? Still people slapping doors and breaking windows up there. We are, in the meantime, getting hungry. Let us have some salad A here. Also swapping out for the respirator now that there is Corpse City here. What are my thoughts on NPCs? I'd love NPCs. The devs are going to take their very sweet time working on them, though, and that's fine. Someday. If I had to distill my thoughts on NPCs down to a single sentence, in its current form, this game is a colony simulator without colonists. All the systems are being built so that, you know, you don't have to have a cook in your base. You're supposed to go find an NPC and tell them to do cooking for you. But we're not there yet, and we won't be for many years, so make of all that what you will. I know that there's some really close to us here. I'm going to step into the middle of the stairs and make some noise. The filters in my mask are going to probably run out not long from now. And that's okay. I'm going to go replace them before we go do the next floor. Now, in that interview that Cerulean did with Big Bad Beaver, Twitch streamer guy, Cerulean is the game director, if anybody didn't know that. New game director, he's a yank. He was talking about secrets that apparently nobody has found yet. And he said something about a tower. We've been to the top of Bateman office building, and I didn't see anything that would really qualify as a secret or an Easter egg or anything. Unless I missed something. But we're going up to the top of Spiffo Tower, Spiffo HQ now. So if there is an Easter egg of some sort, and maybe this is the building he was talking about, hopefully we'll find out, right? Hopefully it won't go right past me. Whoa, okay. She must have jumped off of a ledge. Like, there's an overlook for this office bullpen here, and she must have jumped off. I didn't even know they could do that. Glad I caught that. I guess the staircase has been a strong incentive for them until just now, I guess. But, yeah. They also... Zombies very often forget how to jump over ledges, rather. Hey, Richard, how's it going? I had a red crosshair for a second there. There you are.
Hey!
Another red crosshair there. Come on around that corner. Come on. There you go. These staircases, man, they struggle with them sometimes. I'm a little bit paranoid of jams at this point, so if I haven't used my shotgun for a minute, I'm literally just going to pick it up, rack it, and reload just in case. Yep, there you... Come on down. Come on down. I saw that red crosshair. We know what to look for. There's another one right behind her. Let's go. I could shoot him from here. I'm gonna do it. Bud. Maybe that got the attention of some more of them. The rain is actually making it... There we go. I hear him. It's got to be upstairs right to the... There you are. I hear another one. No idea what I was just shooting at, but I had a red crosshair and I shot and I heard thumps. That's all I need, genuinely. If this is how I've got to play the game, this is how I've got to play the game. I don't want somebody to be right up there at the top of the stairs when I go up them. So, once again, by standing on the stairs right now, as I am, I can hit anybody who's either those tiles or next to the railings up here. Somebody else can see me. That's why they're making that noise. Come on, I hear you. I wonder if there's like an overlook up top that they're getting stuck on. That would explain everything right now. Because otherwise, whoever that is, they should have reached me by now. He's definitively to my right, kind of my left. It's around left a little bit, actually. So I know he's over here somewhere. Alright, I'm just going to run upstairs. Machete in hand. Oh, okay, he was like in the corner. Okay. Gotcha. Alright, do a quick room-by-room sweep of this floor now that we've cleared anything that could be coming from... Yeah, anyways. Brain mouth filter. Oh, I didn't even know there were stairs here. Okay. Little bullpen overlook so that the managers can walk around up here with their hands behind their back and just, you know, gazing over their shoulder and whatnot. Fucking corpo creeps. Glad I've never had to work in a office designed like that. I'm gonna swap masks. This thing is probably just about dead. Yeah, it's like seconds away from dying. I'm actually gonna kill the filters the rest of the way here. Just spending a couple seconds next to those corpses will do it. We gotta clear these bathrooms anyway. I think these are bathrooms. Okay, that is this floor completely clear. Now, of course, as always, the moment I go up to the floor, the floor above that one spawns in. So what we do now is we are going to go back downstairs, get some more filters for a respirator. And I think that's the only provision we'll need. I think we've got everything else that we'll need. I just forgot to get any replacement filters. I didn't expect to use up... This thing was like 70% full when I put it on. I might bring the other floodlight up here, too. I have no idea how much... I have no idea how high this building goes. And if you know, don't spoil it, because I'm curious. You know, it's all part of the fun, right? So currently our field base looking thing is right here. I'll probably put a... And there's my filters. They died. Okay. So we yank the filters out of the respirator here. Wait, what? What's going on here? What is that? That's probably downstairs. Yeah, that's downstairs. Okay. It's like, what the hell? Somebody left their fries on the roof. It spooked me, but yeah, that's our elevator lady. In the pursuit of rare artwork. Hell yeah, Spiffo painting. That one's going in there. Doing all right on shotgun. We've expended about half of what we brought with us. Yeah, we were at about 200 when we came up there, and now we are at 100 or so, about 130 or something. All right, expended filters are to be left behind. We've got fresh filters. This is our last set of fresh filters that are in the combat truck, at least. By strategically going back and forth between the regular bandana on our face and the full filters, we'll extend our lifetime a little bit. That was everything, right? No, I was gonna go get the other floodlight. Yeah, I'm just gonna get the other floodlight now, so we can have some light on our actual where we've got a place to sleep. Now, whatchamacallit, floodlights go through walls. So if I just put it like right here, I think we'll have illumination both out here and in my bathroom safe zone here. Or at least, hang on. Okay, it goes through while the door is open. That's fine, I guess. I can, there's something I can do about that, hang on. If we have another spare battery and I steal somebody's desk light. So if I take a scrap electronic and a battery from my bag here, bag of supplies, shove it into this black lamp here, craft a battery connector, and then put a battery in it. Nice, very nice. Aesthetically pleasing. And that I can just leave behind when we're done. I don't have to worry about bringing that home. So we did just now get fatigued. So that's actually perfect timing. We're going to remove armor. if I sleep now, we're a couple of hours early, but that gets rid of the fatigue modal, and honestly, that will be fine. My battery's fine. You only take a few percentage points per sleep, so I will leave that running just because I prefer to make sure that I'm clear if I'm going to step outside. Oh dear, I got sick. That's bad. Alright, we're putting the mask on. That will get rid of the sickness. No hablas español. Sorry about that. We do have a bunch of people in chat who might, though. Alright, so we're putting the armor back on. Oh, we are opening the boxes of 357 now. We used up quite a few shots of that. So we have gone from 13 left to 113. So now we are pretty well equipped for the next couple of floors here. All right. This game does have a pretty big Brazilian audience. I think one of the biggest regular streamers here on YouTube is a Brazilian dude. I do not recall his name, but I've seen his AI-generated thumbnails. They're a lot of fun. Oh, it's the squiggly over the A. You see that more with Brazilian than Spanish. More often, at least. Break room, small chance of coffee here. But no coffee. Typical lack of corporate supplies here. This is before the age of K-Cups. K-Cups made things much easier. Now that's a little spooky. So I get a red crosshair, but it's actually just the window right there. What is my opinion about the game? Do I like? I like it. It's a lot of fun. 3,600 hours. Lots and lots and lots of hours. And I don't do multiplayer survival crafting games these days. Too many ways for people to screw with you. Oh. Okay. We have reached a floor that does not have a staircase immediately. So I have no idea what's going on with this floor. I'm just going to make noise. Here they come. Alright. I'm going to actually close this door behind me just in case any of them can jump off and land over there.
Hey!
There's no railings to worry about up there. There's just those 4 tiles. They'll come straight at me, like this guy. This is Spiffo headquarters, so it's a corporate building. Quite a few. We're in the middle of Louisville, so we can generally assume that pretty much every floor is going to have a good lot of them. We just want to keep making noise right here. Ah, here we go. Line up for me. Let's go. I love it when they line up and get those multi-kills with the shotgun. That's why we have it. I don't know. I mean, we're talking like this is like a McDonald's headquarters here. It's a global franchise. I'm sure McDonald's has a pretty big now. Okay, so a lot of other headquarters buildings for corporates will not necessarily do the tower design. They'll just do like they'll build wide instead of tall. But because they chose to make Louisville their corporate headquarters, Louisville is very urban and dense. So it's easier to build up than it is to build wide. Kind of like New York City. If you want to make your headquarters in New York, you've pretty much got to do it vertical instead of horizontal. That's like, for example, I live in Northern Virginia. Verizon, they have their global headquarters here. It's only like an 8-story building, though, but it's much wider. Like, it's a huge, wide building. Like, I'm pretty sure it's a whole campus. Same sort of thing with, like, you know, Amazon and their data centers. It's much easier to build wide than tall. So the other buildings could hear the shoot if these buildings were connected. The way it works is you have to be inside the building, and then it will only spawn in current floor +1, if that makes sense. So the building behind us on the right-hand side of the screen right now is a completely separate building. We have never gone up beyond the second floor of that building. So any zombies that are like above the second floor of that other building, they technically don't exist yet. That's how this game handles huge buildings with multiple stories. It's just whatever is beyond current floor +1 doesn't exist yet. You have to go like when we went up these stairs for just a moment, we spawned in the floor above the next one. So that's who we're currently killing. We're killing the people from the floor above the next floor. The moment we go up to this floor, we'll be able to clear the whole rest of the floor, but then we'll see the next staircase, and the moment we go up that floor, it's the floor above that one, so on and so forth. It's a very slow process clearing these buildings. You can't just have all the zombies spawn in at once. The game can't handle that. And I actually have proof of that. We tried it once. We built some staircases to get up to the roof of a building that was not yet cleared, the lower floors. And in doing so, we spawned in way more than the game could handle, and it became a slideshow. That was a miserable experience. Because we had to wait until all the zombies finally made their way outside, then we could finally kill them. But the whole time it was like trying to play a slideshow. The frame rate was so slow. This game just does not have the engine to handle multiple stories at once. Maybe they're working on something for that. Maybe they're working on an improvement. But for now, this is the way it's going to work. I seriously doubt anything about that will change when Stable comes out. But yeah, I'm pretty sure Spiffos is like your McDonald's plus Burger King kind of all rolled into one for this universe. It's supposed to be a super massive conglomerate, and prevailing theory is that they're somehow involved in the zombie outbreak. I have no strong opinion about that personally, and I'm just going by what little I know about how advanced pharmaceuticals really work in the real world. You've got the private sector and you've got the public sector. The public sector will ask the private sector to do something for them, and that will happen and when I say public sector, I mean the government. The government will ask the private sector to do something, and it will happen on a government facility. That's how everything advanced, truly advanced. We're not talking about medical stuff like treating a disease or something. The private sector generally just handles all that on their own. as they see fit. But when it comes to, like, bioweapons or something like that, if anything about this is a bioweapon, then it would have been, the private sector would be working with the government to do it, probably in a place like the military research facility here. That's my current theory, is that Finnegan Research Group was working with the government to produce the, maybe to weaponize something that already existed. We had the deep lore. We don't know that. Nobody knows the true lore except for the devs right now. On a scale of 1 to 10, easily a 9. In terms of, it depends on, like what kind of a game we're talking about. As a survival crafting game, easily a 9 out of 10. As a colony simulator, well, kind of a non-applicable out of 10. An NA out of 10, because it doesn't, there is no other colonists yet. I think we're clear to check the upper floor. Now the problem is, I only wanted to shoot once, but negligent discharge. There's going to be a hallway up here to the right. And I do still hear mouth breathing up there. Let me fall back real quick. I'll have a bite to eat. Yep, see? We got another one. Just trying to eat my salad, but they heeded the gunshot, as I predicted. We're doing pretty good on ammo. We barely needed to use any shotgun for that. Still have about 100 shells. Yeah, that, I'm not a react channel, but I definitely react to things every once in a while. See, at least we can tell for sure that when we go up to the top of these stairs, there's only one direction they could be coming from. There's 4 tiles up here, a hallway, and then there's a hard corner. And I think most of them are coming from either the left or the right. Based on where the corpses are, it feels like they're coming from the left. Let's just kind of go up there and peek at it. Alright, we've got 3 tiles in this hallway, so I'm just going to run past the dead zone here. Okay, looking good, looking good. I have no idea where the staircase is, so yeah, it looks like there's one right there. I don't really like this. No, I don't like this staircase, but 2 tiles from the floor, that's not bad. That's not bad. We can make that work. So that's going to be our next fighting position. For now, we just want to room by room this floor without jumping off any ledges this time. I'm going to switch back to the bandana now, since there should not be any massive corpse piles yet on this floor. Look at that. Rotten notes. What a shock. More bucket. I'm always down for bucket. Coffee! That's what we're here for. Hell yeah. We're definitely getting into the executive offices up here. You can tell by the splashing in the furniture. I don't know what kind of things we could find up here, but I'm going to start looking for it. Cerelian did say that apparently something to do with a tower is a secret that nobody has found yet, allegedly. Now, Cerelian doesn't watch YouTubers, as far as I know. I think he is I think he just watches Twitch, based on the people he's collabed with. Could be wrong. No idea. I had to get the PZ subreddit to add the live streaming section for YouTube. They didn't have it. They had a link to Twitch for years, but YouTube has been... that's partially YouTube's fault. YouTube has been slow to... YouTube has been pretty slow to get a like centralized hubs for individual games. For example, if you look in this video's description, you'll see the Project Zomboid game hub, and that'll kind of like take you to the places where you can find other live streamers. But there's like a specific URL where you can see other streamers, including myself. But it's not like, youtube.com/zomboid/live or something like that. No, it's this obscure, like a channel token or something like that. It's like, yeah. What is that? We've got a Japanese streamer as well, and I think this might be one of those Brazilian streamers too. See, look at that. We've got several Brazilian streamers with equal or double my viewership. So, huge Brazilian audience here on YouTube. Bigger than the English-speaking audience, as far as I can tell. The furniture here is pretty. No battery worth anything from that, but I'll always take electrical parts. Okay, so we've got 2 staircases. Okay. What that means to me is I want only one of them to be active for combat purposes. So what we're going to do is we're going to create some barriers to the other staircase so that zombies who want to use the other staircase are obstructed before they get to me. Shouldn't be too hard. We've only got 2 tiles right here, and they've got to go through these 2 tiles to come around that staircase. So what I'm going to do is like take a table or something, a couple of cabinets, and just block that hallway, and that will give them plenty of things to have to break through before they can get to me. Yeah, if anybody is not familiar with how max level physical stats work in this game, there's experience point degradation over time. So what happens is you lose like 1 experience point in strength or fitness, and then you have to gain that experience point back. I mean, like, for example, look at my fitness. I've been at 14,999 for a long time here. Do I have to like do some sit-ups? I'm gonna do some sit-ups. It's stupid, but I'm gonna do some sit-ups. I'm going to bring my lights up here first. Hello. Jesus Christ. Okay. I did not... I expected somebody upstairs, not down here. Whatever. Alright, then. Didn't even have a weapon to hand. That's a skill issue right there. But yeah, I'm going to bring the light upstairs. And I'll do a couple sit-ups. See if I can get my, my fitness back to level 10 like it should be. Okay, we've only got 1 hour before it is sleep time again, so I'm just going to, like I said, I'm going to do a couple of sit-ups. That's going to require me to drop a bunch of stuff. Can't be carrying bags. I think I can still wear my, whatchamacallit, I think I can still wear my Alice kit. Oh no, I have to take my Alice kit off. Okay, well that's stupid. I didn't get a single experience point of fitness from that. That is actually really stupid. I can't explain it. I feel like my fitness stat has been broken. I'm literally at 149,999 out of 150,000, and I didn't get a point from that. Okay, well. I mean, that again, that's really stupid. I should be at fitness level 10 right now. But I'm not, because... Why? I don't know. I don't know, man. I just work here. I have to drop my holsters because I had to disassemble. Take a few things off of my belt here. Alright, that. Put that back on. At least I can say that I tried. Okay, so we're gonna go sleep that nonsense off. Found a couple of dirty bandages. Can wash those easily. Well, okay, noticeable experience. We need 1 experience point. 1 experience point. That's never been a problem for me in the past. But, I don't know. I don't know what's going on. All right, armor back on. And back up to the top we go. I might not even need these floodlights. I mean, we've got lots of natural lighting up here. That's great. Okay, well, we'll hold on to them. Top of the stairs clear. Here goes nothing. This might be the top floor. This might be the top floor. This right here, this looks like a staircase to the roof. If that's the case, let's clear the roof. Okay. Top of Spiffo headquarters. Ladies and gentlemen, we are here. Prep for a screenshot, of course. Look at me, Ma. All right. Bitch. No, absolutely goddamn not. I'm not one of those guys who's like, oh yeah, okay, we're coming up on the end of a character's journey. Let's just jump off of it. No. Nope, I take care of my girls here. All right, let's see what's all about this place with the top floor of this building. No stone unturned for these last couple of floors here. Not after what Cerulean said. One for every, or sorry, 2 ropes for every floor, I believe. If you wanted to actually climb down. I would never want to. That's what the stairs are for. Another key to Spiffos. But we already got a key to the whole place. And there hasn't been a single locked door yet, so... This is the stairwell that we blocked off at the bottom here. Alright, Godspeed, Grumbaki. Irvington's a huge place. Lots of real estate. Cinnamon roll. Everything else rotten, of course. Oatmeal cookies. Granola bar. We are now in the, this is the meeting room for the floor, I guess. So this is where the slimy corporate executives of Spiffos would have their group therapy sessions. Somebody was a tea drinker, I guess. Whose name tag do we have here? Pete Guerrero. No idea if that's significant. I particularly enjoy that some executive of Spiffos has a Jay's chicken bag up here. Okay. All right. With some fried chicken. All right. Eating your competitor's slop. I see how it is. Now, I seriously doubt that the Easter egg would have been a zombie. I seriously doubt that. But you know what? Just for the sake of sake, we know where all of the zombies for this floor ended up. We can go look through their corpses. At least give it a look-see. Check ID cards and whatnot. Maybe that's what's going on. That was a book by John McGrew. McGrew, I would go as far as to call him a potential antagonist for Zomboid. In my mind, McGrew is the grand enemy, and Jackie J is the grand hero. And the player is just kind of the only person who's still alive after the nonsense that transpired. No confirmation on McGrew, by the way. I don't even know if he exists as a zombie. Jackie J does, unfortunately. She passed. We gave her a proper hero's burial here. But that could just be a random spawn. That's everything. Except, I'm going to go downstairs and get the sledgehammer. And we're just going to take a peek really quick into some of the elevator shafts. You're not going to tell me that there's a Easter egg or a secret of some sort in a tower and not have me be extremely thorough with one like this one. So we'll check the zombies and then we'll do that. All right, starting right here. Remember, these will be the zombies who were in the top floor. We pulled them down here. So if there ever was at any point a zombie that's supposed to be unique or noticeable, they usually have name tags. Now, that being said, when we killed Jackie J as a zombie, we've never actually seen a name tag that says Jackie J. We've only ever seen her by appearance. The same is probably... Okay, we've probably seen Hemingway, Frank Hemingway, her associate cameraman. But I have never actually noticed him, rather. He's a guy in a brown sweater. Jackie J is extremely noticeable. She wears a... Jackie wears a... what's it called? She looks like April O'Neil. She wears one of those jumpsuits. We actually have a copy of it that we randomly found in the trash somewhere. Extremely lucky find, by the way. I don't think we could ever replicate that. I predict we'll be getting sick any moment now. Whenever you're trying to look through like all the zombies in a pile, you've got to kind of separate the piles into 3x3 grids, because that's what you can reach. So we're standing on this tile, I think, technically. And so that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So, but we're upstairs. I don't think we can see anybody. Yeah, we can't see these guys down here, so that doesn't count. So that means if we're here, we move over here, and everybody that we scroll through from here should be a different zombie, theoretically. There may be some overlap because the stairs make it a little bit unclear for me. Yeah, I'm seeing some duplicates there. Okay. But I am seeing... Okay. So let's stand right here then. Yeah, this should be a... Nina Galvin. All right, that's it for this pile. At this point, these guys are like one-offs. Jorgensen Chevalier Step Van. Okay, sure. And a key to an office. I'm pretty sure the office that the key should be would be this one, but who knows? Yeah, no, so in Nora's save, we still have Jackie J in my previous character's playthrough, playlist in the description. That version of Jackie J, we actually trapped her, as a zombie. So if we, in the vain hope that someday there would be a cure, Jackie J would be a prime candidate as the hero of humanity and whatnot. We are now sick. I'm going to go ahead and put the respirator on momentarily here. D. Batiste, whoever that is. Okay, respirator going on. I think we've hit all the zombies who would have come from upstairs. Yeah. I don't know if there would be anything significant about this group. But since we're at it, and we have a little bit of time, I'll go ahead and go quickly through these guys, and after that we'll just say that we've either found it or we haven't. We haven't gone through any of these wallets yet, so I don't know of any like names of Spiffo people who would be important to Spiffos, so I'm really just kind of going to go through those wallets and grab all the name cards, see if anybody jumps out at me. So far, nothing's jumping out at me. Catherine Isaac. Again, tons and tons of keys to Spiffos. But what do I unlock with them? Oops, what the hell? Did we just teleport? No, we're good. John Freeman teleported. All right, that's it for... I'm not going to, like, check... I mean, at this point, we're getting into skeletons here. I will wait to go through my loot until we're downstairs. Yeah. I'm not going to try to bring both of the floodlights home. Just going to take the one that's here. The other one can stay upstairs for... I'll call that my flag planted, my victory flag planted on the roof. So it might sound like there's one right here. If you heard that, you would be correct. There is, in fact, one right there. She's inside the elevator. We're going to come back up there with a sledgehammer. We're going to see what's going on with that. That's actually one of mine right there. It's beeping. This might get us part of the way to electrical max level. No, not quite. Plenty of parts, though. I'm always here for parts. Much room in the trunk here. Not much. Probably some for this duffel. No, not even for that. Okay. Heavy armor goes on the seat. Shotgun into my bag. Okay. I'm also going to swap out my bandoliers real quick. It's a lot of wallets. I'm going to make a separate bag just for the memorabilia stuff. I didn't realize that wallets could get so heavy in such a high number. Alrighty. Put those there. Rest of the memorabilia can go in this here. Sorry, takes a minute to get all that situated. Sledgehammer goes onto the back now. This is a precise and careful operation. Whenever you know there's a zombie on the other side. Personally, I would like to see if there's anything in any of the whatchamacallit, elevator shafts. Whenever I do that, I keep my thumb on the spacebar, so that as I finish sledging, I am capable of pushing on a moment's notice if I must. The last time I needed to do that was I actually pushed a little too early, so I have to keep that in mind too. I don't think it's on this floor, I think it's on the next one. But just in case, elevated levels of caution. And now what I want to do is I want to be at the back end of this tile. There we go. The act of sledgehammering usually wakes them up so that they know you're there. So you can usually expect that if you start sledging and they're very close, they'll probably start coming right at you. Probably. Not always guaranteed, though. Sometimes they're also not very reactive. Same situation. I believe this might be the floor. You just got pwned, bitch. Alright, who's this? Damn. I was hoping it might be somebody significant. T-shirt is just another one of those decal ones with the, yeah, nothing special about them. But I have decided that I'm going to be checking. Am I going to do every floor? I don't know if I'll do every single floor. But you're not going to bait me in like that and have me not do a little bit more. At least until the muscle strain kicks in. We don't have muscle strain right now, so we're probably taking a good, pacing ourselves between sledgehammer uses. I still hear another mouth breather, so that might mean we have another one in the elevator. We never did find out anybody else mouth breathing here, so it might be elevator on multiple floors that we had somebody. Okay. That sounds pretty close. But we saw some people in weird places on this floor already, so let's just check everywhere nearby first. That definitely sounds like it's in the elevator shaft. Could be in this bathroom. That's not a... Is that a janitor closet? Yeah. Tiny, tiny, tiny janitor closet. Okay. If there... Yeah, it's going to be in that. Okay. Elevator shaft again. All right, so if we wanted to hit it from the same side, we would hit it from here. Let me get this furniture out of the way. Now, the fact that the zombies react to the sledgehammering, you can actually fuck with them a little bit that way. It's not always guaranteed. Sometimes they'll hear it, like they'll hear you start to sledgehammer and start moving towards you. Also, we've got another problem with this top corner. We got this problem with the top corner. I think we have to select the wrong tile for the top corner here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to start sledging right here. So that, but I'm not going to finish sledging it. So this is like the equivalent of knocking on the door. So if she reacted to that, she will be on this tile right here. Now, that just means that she is more likely to come at me from a straight angle. So I don't have to worry about necessarily her coming around that corner. But in any case, there's a really dumb glitch when you're doing top corners like this one. You have to select the wrong wall. So the one that's highlighted right now, if I click, I think it's going to delete this wall, and vice versa. So I'm going to click this wall. Damn it. I don't want her to get any closer. This is bad. Okay, you know what? I've never tried this. What if I do it like that? That is fucking hilarious. Okay. That actually worked. That worked. That is really funny. Okay. Ah, there you are. What's up, lady? We would only be able to do that at that particular kind of a corner. Lane Graves is her name. Lane Graves. Okay, then. All right. I've got that name tag. Nothing else particularly special about her. Anybody else in there with you, Lane? Yeah, okay. We got sick from all the corpses around us, so I don't have my mask anymore, so I need to probably bail out pretty soon here. Do we still have a corpse pile this close to the elevator on the next floor? Yeah, okay. I mean, at least I can easily clear these. I don't have to put quite as much careful thought into it here. This is goofy, but it works. For this one, I'll have to go around here to the security area. What is going on there? Hang on. Is that like a bathroom on the other side? Yes, okay. I see. Same principle as before. We cannot back up, so edge of the tile to the best of our ability. Remember, there are some zombies that make no noise at all. So we, at no point, just because we don't hear anything, we can never guarantee that there won't be somebody just coming right at us. Clear. Okay, for this one is another one that is a top corner, so we can do this one from the outside. Clear. This one is not a top corner, so straight up. Damn it, no, don't go that close to it. You don't need to be that close to it. Clear. Same, once more we can do the wall trick here. We have no choice, we kind of have to. It's the safest thing to do. Rat in there. Oh, we are now, okay, shit, we're at stage 2 sickness. I need to get out of here. I'm sorry, guys, I really wanted to get to the top. Hang on. Am I out of stink range if I go like this? I am out of stink range if I go like this. Okay, so we can still go to the top. Because now we're actually out of stink range. We just had to, yeah. Alright, so I'm actually just going to park her for a moment. I'm going to have her sit down and rest so we can get out of nauseous. I don't want to be in that state. Much better. Okay. Give her some cookies so she doesn't get too sad. These salads are not going to last much longer, so it's okay to overeat just a little bit. Okay, so elevator is in this case the elevator is right next to the stairs. I'm actually going to delete one of the staircases so that I can continue doing what I've been doing. These all staircases are double wide, so if we delete this side, won't cause any problems. And now I got to go all the way around and do this wall. Oh, shit. Okay, maybe I can't. Here we go. Clear. All right, elevator on the top floor. Last one. Let's go. I can't open it from the same angle I've been doing, because there's the staircase. Yeah, okay. Hang on. Let's we'll use the back corner on this side then. Just pull this out of the way. Why do I have lower torso muscle strain? I have no idea why I would have lower torso muscle strain. Hands and arms, of course, but lower torso muscle strain. What's going on? Okay then. It's not from carrying too much. We've only been at stage 1 encumbrance. Muscle strain is coming from not knocking down the walls, if anybody's not familiar. It is as stupid as it sounds. So in this case, we are knocking out that wall, and we can do it from the other side. Not because of the trash can. Why does it seem like I haven't looted this office? I'm going to check everything in this office on our way out. Oh, she just doesn't want to do it from this side. Okay. All right, then. All right. I guess we have no choice but to do it like this, then. Okay, we're clear. Yeah, this is true. You know what I'm going to do? I'm actually going to... No, I'm not. I was about to say I'm going to sleep. I'm not going to sleep because the bed is within range of zombie stench. Have any intact doors here? You know what? Okay. I'm going to step away briefly IRL. I actually have to... Yeah, I have to step away briefly. I'm gonna have her chill on the roof where she's safer on the roof than anywhere down here. So I'm gonna bring a sofa up to the roof, have her do a sit down for a minute. Because why not? She definitely needs a break. Been working her nonstop here. All right, folks. I will be right back. One moment. The music died again. I think we can... we're not listening for zombies anymore. We've cleared the zombies out of this place, so we can put the... where is it? Hype. We're doing hype. All right. I will be right back. One moment. Alrighty, I am back. Appreciate everybody sticking around. Still waiting for some of that muscle strain to go away. You know what? Let's fast forward for 20 minutes here. There we go. She's fatigued. I'm not going to be fatigued. Thank you. Just having a touch of coffee. We actually got tired a little early today, so I need to deal with that. One thing I wanted to look at while we're up here. They said that there's a secret on a tower. And, well, what if it was at the top of the tower? Nothing there. Nothing hiding in the AC. Yep, nothing in there. Okay. Interesting that the satellite is composed of several tiles here at ground level. And then the rest of it is at roof level, or above this level. Speaking of satellites, I could steal this dish right here. Could I? No, I think I have to be like next to it, so I'd have to build like a. I would have to build like a. No, I'm not doing that. I'm not building no scaffolding up here. Not right now. I wonder if there's like something above. There wouldn't be something above here, would there? What's up, Pro Arsonist? How's it going? I am indeed alive. They have not got me yet. They're gonna have to work a little harder for that. So we've absolutely scoured this floor. There is no stone unturned on this floor. But I did want to take a look at something on the floor beneath us. The office that we had to go into seemed as though I hadn't touched it, which is unacceptable. Oop. This way. Ah, whiskey. Hell yeah. Hey, look at that. Fitness got leveled back up. What's going on there? Okay. I guess it took that long to get a single experience point in fitness. Whatever. It's fixed. Whatever. Okay. And now it's fixed again. Actual literal fuck. Yeah, I don't know, guys. Fitness continues to baffle me. We were at like one experience point away from the cap for quite a while there. Okay, I think every other office in this floor I checked. Piece of paper here was nothing on it. That is the biggest desk in the entire building on that one, which I find interesting because it's not on the top floor. No need to assume that the CEO would always be on the top floor. Alright, that's it for Spiffo HQ, I think. Since I made my way all the way back up here, we'll go ahead and take my floodlight back with me. Alright, so we're out of here. So 3x3 rug right here. You don't see those every day. Very easy to transport. It's very lightweight. I do like these orange couches, but there's much easier places to get them. If I was in the market for glue, we would check these desks. But that's a lot of desks. And I'm in the double stink zone there. I escape it on this side. But I don't want to be getting sick again. Ran straight into St. Peregrine right after setting up a lease. Oh, wow. There's new map updates. Oh, hell yeah. Okay, stand by just a moment, D&D dorks. I'll get, pull that up. Atomic Duck.
Okay, so to start this interview off, can you please go ahead and
one of the Brits? That might be one of the Brits. Okay, so it's not Cerulean again.
Introduce yourself to everybody watching and give us a brief overview of your job of the Indie Stone.
Yes, so my name is Ayrton Orio. I'm the art director of Project Zomboid. My job is to make sure that the game retains its distinctive visual identity and to expand it both in terms of quantity, so more of the same, and also in terms of quality, so more of the same but better stuff. My job also consists in finding the right artists that will be able to realize that vision, obviously to train them, also to help them align, because when you have like a group of artists working together, you really need them to speak the same language in a sense. But plainly speaking, I supervise the 3D, the 2D assets, also the environmental design, the animation, the UI, videos, anything visual really is under my supervision. And I also contribute directly in all those fields in some capacity, in general, to create target quality assets.
Brilliant. Okay. And can you tell us a bit more about your experience in the games industry and how you actually came to work on Project Zomboid?
Yeah, so it's going to be quite fast. Project Zomboid is my first game.
Okay.
Before that, I've been working on Project Zomboid for 5 or 6 years as an official developer, and before that I was a modder for a bit more than 3 years. So I worked on a map called Cherbourg. I also worked on the boat mod called Aquatsar. I collaborated with Ibros and Aetheron, who is now like another like official developer of Indie. But prior to this, I worked in the film and video industry in different capacities. So I have worked as a director, an editor, writer, VFX supervisor, even first assistant, mostly in advertising, documentaries, a little bit in fiction as well. But at TIS precisely, I was first hired as a mapper, and then I got promoted as a project art director, and now I am main art director.
Fantastic. I have to say as well, just Cherbourg was like an absolutely fantastic map. It was really cool I remember playing it back on Build 41 and thinking like, wow, it's really cool to see something like so different to the vanilla style map. It was really just a completely different feel entirely.
I really appreciate that. My only pain in this whole Cherbourg mod story is that I could not finish it because I was hired to work on the vanilla map. But there is some interest in the community to carry on this work. So
okay.
All hope is not. There is still hope.
Okay, brilliant. I'll keep tabs on that. But definitely let me know if it comes to fruition, because I think a lot of people will be interested in playing that classic. So with the release of Build 42, we saw a pretty big overhaul to the existing Muldraw area. Are there any plans right now to give other parts of the map a similar makeover experience?
Yeah, so when we released B42 Unstable, my goal was to test the water to see how the player base would react to bringing like a higher level of quality in terms of details, and if it would be deployable across the entire map. So I used the south of Muldrow as a testing ground. I mean, notably the police station, the Rusty Rifle Bar, the school or the church were the places I really like added details and tried to make it much more live. And the reaction was overwhelmingly positive. So based on that, I devised a plan to hire the right people, the right amount of them, to convert the rest of the map. So right now is the first leg of this glow up, let's say.
Okay.
But we have revamped Rosewood, Riverside, West Point, Fallace Lake, Muldrow, and Akron. Rosewood of...
See that name? Ayrton Oreo? Would you guys take a quick look at something on the screen here? Hang on just a moment. We're at Spiffo HQ right here. But right next to Spiffo HQ is... Wait for it. Look at that. Oreo office place. Ayrton Oreo. Nice. Nice. That's nice.
This glow up, let's say.
Okay.
But we have revamped Rosewood, Riverside, West Point, Fallace Lake, Muldrow, and Akron. The rest of the towns like Brandenburg, Irvington, or the Lake region, and obviously Louisville, will be revamped as well. But this is like a first step towards that.
Okay, fantastic. That's really good to hear, and I think a lot of people will be very, very excited to explore some of those locations once they get overhauled. So thank you for sharing your plans on that. It wasn't just a glow up to the existing map spaces that we saw with Build 42. We also got several new towns like the ones you mentioned, Brandenburg and Irvington. What made the team decide to expand out to the western reaches of the playable map space?
But before jumping on that question, would you mind if I explain a bit the vision of how what the glow up intends to do for the players? Would that
Sure,
be,
absolutely, yeah.
So there is like three core ideas that we try to follow doing the glow up. So the first one is to, for lack of a better word, to abolish copy pasta, to make sure each building is treated individually, which means that, like every building, every yard, every parking lot will have like a different configuration and provide a different set of advantages and weaknesses. The usual configuration of every house lot in the game would be you have like a main house, you have some sort of a garage, and you have like a certain level of fencing around it. Now it's completely different. Like you're going to find, like every time you're going to go to a house, you're going to find that maybe you have a basement there. Maybe the basement can be accessed from the outside. Maybe behind the house there is some sort of like a dead zone, which I'm going to come back to just a bit later. When you play the game after the glow up, you could stay in like a really small location and not be bored in any ways and still find new things to do. So really like being very specific about each building. To be honest, like naming the streets goes in that direction. We want every house to be a place that people can identify and come back to, which is going to make the Project Zomboid GeoGuessr much easier in the future. I know you did a video about that.
I did, yeah. That was a lot of fun, actually. And I think it's really cool that you touched on the street names as well, because, like, not only does it make things like GeoGuessr much easier and give it more personality, but it also serves to actually let people know where they are so that they can communicate with their friends in co-op and multiplayer and sort of tell them like, oh, I'm on this street and this is where I am right now.
Exactly. Yeah, the second core is in the same line. It's to make sure that each POI, what I mean POI, I mean like it can be an entire town or it can be like Dixie or places like that. Mm-hmm. We want to make sure they all have their own flair and be identifiable like just at glance. So, for instance, Riverside is now represented as a rich town, a bit in the style of the Hamptons, while West Point is more like a blue-collar town. Mm-hmm. Akron is more like a residential sprout of an industrial complex nearby, like the AMZ steel factory.
Yes, yeah.
Yeah, and Muldrow is more like your typical side of the highway kind of mushroom town. So that would be the second point. But the third point is we wanted to make sure we spend as much time on buildings and main POIs as we do on what I call dead zones. So for me, a dead zone is going to be the area behind a backyard or like a parking lot and, on the side of a liquor store. And instead of just having like a patch of grass, you would have like maybe some abandoned furniture out in the open, and maybe some beers and things like that, which would represent like life happening before the apocalypse, where maybe teenagers would be like smuggling beers from the liquor store and getting drunk. And I think this is like really important, like to give consistency in the connective tissue in between those POIs, if that makes sense.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's environmental storytelling too, right? Like those little things that you mentioned, like the bottles outside of a liquor store, like out back on the grass, like, it does tell you that kind of story, like, oh, someone was out here, they were having a good time, they were partying, like, and that kind of environmental storytelling, I think, would go really well with Project Zomboid. And there is some of it already in, like, for example, we take the it's the farmstead it's got like the prison cells underneath it with the blood in the pen and everything. Like, yeah, that's a really, really cool example of that. But I definitely feel that those, like you say, those dead zones could benefit from similar things.
Yeah, you can expect the entire map to receive the same treatment. And so any building you will go in will have some sort of a handmade curation, it's going to have its own style, its own story, and sometimes like the cult farm, maybe some mysteries as well. Yeah.
Okay, brilliant. Thank you very much. So if you're happy now, we're going to move on to that other question, which was just as a quick reminder, was what made the team decide to expand out to the western reaches of the playable map area?
Yeah, so the main reason was that with the introduction of vehicles, I could not tell you on which build it was, but that was a while ago at this point. It was clear that one of the high points of PZ was to plan long trips. So you would find the car,
expeditions.
You would try to fix it to some extent, and you would fill the trunk and maybe the seats with food, tools, or whatever in order to move from where you are. I think this semi-nomadic style is essential to the survival, genre of games. So
thought that would be obvious,
the Western expansion was to give objectives to the players to visit other places, but also in case they have to excise themselves from a place, whether like they burned their house, or there were too many zombies, or they got attacked by other players in multiplayer. And you want them to be able to make long-term plans and so make the mistakes that come with that, if that makes sense.
Yeah, absolutely. And I really like the focus on the nomadic play style as well, because I think it's so many people's favorite way to play is to get set up in a town and then go, like you say, go on that long journey, go on that adventure, and some of the best stories come from things like that. So it's really cool to hear that the team are supporting that kind of play style.
Yeah, and also because we have started distributing resources a bit more, you're not going to find everything everywhere. Well, it depends on which town, and it's going to change in the future, but we want players to be incentivized to go from one place to another if they want to develop their skill set or their crafting abilities. So, for instance, right now, if you go to Rest Point, you're going to find more fishing gears that you're probably not going to be able to find in Muldrow. I mean, you might find that in some garages or places like that, but you will be more likely to find that in West Point, for instance.
Sure, yeah, fantastic. So, do you feel that all of those new locations have fit nicely into Project Zomboid's world, or are there still some tweaks that the team wants to make to them?
Yeah, so there are some areas that we made in the early days of B42 that feel a bit disjointed from the rest of the map at the moment. So this has been the product of expanding in a way where the art direction was not entirely clear. And also, you have to take in account the fact that B41 was such a huge success for us that we could also have more ambition, and we could be a bit more bold in the approach the map making. So over the last year, we have course corrected quite a bit, and then we should have like a much more consistent development of the map. Like something I really don't want is to end up with like an amusement park type of map where the player would be, you know, it would be pushed to go to a location just to do, I don't know, blacksmithing, for instance.
7 Days to Die does a lot of that. They force you into other locations to do specific things. You want oil, you got to go to the desert. You want nitrate and coal. You usually want to go to the burnt forest, shit like that.
Yeah.
People
So
didn't like
this
it.
is still an ongoing discussion, but you can expect some of those locations to be either better integrated or revised entirely.
Okay. Fantastic. So we've got some changes planned ahead of us. That's really cool. I'm sure that's stuff to look forward to. So I have to ask about Louisville now, because it's currently the only location in Project Zomboid without underground spaces. And we've been teased with big plans in former blog posts.
It's a huge
what
place.
can you tell us about what's coming for Project Zomboid's big city?
Yes, so this is a bit of a touchy subject, but
yeah.
Essentially, so Louisville will receive very significant changes in the future, and obviously most of which are too early
in the future. He did not say 4220
to discuss now, but one thing I can confirm is that we will, amongst other things, develop a sewer system, because it's clearly something that the players would really like appreciate, like having the ability to reach an area. It would be true also of rooftops. Like something we have developed with the glow up is the ability to go from rooftop to another. Right now it's still a bit clunky because we are still missing the ladder mechanic. It will come at some point.
Yeah.
But yeah, in general, I mean, to come back to Louisville will feel much more like a big American city and be much closer to real life. Again, I don't want to spoil anything just yet, but when Louisville was first developed, it was, again, before the success of B41. And some decisions that were made at the time, they don't relate to the ambition we want to have now.
Okay.
So yeah, there will be a lot of changes on Louisville.
Oh, okay, brilliant. And I appreciate you giving us some insight into that. I really like the concept of a sewer system, particularly with a city like Louisville, because, you know, Louisville is so busy. Louisville's got so many Zeds wandering through it as a city is expected to have. But having an alternative method of travel that might be a little bit easier, but also come with its own difficulties, like a sewer system, would be really interesting to see. So I'm excited to see how that manifests in the game world.
Yeah, I think it would allow the players to travel across Louisville in a much easier way, but with the risk of opening, you know, the sewer gate and finding like a horde of zombies. So it would be like easier to travel, but probably with a higher risk involved.
Yeah, absolutely. It will be interesting to see how it comes to fruition. But Project Zomboid has always had a very close connection to its modding scene, and some have even been hired by the indie stone directly, like yourself and Ateron. Are there any map modders that we might know currently working with you on the team?
Yeah, we made an announcement like a few months ago on the newcomers of the team. 3 of them you might know. Like you have Melo, who has made the map Short Rest and also the Oasis, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, like he also made quite a lot of custom tiles, and his tile pack is integrated in many modded maps. We also have Erica, who did Taylorsville, and also she did a bunch of custom tiles. Dylan, who did a version of Akron prior to the vanilla one. Graveseed, Pitstop, and Blackwood. And finally, we have Alokin, who has a different profile as the 3 others. He was not a mapper per trade originally, and he's like a talented 3D and 2D artist, so he can help us cover different aspects of the map and tile making. I'm really glad to have them with us. Like, they are extremely talented, and they have, all of them are self-taught. So, you know, having them around and having them deploy the quality across the whole map is like fantastic to see. Like, it's like seeing, you know, you feel a bit like you're giving some directions, and then they are making it even better than what you envision. And I mean, it's the best situation you can be in.
Yeah, fantastic. And I have to say as well, like you mentioned Dylan's maps in there. Blackwood was like one of my all-time favorites because
All right.
The only map, I don't have too much to say about all the maps that they've referenced, the custom maps, because when I was doing B41 with my friends, the only custom map we ever added was West Point Expanded, which was fun, but it was rather subtle compared to these custom maps they've been showing here.
it felt so different to what we see in the game world and really put like a lot of detail into a very condensed space. So like I was a big fan of that map for sure. So it's great to hear that he's on the team.
I'm sure Dylan will appreciate hearing that.
So while we're speaking about hiring from the community, what can you tell me about the newspaper articles, posters, and flyers that we've seen since the launch of Build 42 and the impact that it's had on the game world itself?
Yeah, so one of the first thing I wanted to do as an art director was to find and channel the best elements of all the, what you could call the peripheral content of PZ. Well, one good example is, it would be Verlias. Verlias, he was doing great YouTube videos and images using PZ models. And over the last 2
ambulance
years,
is full, so we're bringing it home.
At this point, he developed like a style that, like a rendering, 3D rendering style that enables us to give life to every area. So you're gonna find some of his work in posters, in flyers, in videos, newspapers. But yeah, this is one of the things like we're really proud of. It makes the lore of PZ gel together, you know?
Yeah.
And it opens so many avenues for the future in terms of like visual lore development. One of the things I love the most about his work has been, and also the work of Stuart Jones, who is our in-house graphic designer, is movie posters. Like we have way more like on billboards, or inside, you know, like you're gonna find the room of a teenager, and you're gonna find like old movie posters, new ones. Like it's really cool.
Okay. Yeah. Fantastic. And one of the ones that I really like as well, that I always remember seeing, is the image in the newspaper of the guy standing there with his backpack on at an airport, like looking at the departure board, and it's all like just delayed, cancelled. And I think like images like that serve to tell a story of the world around you, right? Of what happened before you got there. And it's really cool to see that coming in at a time that we're also getting those environmental storytelling elements worked on with the map. I think it's all going to come together really nicely. So yeah, really cool work.
It really makes the universe of PZ feel bigger when you have as you're saying, like someone like waiting at the airport and seeing all the flights canceled. Suddenly you're like, oh, okay, well, it explains why people are still there. You know, it gives a sense of what was happening just before the outbreak.
Yeah, aside from anything as well, it feeds into those conspiracy theories that the community has about how the virus actually started. Like, I know obviously one of the big ones is Spiffos was responsible for it. And it's really cool to see how people have linked these newspaper articles to like other individual events that have happened in the timeline, and have come up with these like really complex conspiracy theories. So it's really awesome, and I hope that we see a little bit more of that and more hinting at mysterious parts of the game world.
I will not comment any further.
Yes, yeah, no, I 100% understand. So moving away from questions about the map itself for a minute now, am I right in saying that the new lighting system that was introduced with Build 42 was actually your work? And what were you hoping to achieve with this new setup?
Yeah, so it's not entirely my work. It's the work of several people, including Tim Baker and Lemmy, our game director. To be precise, what they coded was the new light propagation system, which is quite old. I mean, old meaning it's a few years old at this point. The point of the system was to allow daylight to bleed inside of buildings. My contribution was the implementation of this system in the game properly. So I created most of the assets, I tuned the color temperatures, I worked on the general atmosphere. So the idea was to provide like a proper nighttime gameplay. So having pitch black darkness at night, I mean, depending on the moon cycle and things like that, but also enhance the, this feeling of dread of being stuck outside in the darkness with zombies around. I thought it was really important for this kind of game. Another aspect was to make sure the lights would convey the atmosphere of the 90s. So you get that very idiosyncratic orange hue, of the sodium lamp. I think people really enjoyed that because it reminds them of, for the one that were alive at this time, or like the movies from the 90s. It doesn't matter, but like it's a very significant like a visual cue of this is the 90s. But the general ambition behind improvements like this is to create like memorable moments for the player. Like if you happen to be walking down the main street of Riverside, let's say, and at night, and suddenly the electricity shuts down, I think you will remember that. It will be like a fairly stressful moment. But inversely, if you find a generator weeks after there is no electricity, and the first time you're able to put power back to your house, I want people to feel warm and cozy, and I want them to feel like they found
power back to their house, but not the street lights. Sorry, I can't help but throw shade. Those street lights are so beautiful, and then they never gave us a way to turn them on again after the power cut off.
Like a refuge, if that makes sense.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think just touching on another aspect of that was, I remember actually having my first experience exploring the sanatorium after it was built with a handheld flashlight, and that just felt so eerie on account of like the lighting and how that sort of like seeped into the area in really small amounts, and all you had was this flashlight otherwise, and like experiences like that are so enhanced by lighting. So it's really interesting to learn about what was behind the mentality there.
Yeah, like in a similar fashion, the work that was done on the snow overlays for winter is the same idea. It's like once you reach winter, we want people to have like some sort of like a feeling of achievement, and like feel that the world is evolving with them. So some people were mentioning the fact that working so much on the light was, if not unnecessary, some were saying pointless, because the light was going to go down anyway. But it's like, but it's going to come back in.
Okay.
Once you build your own base and once you start developing your refuge. So
I was really hoping he'd start talking about street lights.
I'm just going to mention something about the light, because this is a comment that has been done, that has been made quite a few times.
Sure.
In the early implementations, we didn't have any way to let light seep through the curtains or even the doors. So in the middle of the day, you could be in a room that would be entirely pitch black, and for many people it was unrealistic, and that was a correct assessment in my opinion.
Yeah.
So this is not going to come immediately, but we are developing some sort of a simulated global elimination. Well, it's not like a voxel-based global elimination that you can see in other games, but it's a way for us like to show that during daytime, like for instance, if you go into a room and you have some curtains, but it's daylight outside, you're gonna have like this warm light that is filtered through the curtains, depending on the colors.
Yeah,
and we have like prototypes that work and which are really cool. But again, it's a bit early to mention that.
Awesome. Okay, we'll look forward to that. Now, alongside the lighting system itself, I'm also aware that you've worked on visuals for firearms. Have you found this particularly challenging, knowing that much of the Zomboid community are such gun enthusiasts?
So personally, I don't know much about firearms, but fortunately, we have Christian that you interviewed recently, who is both like ex-military and I think you could say he's a gun enthusiast as well. So the development of the new weapons was fairly straightforward, like thanks to him. But we also wanted to make the models like believable, but we had to make sure we were not copying existing models for legal issues, obviously. We have plans.
Gun designers used to be 100% okay with games giving them free advertising, and then something happened, and then suddenly they weren't. It was kind of wild how that happened. Call of Duty. I vividly remember Call of Duty Just Remington plastered all over the one of my favorite guns from Modern Warfare 2, the original.
To add more in the
Can't do
future,
that no more.
but I don't want to spoil anything just yet. I think
Yeah.
I will let Christian mention that when the time comes. But what I can say is that the revamped gun gameplay that Patrick brought, the technical director worked on, gives us way more tools to make the weapons more impactful. So now we have like projectile tracers, like better muzzle flash implementation. So like shooting feels more impactful. The current tech we have could also allow for even more cool effects like functional lasers. Right now, the lasers are just like a red bit, like on the FBX.
I don't know if it's still there, but at one point, the code base for the game that I observed to learn more about aiming actually had some placeholder checks for thermal sights. So I have no idea if he's going to bring that up, but yeah.
Yeah.
We also could have tracers ammunition. I really want them to be included in B42, but it was out of scope. But this will be possible with the tech we have.
Okay, interesting. That's I think a lot of people will be very interested to hear about the plans for firearms, especially. Now, I suspect that this may be a bit of a tricky one, but I do want to ask about the visuals for fire effects in the game. Just because it's been a bit of a pet peeve for me ever since it was changed. It looks a tiny bit out of place right now. Is there any rationale behind this change that players might be unaware of?
Yeah, all right. I'm
thought
gonna
it looks
have
fine.
to take the blame on this one.
That looks fine. I don't know what's wrong with this guy.
So first
Whatever.
let me provide a bit of context. So
Sure.
in I think it was build 34. Mash did a mission of Mash, who was the art director before me, did a mission to upscale by a factor of 2 all the ties. When she did that, some ties were missing, including the effect ties. So the fire we had up until very recently not only was not scaled properly, but it was also like the wrong resolution, and it didn't really work. And so it really didn't look good with all the new B42 visual niceties. But at the same time, we have a plan to have like a fire rework, and it's been announced like a long time ago at this point. But because of the development of multiplayer, we had to put a hold on the fire rework. So I had to find a solution to make the fire look better, without putting too much strain on the developers, because other things were more had higher priority. So right now the fire looks the way it does because I saw that it would not work with 4 frames. Like originally it was only 4 frames. So I wanted to go for 30 frames. And the problem is that in the way we display animations has, without getting too technical, it has a particular sampling. So the sampling is how the image is displayed precisely. Like if people use Photoshop, then they will know what I'm talking about. And so the fire looks way too smooth. And also it's the first effect we added to the game, if I'm not mistaken, that has 30 FPS. So it looks very, very alive compared to the rest. It's a bit like the water, the water can look a bit out of place.
Yeah, absolutely.
So, but we are going to develop more and more this kind of animated sprites. Like, for instance, I want to have like water sprinklers in gardens. I want to have like smoke.
Functional water sprinklers that will automatically water my crops for me, maybe, please?
On top of chimneys on houses to show the presence.
Okay.
So I think at the moment, well, first of all, it's a band-aid. It's not going to stay like that, but there will be more and more like real-time effects, and which is a good thing. It's going to make the environment feel more alive. But yes, I will apologize for the fire. I did read all the comments.
No apologize about. It looks fine.
When you do something good for PZ, you have many people like praising you, and when you do something they hate, you will hear about it. So I will do better. I promise.
Yeah. I can understand it. I mean, I think it's fair to say that or at least people will be able to understand that it wasn't at the top of the priorities list with all the stuff that was coming with Build 42. There's so much with that new update that I can understand if fire effects were at the top of the table.
Yeah, like to be honest, I think if we were to revert to the old fire, people would be complaining about that as well. Because even though it doesn't fit entirely,
People are going to complain no matter what you do. I think he understands that at least partially. There's just too big of a player base for this game that you will never please everybody, and there will always be a vocal set of people who are just going to bitch about some specific... Like, for example, the way that unexplored or territory that you can't currently look at, the way it is currently not dark, the way it used to be in B41, there are some people who absolutely despise that. And I can't for a billion years understand why they would feel that way about it. It's not that big of a deal, but people have some, they latch on to the weirdest of shit and get angry when it changes. So, there's a certain acceptable set of losses you got to take on that.
the game right now, the old fire didn't fit the game at all. Like, I mean, it was not on par with the rest of the game. So, you choose your poison, I guess.
Yeah. And that's the thing as well with a community as large as Project Zomboid. Like, people are going to have different opinions about things. And I think being a content creator, I see that probably just as much as you guys do, which is the divisiveness in the comments sometimes of my videos. Like, some people will feel one way and some people will feel a completely different way. So it's just the way it's going to be. But it's good to learn about that, and it's good to know that there will be some change coming at some point. So I'm going to ask you a bit of a, should we say, a bit of a wishful question here. If you could implement a single feature for Project Zomboid, what would it be and why?
Yeah, so for me, like obviously I'm not gonna talk about NPCs because it's it would be a terrible idea to speak about it right now. But obviously NPCs would be nice. But yeah, the first thing I would implement is horde migration.
Yes.
Yeah, like in my opinion, this is one of the main missing pieces to provide almost unlimited gameplay. Like it would justify way more, like building fortifications, fencings. Like if there was a horde coming to your base, maybe you would have to suddenly be silent, like turn off all the radio, the TVs or whatever, like the generator maybe, and maybe having to hunker down in the basement and possibly having to exit in a hurry and leave and go to an outpost you made in whatever town in the west. Or the aspect that the original team really nailed in Project Zomboid was the zombies.
Yeah,
and so I wish we could have more of those, of this, like more of those zombies in a way that would make the gameplay more varied and more exciting and more scary, more dangerous. I think that would be a good thing.
Absolutely.
Just to be clear, there is probably quite a lot of people in the PC community that love also the coziness of the game, and they might love that, having
Cozy
like
box
a
right
horde
here.
of 200 zombies coming to their very nice and pretty base.
Yeah.
That's what builder difficulty is for. Just turn it off in builder difficulty. That's fine. Personally, I built this base particularly to be resilient in case just a horde of zombies came through. It's almost entirely untested because, we've been very careful about where we pull them. So we've never had to deal with what we designed this place for. And that's, it is what it is. I had a feeling that could happen, but,
So yes, it's something I would like to add, but I do realize that we would have to be careful on how we implement it.
Yeah, and it's interesting as well because I think the game has already a lot of the supporting features that you would need for something like that. For example, you talk about how people love these nomadic play styles and packing a go bag in a vehicle that's ready to go at a moment's notice.
Exactly.
Hacking an entire vehicle that's ready to go.
As you said, setting up an outpost with maybe like
packing an entire fleet
rather than refrigerated foods. It's doesn't need power to run.
Does anyone want to tell him how long jarred food lasts if you don't refrigerate it?
And again, creating more need and desire for those base fortifications as well. I think horde migration could do one hell of a lot for the long-term play. So yeah, it's interesting to hear that's one of your favorites.
Yeah, even in multiplayer, it would create new gameplay mechanics, like our playstyle, like every base would need to have like a scout. Someone would check if there is not a horde coming to your base. And
24-hour security shifts. Every time, 100% of the time, it always goes down to rotating security shifts.
and if so, maybe try to steer it away, just like in The Walking Dead.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, as that's one of my. I didn't stick with The Walking Dead long past when they got to Alexandria. But I will say that was like one of my favorite moments, was like how they had to try and guide that horde a particular direction.
Nice.
And I think it also would give players in Project Zomboid multiplayer the chance to communicate with one another, because if one group sees a horde coming towards Muldraw, they can let other people know, because they'll be aware that people are living in that area. So
He's showing footage of himself clearing the sanatorium there. I remember very vividly seeing all of the the flippity floop glitch ragdolls there. That was the first time I came across those, was the sanatorium on Annie.
it's quite interesting. Okay, so before we wrap up this interview, what are your favorite examples of zombie media?
I'm not going to be super original. I would say 28 Days Later remains a classic for me. I do like the sequels, but I have to say, like the first one felt more organic and human level than the others, especially the most recent one. And otherwise I would say The Walking Dead, but not necessarily the TV show, but more like the comic book.
Okay, yeah. I saw. It's interesting you mentioned 28 Days Later, actually, because I saw a post recently that I didn't realize about this, was that during the filming, with the scenes that were made in London itself, where he's walking the streets very like early on and nobody's around, they actually, that was like true guerrilla filming. They had to go out and just at the crack of dawn, like 4 a.m. in the morning, and try and work around people just walking through London, which I found so interesting, because nowadays London is absolutely packed. So it's it's just an interesting little tidbit that like I really enjoyed about that.
Well, there is a cool anecdote about that, which is that when I was 15, 16 years old, I was doing my first short movies with a friend of mine, and this scene particularly, we recreated it in Nantes, in the city where I come from, where you wake up like very early in summer and on a Sunday morning, and you can shoot like almost like completely empty spaces. It was a big inspiration in my journey as a filmmaker. So yeah.
Oh, fantastic. So I just want to say thank you again for taking the opportunity to sit down with me today, and for talking to us about some of the upcoming plans for Project Zomboid. Are there any final messages that you want to convey to the Project Zomboid community at this time?
I think it's important to say that when we make design, art, or technical decisions, there is never like an ill intention, like a negative intention towards the community. But for instance, there was a lot of.
Okay. Are you speaking for the whole Indie Stone there? Okay. I'm not. Taking first
complaints about the removal of Echo Creek from the spawn locations, and
what about the soda? What about the Nerf bat you hit soda with?
Without reopening that topic, like, we are following a plan, and some decisions can run quite deep, and there is never like an intent to damage the playstyle or the player base in general. But because the development of Project Zomboid is very exposed publicly, sometimes we have to bite the bullet. We know that people are not going to love the decision, but we think that the end result, they will really like that. I guess my message, if I have a message, would be to thank the community for the feedback, because it's so valuable, like to have like a constant feedback on everything you do in a very close, very short time capacity. But I hope we can have like a bit of credit that just the credit that we are never going to be intentionally damaging the player experience. I think, that I don't think the community should ever come to that conclusion.
Yeah, and I mean, it's sometimes it is easy to feel that way as well when you're very passionate, and that's the thing with Project Zomboid is you've got people that have been in the community for upwards of 10 years in some cases now. So naturally, emotions will run high at times, but I think it's important to remember that, you know, developers are at the end of the day someone who is sat behind the computer, right? They are a person as well, and sometimes it can be easy to forget that. So I think that's a really good message to take away. I do just want to say thank you again for your time.
Thank you.
We'll close things up there. I'll just remind everybody that's watching this that if you have any additional questions or comments on what you saw today, please feel free to put them down in the comments below. And I will ask very nicely for Ayrton to just give those a once over once this video goes up. See if we can get back to any questions from the viewers. Thank you again. It was fantastic to talk to you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye now.
It was a little bit shorter than anything that anybody's done with Cerulean, and that's okay. We understand that everybody's going to have a different tolerance for the yap. It was all right. I didn't hear a lot very specifically about what's coming in the upcoming update. This just kind of seems like general hype building. And that's nothing wrong with a little bit of hype building. It's not immediately clear what I'm doing here. It'll be clear once we zoom out one moment. There's no AC. There's no AC here. Air conditioning doesn't exist in this universe. So I had to cross that out. It's all right. That's all right. But yeah, that was Mr. Atomic Duck's interview with what's his face, Oreo, the art director, Ayrton Oreo. Oops, shit. Here we go. Remove the transparency. There we go. You would ask Grimbaki about my wisdom on looted building mechanism. Other than getting ahead of it, I mean, it takes 100 days, if I'm not mistaken, something like 100 days with apocalypse settings. At which point it is a 30% chance apparently. On extinction settings, it is a 50% chance. That is my general understanding. And we are back to music. Alright, Spiffo HQ has been conquered. I'm going to briefly update the title of the stream here, now that we've completed Spiffo HQ. Southwest Louisville exploration for the rest of today's session, most likely. Never have me do too much false advertisement here. I mean, it seems like it's a gaming mechanic, so it demands a gaming response. The whole reason it exists is it's supposed to make the game feel like there's other people out there doing things, but there isn't. We're the last person on Earth. There's nobody else occupying this universe with us. So because that's, that the devs kind of want to give us this feeling that that's not the case, which is why they play random audio files of a gunshot every once in a while, and they make loot disappear from buildings. That's a bunch of gamey bullshit, and I don't like it. So, I mean, I would just turn it off, but my whole shtick is that I play the default settings and show how I deal with it. I'll collect eggs in a moment. I wanted to... Oh, shit. I'll leave that open. The deer is definitely much more hard to catch if it gets out. Oh, yeah, we came home with a bunch of compost here. Let's see. If I'm doing 5 for every 2 rows, then that is enough right there. Drop a couple over here, at least 5. And then anything left over in the center here. So these roses are... One set of these roses are hours away from the next stage. Now, I don't actually know if the next stage is blooming or if the next stage is rotting. So this one's going to be the guinea pig. This one's going to be... it's going to change phases next. Whether it's blooming or not blooming, I have no idea. This game is very bad at explaining anything about blooming phases. Stand by one moment. Somebody about that. Not right now, though. I'm currently logging out of Microsoft Teams. Not going to be opening any new conversations. Alright. So we actually ended up using up all of the sacks in this SAC 18 backpack, but we've got a bunch of other ones in the crate. So I just got to refill it from those. Beautiful. Okay. One of the things I was saying before is that it would be really nice if I could somehow get to the 2-year anniversary before this character's journey comes to an end. We've got the rest of the day today, and then I wasn't actually planning on streaming tomorrow. It's a Tuesday. But then Wednesday, the new patch comes out, so that basically means this... I mean, unless I stream tomorrow, which I'm not decided on, unless I stream tomorrow, this is going to be the final part of her journey. Least I can do is not leave furniture on the ground. So she's gotta... She won't place it. Oh, right. She can't get the hammer out. Okay. There we go. Inventory was too overloaded. A 9x9 carpet. I was gonna put it somewhere. How about bed? Yeah, let's do that here. Damn it, that reset the stupid X value on the magazines here. Hell yeah. Much better. And so because I put the carpet down, putting the carpet down underneath the magazines is actually enough to mess up the Z placement. That always happens. I'm gonna move these boxes of things to a different container. Yeah, that makes way too much sense. Why is there a popsicle freezer in here? That explains everything with this. I wouldn't even have to move them if it wasn't for that, but too late. So this is where the boxes of things will go. Not cartons, boxes. Everything else in here is mostly, oh, there's still some variety stuff, okay. It's a lot of furniture, but mostly variety. Or, sorry, a lot of, there's a couple bags of variety. Everything else now is furniture. Furniture, of course, goes in this wall up here. Alright, so this duffel bag is memorabilia yanked from Spiffo HQ. I doubt it's going to be anything substantive, because, well, if there was going to be some sort of secret, the only thing I could ever foresee at this point would be in one of these names. None of them really jumped out at me here. No. We didn't even find a Spiffo suit in there anywhere. As far as I understand it, it's an extremely low chance at one, but it is a chance that exists. These arcade machines are way too heavy to put into a crate. I'm just going to have to put them down somewhere. That's going to require me to take some gear off. I was planning on taking some gear off anyway. Can do some more base work, probably. I'm going to jump back and forth between base work and going out there in the southwest area. we go. Still needed to lose a little bit more weight. And put the rest of my gear in the wash, probably. That lost quite a bit of weight. Now I can pick up something that weighs 40 easily. The vending machines elsewhere if we put the game machines here. Still can't rotate the vending machines, though. Would it look too bad if it was right here? Not really. It's not that bad. This ambulance is now on standby. The rest of them have more of a concrete purpose than this one. Let's put this one... There's no reason not to put it in the lineup. Just, it's not a very convenient spot right here, but it works. We do collide with the streetlights, though. If I just move them back a step. Oh, I actually overstayed my bedtime here. That would be an oops. This being one of the ones that starts instantly when I turn the key. Should be a little closer to the base. I'll start another row on this side, I guess. Shit. Accidentally added 2 sweet potatoes to that one. Well, I just fucked everything up. That's a pretty decent kit right there. Most of the stuff that would slow me down is not currently being worn. Shouldn't overheat too easily either. And just about ready for second bedtime. Perfect timing. Oh, look at that. I got cold overnight. Damn it. Well, that's what happens when I fuck with my loadout. Fix that with a little sprinty sprint there. You know what? I'm gonna work on the roof. I've been juggling back and forth in the back of my head for a long time whether I should do the roof or not. I'm gonna do the roof. I want to. It's never something I've been able to do on any of my Zomboid characters before. So these, if it's not exceedingly obvious, these air vents are actually they're the floating kind. They're the kind that are supposed to be on ceilings. But the isometric bullshit actually makes it impossible to tell that unless you start walking under them. So I just delete them. 4 at a time, because any more than 4 and I'll start getting bad muscle strain. In the meantime, we'll clean up the floor a little bit. What I'm doing is I'm emptying a very tiny amount of water from each of these buckets, and then we're going to add bleach back to it. So you're diluting the bleach as opposed to just using it straight up. This might be overkill. If it is, so be it. I've got a literal billion bleach containers downstairs. Oh, we need to go check the roses. Before I get started on this, I'm going to finish dumping these, the bleach here. But then I'm going to go check on the roses, because one of them should now be blooming. Or it'll be rotting. I have no idea. I really hope it's blooming. But I have no way of knowing. The game doesn't tell me. There's no communication on growth phases anywhere, ever. Alright, we'll return to mop and bucket after a moment here. Hey, look at that. Oh, look at that, boys. It's beautiful. Look at them. They're blooming. Oh, they're blooming. We got more rose seeds now. $21 roses, 10 rose seeds. So we've already got double the seeds we had before. Oh, I'm so happy. I am so happy. It's little things, right? Our character just had some amazing success there. So we got a total of 21 roses, we'll put 20 on a drying rack. And the last one we'll put in the fridge. Actually, the last one we're going to put on the salad we're about to eat. All right, back to what we were doing. The rest of those roses will probably bloom over the next day or two. What we're doing now is we are mopping stains. Stains occur all over the place. And every once in a while, we'll take a break from that and sledge away a few more of those vents. Yeah, I mean, so it'll have to be next year, unfortunately, Kraken, because we are officially outside of the planting season for roses by a month now. So we are no longer capable of finding roses, or rather planting them. So all those seeds would be for next year. I mean, threaten me with a good time. Remember, we always plan for the indefinite future here. Even if the future of this character's journey comes to a close at the end of this stream. Tomorrow, I think, okay, so I don't know if I'm going to stream or not tomorrow. If I do, it's going to be sort of an experimental thing. I have been working for a little while on trying to get simultaneous streaming between YouTube and Twitch set up. So there might be a little bit of that going on, like me testing that. In a perfect world, I'd prefer to be able to stream to both platforms starting for my next character's journey. But, of course, YouTube's going to be the priority. I don't like Twitch as a platform. Never have, never will. But if the devs of this game are Twitch viewers, then, well, it only makes sense for me to attempt a presence. So that is something I'll be trying. Now, also, because I have not yet determined whether I actually want to do extinction mode for my next character or not, I will probably do a little bit tomorrow. Maybe if I'm going to stream, I'll do this. Maybe I might do some of this off stream. I just want to see what the early game in extinction mode feels like. I have a lot of assumptions, and I have a feeling that a good chunk of them are correct. And I've already explored as much of the sandbox settings as I can. There is only a couple of gaps in my comprehension that, I mean, you know, can only be closed by actually experiencing it instead of theorizing. Oh, yeah? I would believe it. Definitely some wild weather going on right now. Thankfully, I am pleasantly surprised that the heat waves in my area have subsided, rather. Shouldn't have said anything because now might have resummoned the heat monsters. Who knows? Maybe the next couple of days it'll actually start scorching again. That is absolutely beautiful. So we ended up with 2 buckets left that actually have a substantial amount of water left. Alright, those are now empty as they should be. So we'll keep the mop, bleach, and these 2 buckets together somewhere. Wherever else it needs, You know, I think I missed a spot downstairs, actually. Remember this now. We got all the way down here and then we ran out at the last tile. No more. We don't have to clean the back face of this wall. There's a little bit of blood out here, but this is where I go do butchering out here, so I don't really care about that. Nothing on the parking lot that I missed. Well, I say that, but I mean, at risk of leaving it uneven, there are tiles on the parking lot that I could get rid of. Yep, I knew I was going to run out right near the end. I'm not going to do the whole parking lot. Just finishing what I started here. A couple of tiles right here. And nothing else over here. What about this blood? Yeah, blood stains on the ground right here, actually. This wasn't always gravel. At one point it was grass. And typically when I'm killing zombies in an area that I want to keep relatively clean, I'll lead them into the grass. And yes, we can mop the grass. But I was actually considering filling this area in with gravel anyway, so this just means when I fill in the gravel, it won't have blood stains on it. Alright, now we can put this away. I have gotten what I wanted out of it. Just put a bunch of blood in the middle of my road here. Especially since you hit multiple tiles at once when you do blood. Much better. We can use welding to disassemble these, but I don't even know exactly what we get from them. What was that, 3? Let's do 2 on this side, and then, fine, I'll allocate a torch to it. If we start getting steel sheets from them, I'll be, I don't know how I feel about that. I mean, getting propane, or using propane to get more steel sheets, with that ready of a supply, that could be relevant to my interests. We'll allocate no more than 10 torches worth. Small steel sheets. You know what? That's worth it. Okay. This doesn't cause any muscle strain, so I can at least fast forward no matter how fast I want to. Oh, this one's not giving me the option. actually getting a little cold. Usually welding produces body heat, but like when I'm disassembling cars, that produces body heat. In this case, doesn't look like it does. Yeah, that's how it works. Whoever designed Jericho decided to make the roof out of floating tiles. I have always been under the impression that Jericho, it just kind of seems like this particular POI was designed by somebody who might have been a little bit new to the game in general. And they just pulled out the paintbrush of tiles and started going nuts. It's alright. It's still a very nice place. These do get a little annoying because they layer over top of everything. So I don't like them like 99% of the time if they're in my bases. It'll be interesting. It'll be very interesting to see if it's worth it. If I do decide that I'm not going to do a new character, I will actually probably do a standalone video on why. This shirt will be a little bit warmer than the jockey silks. It also matches better. Two of those small steel sheets will actually just slap a quick repair on the combat truck's hood. It needs it. It's down to zoomer numbers. 5 of them here in this, never actually finished getting rid of them in this area. Huh. The disassemble button isn't working properly for some of these. What? Okay, it's not working properly for any of them. Let's get the sledgehammer then. Well, I guess that's why I never deleted them. I can't. Hell? I don't know what's going on with these. I can't target them. Any of them. Okay then, I guess those are just fixed objects in time and space. Oh, wait a minute, wait a minute. Am I looking at something that's actually upstairs from downstairs? I wonder if that's the case. Or are they floating out here? Yeah, this is the tile they're on right there, I think. So I would actually have to build a floor to get out to them. Okay. Threaten me with a good time, I'll do it. I have the technology. What will concern me with B42 stable? Well, okay, so I was talking about this earlier, but the first thing I'm going to do when 42 stable comes out, let me actually show you. Let me show you, because I talked about it verbally. But let me actually visually show you guys. The first thing I'm going to look at, I'm not even going to launch the game. The moment the game updates, I'm going to go to the game directory. I'm going to go to media. I'm going to go to Lua, shared, vegetableconf.lua. It's in one of these subfolders. I'm just going to search for the word veg, V-E-G. Vegetables.lua, it's vegetableconf. Come on, there's more than that. Or was it not in shared? Maybe it's not in shared. I'll just do the word veg here in... Okay, here it is, yeah. Farming vegetableconf.lua. Okay, so the full file name is farming_vegetablesconf.lua. Last updated, January 19th, 2026. January 19th, last updated. So they have not touched this for well over 6 months. Let me get to the exact line that I'm going to look at. Okay, it's not this one. Herbs or vegetables? I think it's going to be vegetables. $738. Line 738. I said 58. So, when build 42.20 comes out, I'm going to go to this particular folder. Zomboid Media Lua Server Farming. I'm going to open up vegetableconf_vegetables.lua. I'm going to check line 738. And I'm going to ask, and I'm going to see, does so month have an 8 in it yet? Let me go back in time here and explain why we're doing this. I'm gonna send you guys a link in chat here. Send you guys a link in chat to my post history on the Steam discussion board here. Fuck off, Steam. Here we go. May 18th, 2025. Tobacco is literally 100% impossible to grow. I reported this well over a year ago. And in order to make it possible to grow, all they need to do is add an 8 to this array here. And if they don't add an 8 to this array, what happens? When September comes, all the tobacco crops on the world die. Tobacco requires 6 months to grow. So month includes 5 months. And we can see this in the actual UI here. We go to Discovered Recipes and Media, go to Agriculture. Scroll down into the T's. Tobacco. Average time to grow, 180 days. What's 180 divided by 30, which is a month? That's 6 months. That's 6 months. All right? Planting season, March, April, May, June, July. That's 5 months. What happens on the 6th month? All the crops fucking die. It's impossible to grow tobacco right now. Remember, we are playing all default settings. No mods do anything to touch this file to vegetablesconf.lua. Not a single mod whatsoever. They have to add one number to an array to fix this. If 4220 stable comes out and this isn't fixed, I am putting this game on the shelf. I'm done with these tiny little fucking oversights that I reported over a year ago, getting completely fucking ignored by everybody, and just, again, it's like, I don't even care that much about tobacco. But you broke the agriculture system so that we can't have our sky gardens anymore. Now we've got growing seasons. Now we can only plant in these specific months. Nothing to do with temperature. Everything just fucking dies the moment it's in the wrong month. Can you at least finish that particular part of it, please? Sorry, I know that I sound like I'm getting real heated about this. It's just such a simple goddamn fix. And the fact that it's gone 13, 14 or so months now? Yeah, 14 months since I reported it as a bug. Anyway. At least I found out that I'm going to get cold before I go to sleep. That means we're putting on the vest again. Second sleep is on the way. Or after we have a bite, of course. Nightmare at 6 a.m. I don't have patience for this shit. I don't have patience for a nightmare right now. I told myself that today was going to be a good day, but I've been doing that a little bit too much. I'm going to go ahead and just drink a coffee. That'll fix the nightmare problem. But yeah, that's just one of my expectations. That 42 stable just makes it so agriculture is just what is in it is workable, right? I'm not asking them to make sugar beets fermentable into alcohol yet. I can see why sugar beets are in the game. I can see why sugar beets don't have anything you can really do with them yet. There's no characters in this game that require alcohol to function. So I understand if our alcohol production, our home distilleries aren't functioning yet. We can grow sugar beets, we can grow barley, we can grow rye, we can't grow hops. But I don't care that we can't grow hops because there's no other production pipeline for beer. Clearly they wanted to do one, maybe that was out of scope for 42, okay, fine. But now we're coming down the home stretch, and the smoker trait still exists, by the way. It is still the trait. I know I never take it. The smoker trait does still exist. And people take that trait. And people know that tobacco seeds exist, generally speaking. Maybe they'll look at loot every once in a while, see, ooh, there's a tobacco seed. So you're telling me that I can actually sustain my smoking habit indefinitely. No, you can't. You can't. You're going to eventually, someday, you're going to smoke every goddamn cigarette on the map, and then you have nothing left but foraging, or, checking around the map for houses that haven't been looted yet. Whatever. Tiny little things like that I'd love to have somebody dribble into the devs' ears, but if they're not going to take my bug reports, then I'm not going to sit here and beg to be listened to. I'm just going to say that, I got to draw my line in the sand, right? If I can't even have that tiny little modicum of influence over the game's development so that, they actually make it a little bit better for everybody on that. Anyway, I need to talk about something else. That'll all. Thinking about tobacco gets me heated. It's a running meme on this channel here. And I say this as somebody who smokes pipe tobacco in real life as a very rare hobby. I mean, the last time I did was on the 4th of July. Rum cured tobacco is great stuff. And you know, pipe tobacco is not like cigarettes. There's no addictive factor to it. Cigarettes have all that shit that they add to it to, you know, they amp up the nicotine artificially and all this other stuff. Cigarettes are barely even tobacco anymore. Like you know, there's tobacco in it, but the rest of the shit that they add to it to make it more addictive is disgusting. Actual proper pipe tobacco is I've never once felt any sort of addiction vector to it. And don't anybody tell me that I don't have an addictive personality. I will never accept anybody saying that to me, because I don't know if you guys have noticed, I have an addictive personality. Yeah, no. No, I think regular tobacco is vastly superior to the artificial crap. It's probably still not healthy for you. Don't mistake this at all as me saying that it's healthy. It's not. It's still not. But if you're going to compare the two, one is definitely a lesser evil than the other. We ended up like one tile of gravel short. I'm not dealing with that. I will literally steal a tile from over here with that shovel that I don't have. Damn it. I've got one around the corner here. Oh yeah, by the way, the stress that I have right now from the nightmare, we can actually make it go away instantly. Just gotta go and pet one of my aminals. Holy shit! Clever girl! You know what? I'm not even gonna get mad about that. I'm not even gonna get mad about that. Clever girl. She actually escaped by waiting in front of the door. You know what, Bambina? You win this one. You win this one. Off into the distance you run. Oh man, that was kind of fun. That was kind of funny. I'm not even mad about it. I appreciate that. Yeah, I mean, honestly, okay, so that wouldn't be too... Okay, you're just talking about animations though, right, Leon? Your animations for all those different exercises. Otherwise, the concept behind it, you know, opening the exercise menu here and just selecting a different exercise, that's easy. The animation work, maybe that's a little difficult, but all the point I'm making is all the mechanics are there. It shouldn't be that difficult to add new exercise mechanics. You know, just obviously come up with some sort of ratio. Time spent doing that exercise is this much fitness or this much strength, whatever. Shovel, gravel, give me that. One tile is all we need. We can fix that tile later. I'd much rather have this tile over here than one that I don't normally see. That's what I'm talking about. But yeah, anyway, I was saying something about petting animals. My animals here that won't run away from me. One of the baby rabbits died. I don't even know why. That might have been the one that didn't... Wait, what's going on here? There's 2 baby rabbits dead. I genuinely have no idea why these things are dying. Their mother is here, so it should be feeding them. But maybe it's not. No. This baby rabbit here is well fed and not thirsty. So I don't know why 2 of them died. That does not make sense. But whatever it happened a long time ago, apparently. Or like a while ago, because these are both stale. Whatever. How's my lamb doing here? Healthy, well-fed, not thirsty. Baby mammals obviously rely on their mamas to feed them. And if their mamas don't feed them, well, then they die. And I have no, audio feedback on that. Like, I can't just walk past and hear them screaming for no reason. One of my hens died, apparently, too. Okay, I have no explanation for that whatsoever. How would one of my hens have died? There's plenty of food here. Like, there's literal months upon months. There's years of food here. Yeah, I've got nothing. I've got genuinely nothing. I think the only explanation I could come up with would be the, maybe the zone extension here is broken. If there's something broken about this zone extension, maybe the mama was over here, and over here the baby couldn't reach it, and the baby's died. They wouldn't die that fast. I don't know, man. I got nothing. Well, we know what to do with the dead babies. We put them in the compost bin. I don't know if butchering causes stress to animals. I assume it probably does. Oh, it was a male. I had it labeled as a hen. Okay, well, that explains everything. It didn't die of starvation. It got killed by the other male. There can be only one. So it was labeled as a hen, but I just butchered it and I got a rooster skull. So, whoops. I misgendered it. Sorry about that. There was an update that came out that messed with animal sexes. So I have no idea. I might have labeled it correctly at one point, and then the update came out, and maybe that messed it up. Sunflowers are looking good. Let's check the roses. I don't think we have any more blooming up here. Nope, these are still ready to harvest. They are all 3 out of 4 hours away. One of them's days away. So that's fine. Tomato vine coming along nicely. The leeks leaking along. The marigolds remain ready to harvest. I would like some of them to bloom. I've got plenty of dried marigolds right now, so I don't necessarily need any more dried marigolds. I'll put them on the drying rack anyway, but yeah. Lavenders are coming up soon here. I do not think our character will, her save will not last long enough for us to harvest the sunflowers so that we can get seed oil. I mean, I didn't think raccoons, they're scavengers, not predators. But I guess if they get hungry enough, or maybe they seek an opportunity, I don't know. I have no idea about raccoon behavior that much. I was going to do an extension of the upstairs floor so that I could deal with the silly, whatchamacallits up there. So we saw a log. Put the planks in the backpack. Grab ourselves one of them there, box, or some nails rather. We don't need a whole box. So there's 5 of them going off this edge. Starting here, I believe. And now I can, since I can actually access them, I believe I should be able to disassemble them properly. That's what I'm talking about. Oh, they were 2 tiles away. Oh, okay. So I still made the correct assessment. I needed to build a plateau, but the problem was worse than I suspected. Whatever. We know how to get rid of them now. Good riddance. And because they were so far off the lot, that's probably why I was seeing them from the lower floor. That explains everything. What an odd map-making decision. This would be something I'd love to bring to the attention of the individual who was being interviewed by Mr. Atomic Duck there. How stupid of an idea would it be for me to try to get a vehicle to the second floor of a building? I want to say it's possible. I've never tried before. I have learned strange things that can be done with vehicle physics. Some things possibly reliably. We have so many of these metal shelves, I'm actually going to just disassemble these. Turning them into steel sheets is actually a very useful thing they could do. Assuming I get steel sheets. It's a roll of the dice. There we go, that's what I'm talking about. Beautiful. Previously, I would have been a little concerned to expend the propane, but we have literally 2 step vans full of nothing but propane. So, we're good. We are very good. Honestly, at the consumption rate of propane that I'm using, I would actually probably, like in real life, I would be concerned that the propane would leak off if I didn't use it within a few years. But of course, in real life, we would be using electric torches, not propane torches. Electric torches, there might be a few things that are difficult about them compared to propane. I'm sure there is a niche for both, but yeah, electricity is a lot easier to get than propane. Propane requires the modern petroleum production pipeline. Not stairs, but vehicle physics. Good old-fashioned vehicle physics. Perhaps you could call it physics. Vehicle physics. I actually have a bunch of, damn, I don't have enough planks. I am 1 plank short. I would go do another, rain barrel if I could right now. Suppose I'll go leave the, planks, next to it. Now, if I wanted to do another staircase, a more easily accessible one than having to run all the way down there, perhaps one even as close as up here in my workshop area. Doing one right here wouldn't feel too bad. Doing one on the back wall over here wouldn't feel bad either. I had thought about doing one on the back wall down here for a long time, but I never really locked in on anything. I mean, again, right behind this might work. I could see myself doing a staircase right here. So let's count the tiles for that. 1, 2 away from the outer edge, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So 6 and then 2 would be the, okay. That's actually, I'm doing it. I am absolutely doing that. To make a staircase out of metal, we need small steel sheets, and then steel welding rods, and then rods, regular rods and welding rods. So I believe that the number was 6 small steel sheets and pack of welding rods. Just take 1 extra. And then we needed some steel rods. Got 2 here, and probably some in these sacks here. Yeah, here's a steel rod sack. That should do it. We should be able to make a, yeah, metal stairs. me just visually catch a visual of what this would look like. We won't be able to do it till we sledgehammer the roof tiles. I don't dislike it. I might want to do something different with those vending machines. Yeah. Let me also take a crowbar upstairs and see if the tiles, the ceiling, the tiles on the roof, I don't think they're movable. But let me grab a crowbar and bring it up there anyway. If anything, I'll definitely want to do floor work upstairs. So having a crowbar on site. There's one. So the target was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then 1, 2, N. Okay, these are not tiles that can be picked up. Okay. I'm just going to leave a garbage bag marker here. Now we go downstairs and build the stairs. Much, much nicer. Oh, I like it. I actually do kind of like that. Now I gotta be careful running upstairs. Like just running straight up the stairs until I get some walls up here of some sort. I have always envisioned a bedroom on the second floor in this corner here, overlooking everything here, overlooking the entirety of the complex. Now, what I would do is probably like make the bedroom so that it's got walls around it as a separate, discrete entity up top, so I don't have to like do the entire second floor first. I did that in the past. I don't like doing it that way. It leads to silly, strange problems. So right here, this would be the corner, perhaps? Yes, okay. Use garbage bags just as markers here. Hey, welcome back. We are doing some base work here. At some point, I probably will need a palette cleanser from base work. I'm locked in on... I think I've decided I'm going to build a bedroom here. On the second floor, and the dimensions of the bedroom are what I'm working on now. We were to do like a bed sort of joint right here. Up against the wall on this end. Yes. 4-poster bed. Maybe we do black. Yeah. I'm seeing it in my mind's eye here. Okay. Yeah, I'm seeing it. Okay. That would mean I don't need that much real estate for the bedroom. But perhaps down to this corner. Doesn't need to be anything lavish. That would mean our outer corner would be right here. Relatively easy, all things considered, to build that. All right. So what would I build it with? We would use carpentry. Because even if I was going to use something other than carpentry, plastered walls are the final boss of walls. So we would do plastered walls eventually. Now, if I was going to do a bed up here, where would I do windows? Bed's right here. Window on either side of the bed behind the nightstands. So, windows every 2 tiles. Perhaps. Make these nuts and bolts be useful for me. Use these to mark windows. Now I can make my own windows. That is my privilege as somebody with high-level carpentry and glassmaking. So I do not need to go, like, steal them from somebody. So if you do it like that, then I could shift it in 1. Yeah, I could shift it. I could shift the walls in by 1. That would still leave me with 2 tiles over here. I'm imagining like a game room on this side. Yeah, I could see that. Railings for the staircase so that I don't fall would be nice. But I'll think about that again in just a moment here. How many windows was that total? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And that requires 4 glass panes per window. So that's 24 glass panes. So I knew that we would not be 100% done with glass making just because we leveled it up to 10. I mean, look at our skills. Look at our skills. We're so close to electrical level 10 and masonry level 10. The only problem is getting electrical to level 10. I could do it very easily if I was willing to piss away electrical parts on building things like noisemakers. I'm not. I've done that once before, and it's not worth it. It's never worth it. You just annihilate your electrical part supply is all you do. But we do have some other things I could disassemble. Let me just clear everything that I've left here. Clear anything that I can disassemble. And see where we're at. $8,835. How much do I get for making a noisemaker? I'll make 1. YOLO, I'll make 1. Let's just see what we get for it. So it's 7 electrical parts and 1 amplifier. 41 experience. Okay, I think that's worth it. I mean, noisemakers are not... They're kind of... They're really mid. They're really mid. They won't pull zombies off of you, right? So if a zombie knows you're there and you throw a noisemaker, it's gonna fucking... It's just gonna keep chasing you. So they're only really useful in very niche circumstances. I mean, especially the way I play. But, how many would we need then? 8877. Just making 3 more. Alright, alright. Never been electrical level 10 before, boys. I am now electrical level 10. It's great. Beautiful. Also masonry. We are really close to masonry level 10, and I think in one of my trucks, I actually had a rock in one of my trucks that I can disassemble. Let me get a club hammer and a mason's chisel and a ball peen hammer. And a crafting surface we can find out there. Make it. I'm really just doing this for the sake of saying that I got all these skills to 10. Pottery, I don't see myself getting pottery to 10. I just don't have enough clay to spend on it. Clay is actually rather irritating to get. Was it this truck? I think it was the other truck. Yeah, it was the other truck. So what I do is I break the stone into small stones first. That gets me some experience, but then I cut each of the small stones into stone blocks. I'm level 10. Got you 0 to hero right here, folks. Every crafting skill except for the last 2 levels of pottery, and well, napping is napping. It's the man in the woods skill. There's very, very, very few things that you can't do with masonry that you have to do with napping. Nice. I'm happy. I am here for it. I'll leave these tools here. They're spares. Oops. I could just leave them in the trunk, but we'll leave them here at the crafting table. A few things in the trunk, but since I'm never going to go find the keys to this thing, and I can't just break my way in and unlock it, yeah, just dismantle it. Anything that is of steel sheet, iron pipe, steel bar, steel rod, engine parts, those come with me. Everything else into the crate right behind me. Assuming it'll fit. Probably won't. It's a lot of crap. Being level 10 welding, you really get a lot of crap. We generally want to put stuff inside of containers where possible, if only because the leaving more stuff on the floor actually makes the local area a little bit less stable. You don't notice it with small quantities, but when you start disassembling vehicles, we almost crashed the game at one point because of it. So about those windows I was going to make. Some broken glass over here. We can melt some of that if we need to. And we've already got some smelted. Let's see, I'm putting these empty sacks up here. Need a crafting surface once again here. Now we can make glass panes. Looks like we can make as many as 12 with the current supplies. Then we'll have to melt more glass if we want to get more of our own windows. We can always steal them, but the ability to make my own windows is not to be understated. One of the most useful things glass making has given us so far. So we can only do one more smelting of glass. But we've got lots of sand. You can melt sand instead of glass to get some molten glass here. There's another 12 coming right up. So we've got 24 glass panes. That is exactly what we need to make those windows. Put away my crafting surface here. After that, it's just wood, I think. Yep, just wood. So, wood. How do we get it upstairs? I'm glad you asked. We've got all these log piles here. Getting them all upstairs without a vehicle is relatively easy if we get our frame packs, which we usually keep in the combat truck here. Frame pack in the primary hand, frame pack in the secondary. These have 45 encumbrance in them. By these two things combined, I've got 100 encumbrance there. Yeah, yep. Well, okay, so you say that. I have been told, and I do not know if this is a real thing. So if this kills you, don't blame me. I have been told that extractor hoods negate indoor generator problems. These extractor hoods right here, I have been told that if you put a generator directly underneath one, you can run it indoors. Do not do so at your own risk. I have never decided to try that because generators indoors can just kill you so quickly that no, I'm not even going to try that. But make of that what you will. I have been told that it's possible. So we're bringing 6 stacks of logs upstairs now. And what we're going to do is just sit on the floor right here and saw them all up. Most of them will end up on the ground. The reason I sit on the floor is because you don't take damage from being over encumbered if you sit on the floor. Even though the damage isn't really going to hurt you, I still don't like seeing my health go down, so I sit on the floor. The last thing we don't have, of course, is nails. Now, okay, so when I said we can make our own windows, you've got to be careful about how you put them in. I believe if you plaster the window frame first, it doesn't work. I think it doesn't work if you plaster, only if you leave it as wood. So you have to, it's got to be wood first, right? Oh, I do actually have some nails. So I just want to do a proof of concept here. We'll just go ahead and go straight for one window frame here. And then we'll do an actual window. Oh, I need more nails. That was not enough, so we'll go get some more nails. I'm also ready to sleep here. Beautiful. Okay. So it does work properly with wood. But if I had plastered that, it would not work properly. Based on... I can't remember when I tested that. I think it was when I was building the cozy box, I think. So, alright. I'm just about ready to sleep. Let me grab something to eat real quick. Oops, not kale. No, thank you. We can take those salads out of the fridge so that we have food. Almost. Okay. And I think we're still just barely at the touch of getting cold, so I'm going to put the vest on. I'm gonna go ahead and steal a construction light for over here. I can't. Too big. I already put too much wood in my bags here. It's fine. We got a flashlight. We know how to use it. Start off with wooden frames. It's an easy win. Was that exactly the correct number of... Yeah, it was. Wow. So that was all the planks I had in those bags. Nice. There's 8. Oh, come on. Don't do this to me. Really? Really? Come on. Alright. Okay, I can't build... I can't build outer walls on this entire... I have to go build floors outside first. Wow. Okay. Oh, gee, that's tedious. Okay. Alright. Okay. That's stupid. That's really stupid. I don't like that. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 planks and nails I gotta waste. Got 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. What a colossal waste of resources. I mean, we can refund them, it's just that costs time. Now, at least when I can leave these up and then I can put decorations on the outside. So it's not the worst thing to have to do this. I wish I didn't have to do it. I shouldn't have to do it. That's not how building generally works, but okay. We need 4 plus 4 plus 4. It's 12. Trust in the auto movement. Trust in the auto movement. Oh, we only needed 2 each, did we? Okay. Careful, woman, careful. Hey, Dios míos. Alright, there's my windows. Beautiful. We got plenty of natural light for our future bedroom here. I've been overestimating these requirements. We only need 2 for each. We can do that, and then... yeah, then I'll need more planks. Okay. This is an opportunity to clear my bags. I'm going to clear my bags, get some more nails, and then we can continue after I sleep. There isn't a way to rotate the walls. You can, no, walls. So basically you have to build from a certain side. And this is just some isometric stuff right there. We should no longer need welding rods for the immediate future. Building materials were right here. I'll trade you stone blocks for box of nails. And crates right here. Foggy today. No worries. I missed. There we go. This vest that I'm wearing, I should have. This is why I don't like this time of year. I have to wear it so that I don't get cold while I sleep, but then I have to take it off when I start doing physically exertive activities like sawing logs here. First we unstack them, then we rid ourselves of the rope. Then we get to some sawing. So if I wanted to do a couple of doorways here, I don't know what I want the rest of the roof to look like. I just know what I want this corner to look like. Minus doorways. Let's do a door like in the corner, the back corner of the bedroom, opposite the stairs, maybe? One tile in from the stairs. So we're going to do the door here. And you know what? I'll do a second door too. Will I? We can always delete a wall and replace it with a door. So this is not a... Yeah, we won't lose anything. We won't lose anything but planks and a little bit of plaster. Plaster is one of those things we can get indefinitely because you can get it from limestone. Limestone gets you quicklime. Quicklime is a replacement for plaster powder. So plaster powder is usually what you use to make your walls plastered. But you do not have to actually use that Man in the Woods options. And because this direction is probably going to be facing another room at some point, we don't have to worry about windows. And if we want to worry about windows, we can always, replace them later. Basically, we just want to be careful about where we put down windows initially. Cast a gold ingot? I have no idea. I've never tried. I know you can split gold ingots, but I guess casting them is one step too far for that. Don't even have to pick anything up. That's one of the reasons I put the pile where it is. So at least for these walls. Out of nails again. Why we brought many box. Pick up all the placeholders now. These ropes are what we bundled all the logs with. And you can stack rope when it's in numerals of 12. So to build the roof over it, we'll need another staircase. I have been thinking about what to do for a staircase for the bedroom, and I'd like to do one outside of it. For now, yeah. The staircase, if we make it out of wood, it's very easily replaced. So there's 8. 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Now, something weird about these staircases, sometimes they, see these little support beams at the bottom of them? Sometimes those continue on beneath the, where you just built it. So I need to check now to see if, okay, we don't have any random wood beams coming through from the ceiling here. It used to do that, but I think they must have fixed that. Good. And now we're going to spend these remaining 6 planks on just outside of the roof up here. If I wanted to do a iron door, it would be 1, 2, 3 steel sheets, a little bit of dub rod, and a torch. So what I do now is I bring the second shipment of logs to the second floor here, and we'll just put them starting like, yeah, right about there. Yeah, we'll have a seat and do exactly as we did before, where we just unstack and then saw all the logs. Cannot start building yet. I have no nails. I have to go pick those up real quick. Let me just bring the rope down with me while I do that. actually pick up the nails, maybe? Let's just open another box, too. Please. Okay, thank God. I need to take a quick break from this. I just did the fucking thing. I just dodged a massive bullet. That could have been another fracture. I need to be more careful with this. I'm getting cavalier. Trusting my body to know what to do. I'm just gonna sleep that off. That hurt. Yeah, that hurt. Covers her health there. Oh, I need to check on the roses. Take a quick break from construction and check on that. They should all be blooming by now. Yep, we got blooming roses, boys. Total of 40 more rose seeds, plus the 10, that is 50. Lavender is days away. Yeah, no, she is absolutely still one of the luckiest girls ever. Yeah, I know, right? That is, that's pretty freaking wild, isn't it, Command? That is pretty freaking wild. So here's our first 20 dried roses here. To show you an example of why roses, why sometimes you should try it, sometimes you should keep it fresh, we can actually put a fresh rose and a dried rose in the same recipe. And they double dip on the bonuses. So that's always a good thing. But I don't feel like allocating freezer space to double dipping on things like that, and it's probably not functioning as intended. So we're just going to dry 99% of these. This container here is full, like completely full. So is this one. We should probably designate a special container for our flowers, especially once we get the lavenders out. Yeah, how about a golf bag? These are pretty looking. Golf bags are the same as duffel bags in terms of overall size. And the rose seeds added to my collection. We now have a total of 50. Beautiful. Grab one of those floodlights, and we'll bring that upstairs after we catch a sleep real quick here. Assuming we can. not tired enough to sleep. So, never mind. Okay. We're going to be very careful with this. And more. Now, the current temperature outdoors is 57.9. So what we do is we go back into the bedroom after we finish building this. We check and see if the temperature changes. Because theoretically, after building the roof, the bedroom should be considered indoors. I get this sinking suspicion that it won't be. Because there always seems to be a weird situation with that. Hey, look at that, it worked! We're indoors, boys. Sometimes it works, sometimes it really doesn't. I'm not going to question it now that it's decided to work. Now, what furniture to put in there? Oh, the options. There are many. I'm not going to think just yet about that. Let's get the plaster up. I've never really been worried about the helicopter event. It's a one-time opportunity for Apocalypse. Apparently, it happens more than once on an extinction. I have no idea what to make of that. think I know where my wall decorations are going to be. Or what my wall decorations are going to be. So I need a plastering trowel and a bucket of plaster and some more buckets. Bucket of plaster from previous activity is on the table here. Two bags plaster powder on standby. And out here we've got 0.0 buckets on standby, buckets of water. The 5 over here are empty. At least one of those should have been allocated for a car washer on front. Let's take these two and mix these up. So that's going to be a total of like 27 walls or something like that between the 2 full buckets and one that's like, I don't know, 7 out of 10, whatever. We do not have a plastering trowel. Let me grab another. Mason's trowel doesn't count. It has to be a plastering trowel. There's a wooden trowel right here. I thought we evolved beyond that. Are you telling me somehow I don't have a plastering trowel at my epicenter here in Louisville? There's no way. Nah, we got 2 over here. I'll take a paintbrush while I'm here too. Start with the most irritating walls. Oh, yes. Beautiful. Me gusta. Mucho. So we are just short on plaster, and that's okay. What we're going to do next with that is go fill up a couple of these buckets at the whatchamacallit. I'm gonna fill up a couple buckets, just 2, at the one of the tertiary rain barrels, and then we're gonna make quicklime. I should have some limestone somewhere. Quicklime is you just need the kiln in order to make it. I might even have some already. Let me double check. No, I don't have any ready-made. So quicklime just needs limestone. Do I have any in here? Doesn't look like it, and that's fine. I probably have some in one of my building ambulances. Not you, not you, Not you. You've got stone blocks. You've got a wooden mallet. I get this feeling that the wooden mallet was hardly necessary for something here. That's just bag of bags right there. Forgot I had so many of those. So limestone, right here. We've got some right here. This is what it looks like. It's a slightly beige color compared to regular stone, which we've got, like, you know, this is a smooth flat. This is a regular stone that's grayer. This is a boulder. Doesn't actually do anything. But this thing right here is limestone. In order to use it, I think we're going to need either a club hammer or a mining pick. I'm going to make a mining pick. I don't think I have one out here. I don't remember what I did with my last one. It's probably still back at Phallus Lake. Pickaxe head is a pierced steel block. A little closer here. Pierced steel block acquired. Pickaxe head coming right up. Large handle required for that. We already have one on standby. Hell yeah. Alright, pickaxe acquired. And it is second bedtime. Forgot the stupid vest again, so we got cold. Sorry, Danny. It's that time of year, isn't it? Alright, so we're gonna get some limestone, a little bit more than we'll immediately need. I'll over harvest. There's gonna be more than just this one up here, I'm sure of it. It's that bambino over there. I heard that deer noise. I forget what the quantities are. I think it's something like 6, 8, something like that. Maybe like 6 to 7 limestone per. Oh, look at this. So there's very small limestone chunks here. We pick these up. We don't even need the axe to pick the small chunks up. This also gets you a little bit of masonry experience whenever you do this. Since we are level 10, I like to imagine that we're getting maximum return on mining here. And if anybody is not sure why I have a horse trailer here upside down, physics. Physics, baby. We had to get the turkeys out of that thing, and moving it was harder than it might seem. But that's all in the past now. Towing is going to be fixed for 42 stable, remember? Everything is going to be hunky-dory. It's all going to come up Millhouse. Not going to be upside down face. I don't want to be too sarcastic. I'll blow a fuse. Got some sunflowers are actually transitioning to the almost ready to harvest phase, I think. Despite the fact that it looks like there's a flower head on it. I'm pretty sure there's still an almost ready phase that it's got to hit first. I'm going to put my axe here on the table. And now at the kiln, we fire limestone to quicklime. It's just 4 each. Just 4 each. This is a little bit overpowered, all things considered. Like, we're getting one quicklime is enough to make an entire bucket. Don't, please nobody tell the devs that I said that. Oops. So we only have 2 buckets ready, and I don't think we need any more than that, so I'll just take two quicklime upstairs. Leave the rest in our construction area here. Now, I've been waiting my entire life for this, because now we have a place to put the, what's it called? The place for the stuff at the thing. My ceiling is just plain wood, and that's really boring. So what if I did white tiles just like down here? Well, as fate would have it, I've got a lot of spare white tiles from the floor down here, and they're actually rather bulky and wasting a lot of space in these crates. So it costs me, it actually does nothing but help me to bring them upstairs now. Only slight problem is I don't know if I have enough. I will get started. Straight Muff Gaming, how's it going? We are building a bedroom on the 2nd floor here. This is going to be the last part of this character's journey, most likely. I don't think I'll be streaming this character tomorrow. I don't even know if I'll be streaming tomorrow at all. But Wednesday, of course, that's when the patch comes out. Only have 1 left. Okay. Maybe I'll switch to a different type of tile. There is such thing as like white carpet, and that doesn't mess up at all if you put it outdoors yet. I probably have more white tile than that. At least a couple more. Well, not that much more, really. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, I've been thinking about extinction mode myself. I've been thinking about it. That's going to be something I'll probably screw around with tomorrow, both maybe a little bit on and off stream, depending on whether I actually do stream tomorrow or not. We will see. Like, I might fire up debug mode and just screw around with different combinations of sprinters coming at me from different angles, and just combat test it, see how well I can, what gets left to luck, what can I handle. A lot of all the yap I've said about sprinters are theory. Now, some of my viewers have come in and said, yeah, no, if you're pincered by 4 sprinters, that's game over. Like, I've literally had that happen to some of my viewers, but there's no substitute for personal experience. What do we have left? 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Wow, okay, perfect. We have just so happen to have exactly the correct amount. Now, of course, we can use this as an excuse to bring more of the floor tiles from down below up here and then replace them with something better. We'll see. I'm not going to marry any of those ideas yet, because right now I would like to get some furniture so that this is actually starts becoming more of a proper bedroom here. Now, in these houses across from me here, I have not done a room-by-room sweep of everybody. In fact, I've done very little, if anything, on the second floors of these houses. Yeah, the leg wound finished healing right at the beginning of today's stream. Got that sorted out. We could do like a mix of black and white tiles on the remaining roof up there if we wanted to. Alright, weapons out, just in case we've cleared. We've ensured that these kitchens themselves are empty, but second floor is question mark. This is the bed that I want, the black and white 4-poster here. I actually kind of got lucky. I did not know that this was in this particular unit. I knew that we would have no trouble finding one within 2 or 3 of these units, but... I see black furniture in the second to last. That's where we'll get some matching black furniture from that side. Yeah, no, I'm going to be real with you. I don't mind if it seems like a profession is unfinished. People have not been too angry about electrical being unfinished for as many years as it has been. So if glass making and pottery become unfinished for the next build, that's fine. We've survived that before. We'll survive it again. I designated that the bed would be going here. Alright, now to go get some matching furniture. Maybe shades if we can find some. I'm a little bit less concerned about shades. How is my monitor angled like that? I would have to show you a different picture, probably. Let me, This is a slightly better angle here. This is kind of what the chair looks like coming in from the front. This is a slightly older view, but the monitor and the chair, I don't think have changed from this one. So the mouse pad, literally just bolted to this thing by C-clamps. C-clamps are the best thing ever known to man for a billion years. And the monitor is rotatable. There is a tilt factor. It's locked. It's like at a, this is like a 2.5 degree tilt. This is like a really low tilt. The monitor is just so big, it does not need to be, you don't really have to match the tilt very well. And then now the keyboard tray, admittedly, this is an extremely ghetto construction. It's a monitor arm with like a fucking like galvanized bolt. Yeah, the keyboard tray has never been the most ideal thing. It's just what I scraped together for the current situation. And I built this thing initially because I don't own the premises, so I can't just hang things from the ceiling. I can't just drill into the wall wherever I want to. So instead, I just have this little thing that I can bolt everything to that is a standalone object in the middle of the room. But yeah, let me know if you have it. Appreciate that. All right, we are second to last unit in this row is our target. It's got some, wait, when I said this row, did I mean, yeah, okay, this one right here. I need to go far. Huh, okay. Second to last unit. I actually meant last unit. But this is one of the reasons I brought the sledgehammer. I'll run all the way around if I don't have to. Only one of these, though. So... I could be wrong, but I feel like I hear somebody mouth breathing. A very, very light mouth breathing. All these doors and windows are rather, yeah, there's sometimes there's no doors, sometimes they're open. So it's not like if there ever was a zombie up here. It would have to be like the deafest zombie ever. Like 0% integrity on its ears. How many sledges? We found like 2 on the street within our first week. After that, I'm gonna be real with you, I stopped counting after the first 2. Whenever I find the first one, it just goes on the passenger seat of my primary vehicle. And then from there on, they start going into my other vehicles. Speaking of passenger seats, some heavy-duty vehicles can now spawn sledgehammers on their passenger seats. So that's one place that never used to have them that now has them. Oh, also, I took a screenshot of a place that I recently located a sledgehammer that I was really surprised to see one. Give me one moment to go a little bit further back in time here. Should be relatively easy to see because it is just me staring at a farm table in the middle of a rainstorm. Here it is. Just on a table in the middle of a random barn. Barns shaped like this one, they're all over the rural side of the map. So the least you could ever do is whenever you see a barn like this, just run inside and check the containers and the tables and everything. Sledgehammers spawn in more places than they used to. It's still going to be rare to find them. Not going to lie. If you go out looking for one. Oh yeah, and I also, of course, I had to start flexing. Forgive me. But yeah, that's... Found one just laying on the garage floor. Yep. That could have been a looted and trash situation or just another event. I was gonna look for another one of these black drawers if I can manage it. It looks like neighbor over here. So just one unit over. I'm gonna do a mirror over my bed. I was gonna do artwork, and I might still do artwork, but that would require like a visit down to the Louisville Art Museum or something. We'll start with a mirror. Oh, wow, there's 3 in this room. Okay, so one room across the street had 1. This room has 3. Wow, all right then. At least we'll have plenty of spare pillows. Now, don't be fooled by these little decorations, like the little picture frames and everything. They all disappear when I pick them up. They'll never come back. Regrettably, we cannot preserve anything like that. One for either side of the bed. I could do 2 at the foot of the bed if I really wanted to, but I don't know if that's... I'm going to take an extra 2 just because I feel like it. Mostly because I can. I've got a frame pack and pick up whatever the hell I want. I have the power. Wait, what? This is... Okay, that's cute. That's cute. Okay, so what this is, one of the map designers took a mahogany double bed and just placed half of the tiles on it. This is supposed to be a double bed, just like the one in this bedroom. But they just placed half the tiles of it. That's cute. I think... Okay, so whenever they do this, if I try to pick it up, I think it's going to multiply on me. Or no, it's just going to glitch. It used to multiply when you did this. Now it just glitches. So yeah, we don't have mahogany single beds yet. I wish, that'd be cool, but it's just a double bed that they cut in half using dev tools. Silly. But we were looking at that interview with the map designer. He said that lots of work is going to be done to Louisville, so I'm here for it. I'm totally here for it. Any black bookshelves? No, not really. Black TV stand, lovely thing. ValueTech television is the cheaper one, so that's not the one we use. Ugh. Ugh. Cheaper stuff. Ugh. Why? Nasty. Oops. No trees. No trees, please. The expensive TV here. Our girl gets the best, not the rest. So if I want black cabinets, like kitchen cabinets almost, there's some in there, in one of the houses further on this side. Half a double bed. Yeah, you can find sledgehammer heads in trash cans and trash bags. I've only actually found one that way because I don't do trash as often as a lot of people do. Not to flex, but do I really need it? No, I mean, honestly, you should look in trash because there's some things that will, like, sometimes will never spawn anywhere else. Or, like, are so rare that you really should, because, it was only by a random trash can that we found, a copy of Jackie J's jumpsuit. Yeah, I could do a bed front dresser style thing here. Sure, why not? That looks fine. That looks fine. I like it. I was questioning whether that would work or not. I am an absolute pillow whore in real life. I will take every pillow you give me. Have me go to a hotel and where they have extra pillows on demand? Absolutely, 200%. I also enjoy the full length, the body pillows. In this game, there are no body pillows, but if you use the 3D placement system, you can construct one. Put all my stuff away, I can now pick up something that weighs 40. I'm gonna bring the arcade machines up here because yes, I will absolutely have my own arcade. It's not even a question. Ooh, we're gonna do a spiffo painting for the behind the bed decoration. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. This is a rare one. Only found in Spiffo HQ. Oh, it's a quadruple tile. It's a double tall too. I didn't know that. Okay. So you have to have extra high ceilings in order to even see it. Okay. Fair enough. I guess I'll put it behind the arcade machines then? Yeah. I was thinking about doing this map of the US behind those. Now, you got to be careful about where you put decorations on plastered walls. For some reason, they seem to stick very hard. Like, I have been... Some things, once I put them on a plastered wall that the player built, you can never pick them up again. That doesn't count for everything. It seems to be, like, primarily posters and other things like that. Let's take one of these soda machines out. I don't know if I want both, but let's take at least one out. That wouldn't do too bad in the corner. You can still see out the window. And the pinball machine will do... Okay, the pinball machine's got to go in the corner. Yeah, that's not even a question. The pinball machine, because then there's room for it to stand. Otherwise, the other game machines have got to go. They're only one tile, so I have room to use them here. Okay. Pinball machine is in my offhand. There we go. Oh, that is perfect. Yes, I like it. Oh, I like it. I like it a lot. The other game machines are down here. Now, they are, of course, very large. This extra soda machine that I got is going to need to come out of my backpack. Or yeah, it's going to have to come out of my backpack just so I can pick them up. They weigh as much as a fridge. Now, there's several gas stations in the area that have copies of these. So these are not the only game machines that we have to be stuck with. We can have more. There can always be more. The gas stations in this area are quite well stocked with them. Regrettably, we cannot rotate the soda machines. Or, I'm sorry, these things here, these vending machines. We cannot rotate those. Those are stuck where they're at. I think we have a spare popcorn machine somewhere. We have a whole ass piano. I don't have room for a full conservatory upstairs, so I'm not going to go for... the bedroom is not going to be the conservatory. I might do a desk in there, but that's lower priority. Let's try the large wall spiffo. See where that can go. Vast majority of what's in here is music related, except for that organ poster that would go for the clinic. We do have spare soda machine down here. We don't need all of these. This one in the corner particularly felt silly. Heard something at my door. That might be my delivery. I will need to step away briefly in a moment here. Yeah, my spare furniture bins on this side are a little bit light. Over here I should have some more, but largely industrial stuff. Metal shelves, another freezer. Yet another freezer. I have a lot of those. Maple counter. More white tiles. I also noticed there's actually a lot of white tiles in the neighboring houses. So there is no shortage of those. Okay, I guess I'll do another soda machine up there. Why not? I have a lot of these. I just wish I could actually fill them with soda. They give me something to do with all those 2 liters. Let me move these rope bundles out of here real quick. There's no need to have them up here anymore, at least. We used up pretty much all of the logs that I brought home from the center map area. But we have also cleared Central Park, so if we need more rope... or I'm sorry, if we need more logs, we just need to bring some rope out with us, and we've got them. It's 12 to make another stack here. Now, formerly I was doing logs in the Jorgensen vehicle up here, but I think I emptied it. Yeah, I emptied it. Jorgensen is my best step van. Got a quality 100 engine, so it starts every time I turn the key. That is extremely rare for a step van. I should use it more often, I really should, but time and a place for everything. Oh, that large wall spiffo is also a 4-tile object, and it looks like it's a greedy 4-tile object, which means it doesn't allow me to place it because there's the soda machines. I'm gonna try putting it downstairs in the room where I've got the big spiffo statue. Let's see how it goes with that. Nice. Very nice. I kind of like that. Let's try the map again here. Oh, it can go behind this stuff, but then not the soda machine. Okay, interesting. That's not bad. That's not bad. I was going to try something with the tabletop soda machines here. There are more black drawers out there that we can pick up, so if this is a good match. Oh, it's a good match. Oh, it's a great match. I like that a lot. Oh, I like that a lot. That's beautiful. Now I have a desk, 5 tiles wide. Where would I want to put that? And can I even rotate it? I don't think I can rotate it. Let me get it here. It is in one of these, I think. Here it is. Oh no. It's a 4-part desk, it seems. I thought it was 5. 4 might actually work. Not quite. Not quite. Okay. 4 would work if I did like an absolute back corner desk like this, but because I can't rotate this, what if I did it like on this facing? That would mess my movement flow up just a little bit, but I could probably make that work. Now I would want to move the... Let's try the floodlights in this corner, maybe. Hold the phone. I gotta see this at night, but it looks like the floodlights on the ground level out here are actually translating in through the window there. Or something is going on in this corner, but let's try that, see how that looks. Let me also get these other, let's get all the construction crap out of here. Let's just put it right outside. Hate it. I don't hate it. See if I because then I can watch the TV either from the bed or from the desk. Yeah, as long as I scoot the chair over here. Oh, I like that. Oh, I do like that. see if there's anything on the Brennan Movie channel. Sure, I'm sure they'll have broadcasts back up any day now, right? Oh, I like that. Oh, that's great. So if that's the case, then these two surfaces of the desk should remain open relatively, so that I can see the TV. So if I was going to do a radio and a computer, yeah, let's go get a radio and computer. We got lots of those. We got plenty of radios and computers here. We're literally just lining them up. Now I know we have more chairs than this. This chair right here is one of a great many. I just don't remember exactly where I put them all. Probably on this wall. Possibly. Oh yeah, here we go. Black office chair. I got 5 of them here. Stereo is the best you had in the 90s, but it's pretty good. Not that there's ever going to be more than one person in these chairs, but you know, it's the I have 2 recliners IRL. One of them is I'm setting up for a different spot in my other room. It actually looks kind of like the recliner Rossman used to use in his videos. So I might be able to ape his intro someday. Do I need a cash register? Absolutely not. Do I have one now? Absolutely, I absolutely do. That makes it look a little clustered together there. To be honest, that would probably go great in this corner here, if I could adjust the floodlights. I mean, there's no reason not to put the floodlights right in front of the door. I have to... my brain meat tells me don't put the floodlights in a walking path, but we walk right through them. It's fine. It doesn't even bother my, you know, if I hit E. Sometimes I feel like if I hit E too close to a light, I might turn it on, off or on, but no, the door has priority. So that's great. I like this. I like this a lot. Let's move the, let's put the wine glasses with the cereal here. Cereal with wine, absolutely. It's 5 o'clock somewhere in it. Regrettably, there's no acceptable surfaces upstairs for the popcorn machine. It might not look like it, but the popcorn machine is really hard to place. Like, even if I tried the corner over here, now that we freed up this corner, it still wouldn't look that good even in this corner, because, like, you see how the fourth, like, the bottom, the left side here, the left side is just kind of sitting there. The left side just doesn't really have a good surface beneath it. So I would have to, like, the only reason we've got a good spot for it here is because the crates are just wide enough. They take up the full bottom tile beneath it. It is kind of hard to make that work. We actually probably do have enough white tiles. There's some locked in some of these books or some of these crates that I completely forgot about. That would work, yeah. You can't see the other speaker, but it's you can kind of make it out there, yeah. Now, sometimes when I'm doing a staircase, I kind of like to make it so that I can access the staircase from the adjacent tile right next to it, because this never hurts you if you do it like that. So, like, you can think of a staircase as, like, you know, being enterable from all 5 of these tiles here. So blocking off all the way up that way is a little... That's... I still kind of like it, though. Still kind of like that. All right, let's see if we can make a... Let's see if we can do the ultimate bed sheets now. I think we've got enough for it. Before we get started, I'll catch a quick sleep right here with my just the cash and the hotties for tonight. But overnight we will get Cheapskate John as our bed sheets. I'm going to turn the TV off so I can get a better idea of the lighting schema here. Without that floodlight, we've got... Okay, so these tiles here, this is all just light seeping up from below. The windows are allowing a little bit in, which is kind of cool, actually. But generally speaking, let me... Let's just try this corner real quick. It's not bad. It's really hard to make floodlights work because they're tall. They eat up space visually in the isometric view here. Timepiece there. Yeah, let's just put together my bed sheets then. Let's do chemical warfare on this side here. forward. Let's do street violence next. Believe it or not, the one we have the most copies of is Homemade Explosives. You could not have convinced me that until I just... Now that I've centralized all the totals here. Yeah, Homemade Explosives is the one we have the most copies of. Oh, I like it. I like it a lot. New blog post on point 20. Map changes confirmed. Yeah, I figured map changes were coming. So we, KTO, we looked at the interview that What's-His-Face did with Atomic Duck, did with Oidi, or What's-His-Face? Oreo. Oreo? What? Oh, that's 7 Days to Die. Wrong zombie survival game. 4220, the big glow up. Let me pull this up in my we'll pull it up in a web browser so we can actually embiggen it a little bit here. As part of this huge new update, blah blah blah, postcards from Knox County. That's a previous video. Oh, so this is just this is the same guy. This is Ayrton Oreo, and he is talking about the glow up. Okay, now that's all right. Hang on a second, guys. I gotta get on my soapbox. What they're showing us right here is currently impossible. This is not possible. You cannot power streetlights without the power being, you know, and the by the time snow is falling, the power has been off for months. So, okay. All right. Okay. Just open it up with a currently impossible screenshot. I don't see no generators in this picture, by the way. It looks like they just fired up debug mode and changed the month. Now, I don't have to be so cynical. I really don't. I'm just saying that this is really cool. I wish it was possible for us to see it in the default game. Wouldn't that be cool? Wouldn't it be cool if we could actually see this? We can't right now. Maybe we will be able to. That'd be really cool. That'd be really cool. I'm just going to do Control F and do the word generator. The word generator does not show up, only generated artifacts. All right, boys. All right. Okay. All right, what's next? Focusing on Ayrton's thoughts above, when 4220 hits stable, survivors will find the following entirely reworked. Riverside, West Point, Rosewood, Phallus Lake, Muldraw, Ekron, Dixie. The fuck is Dixie? Is it even marked? Valley Station isn't included in that. What do they mean by Dixie, I wonder? Just say, yeah, no, that 5-head. That's a 5-head move right there. Oh, thanks. Yes, of course. Thank you for shilling Mr. Atomic Duck. Thank you, thank you, thank you. He definitely needs more popularity. I'm not salty at all, I promise. They're just talking about the difference between build 41 and build 42. The surface area of the map has doubled. Of course it has. Some existing challenging map. I think they're talking about... CDDA and Winter is Coming are returning with improvements. Okay. Meanwhile, 2 challenges are available to conquer. Starting at the skyscraper and top of the world, battling a world full of sprinting zombies in 20... Okay, so this is just a fucking meme. If everybody's going to be a sprinter, then nobody is. I can't believe that they would do that to us and still not give us a dodge button. That tells me everything I need to know. No, it doesn't. Oh, new menu art. Oh dear, boys. Are we going back to... Okay, here we go. We initially changed the main menu illustration and added other art for loading screens. The artist for these pieces had previously worked with us and provided human-created art. However, on release, the community saw what we didn't: inconsistencies and typical AI-generated artifacts. It was the extra fingers on the lady's hand gave it away. In the intense period of work to get Build 42 unstable at the door, we failed to notice. As soon as we realized the mistake, the art was removed from the game. Since then, absolutely no AI has been used in our art process. As we moved past Build 42's launch, we began developing PZ rendered style, which you can see on the flyers, newspapers, leaflets, so on. We're very happy with this approach. It makes the world we build more lively and consistent. So it became clear the way forward was to use that style to redo the main menu title screen. Alright, let's see what goes on there. This will only be the first iteration of the main menu, seeing as we have lots of ideas to make it better and more interactive. Alright, thanks for that, art department. This is Rosewood. I don't know. Oh. No. Phallus Lake. Yeah, I can tell by the, I don't know. I actually, okay, so this park right here, this park trail, and the edge of that lake, that's telling me Phallus Lake right there. Don't know, though. Could be wrong. Brandenburg? I don't know. God damn, that's big. I don't know. Oh, prison. Something. Prison something. Could be the Brandenburg prison. Could be the Rosewood prison. Rosewood prison hasn't been reworked too hard, has it? Oh, that's Delilah? Nice. Wow. Oh, where could the West Point Town Hall be? Oh, wow. Where could that be? I don't know. The whatchamacallit, the little sign right there, that says Brandenburg to me. Again, for some reason. Maybe I'm just overseeing Brandenburg here, but yeah, so we're back to Rosewood there. But yeah, I'm not seeing okay, cool. An idiosyncratic style for each town. I have no fucking idea what that means, but we'll see, I guess. All buildings and houses are now unique. Oh, no. Okay, no. Sorry. The revamp, meanwhile, follows certain standards. Future versions of Project Zomboid will see the rest of the map overhauled to the same... Okay, so these bullet points are talking about the future. I skimmed past that. So this is what they're working towards. This is not what we're going to see. But we watched this interview earlier. I'll probably put a timestamp for that in the description or the pinned comment later if anybody wants to watch my reaction to that. Okay, nothing particularly. I mean, I have a lot of questions about this, boys. I have a lot of questions about this. Yeah, whatever. Just change the change the starting season, right? 5 a.m. second bedtime. I was gonna do more magazine placement, but KTO had to come in there, and that's all right. That's all right. That was worth taking a look at. Completely missed it. All right, guys. Dani's journey is coming to an end here. I was really hoping to get to the 2-year anniversary. We're 2 weeks away from it. Yeah, I don't know. We got another dead animal out here. Let me see what happens there. I'm not just gonna sit here and sleep her way to the next anniversary. Yeah, I don't know. These mama rabbits, maybe they're just not feeding their baby rabbits properly. Some of the baby rabbits are perfectly fine. Some of them aren't. Okay, you can go in there with your brothers and sisters, I guess. Are any of the rest of them about to die? Should I just put them in there while they're still alive? Yeah, see, this one says well-fed, not thirsty, so I don't know why some of the baby rabbits are just dying for no apparent reason. Yeah. Problems. Unstable problems, probably. All I know is the lamb is still good. Because this ewe is a good ewe. She's doing the good thing. She's feeding her baby. No, KTO, I didn't. Bambi grew up and ran away. I'm not even kidding. Bambi grew up, became an adult deer, and earlier on in this very session, we opened the gate randomly, and it was waiting for us, and it bolted. So Bambi is free. Bambi's out there somewhere now. Bambi is no longer my responsibility. I was going to step away IRL while we were on the overnight hour there, but now the overnight hour is over. We are drawing to a close here on Dani's journey. I'm still up in the air as to whether I want to stream tomorrow, but I think let me park her here. I'll step away, and while I step away, I will think about that. It's something I have to take care of real quick. I'll be right back here. Oops. Don't hit F1. I don't need your help. All right, get back. Righty, I am back. Appreciate everybody sticking around. Tell you what, I do think we're gonna call Danny's journey here today. But I want to finish the. I'm gonna finish one couple of touch-ups on the bedroom here. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4 times 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 4 times 6. We need 24 plus 28. 28 tiles. All right. Absolutely. Appreciate you sticking around for the journey, Command. And everybody else who has caught the entire journey from start to finish. I can actually see the animals over the fence here. I was going to build like a... Yeah, I'm going to build like a tower here. Yeah, we're going to build a tower. Every once in a while when you pull up a tile, it messes up the one beneath it. Nothing I can do about that one, okay. Observation tower. See, from here I can see every vehicle in my lot and the animals in the pen. Beautiful. That's what I wanted to... Yeah, absolutely. Okay. Wrong button. Hey, Kitten, welcome back. That doesn't sound very good. Hopefully you're feeling all right. We are just about to end Danny's journey for the foreseeable future. We'll always be able to pull up 42.19, but in terms of consecutive chapters. Yeah, okay. We'll get 2 more gates up here. And then just fill in the floor for the, I could do a helipad for the, no, that'd be a little bit extra work. For all the helicopters that would ever come. We're also gonna bake Danny a chocolate cake before we head out. Safety first, of course. Oops. We just need 4 times 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 4 times 6. 24 more white tiles. And I suppose 28 if I want to fill all the way in up there. That optional. Not too much. We got to the top of Spiffos. Took a screenshot for that. That was a lot of fun. And I built a bedroom. We've got a bedroom on the 2nd floor of Jericho here. Cleaned everything up here. I was going to do some exterior decorations out here. Let me see if I can move that flag up here. I can always put another one of those flags. Yeah, there's more flags I can find and put down here, but let's try putting it up here before we get rid of the other decorations. The satellite is mutually exclusive. Except maybe not. Beautiful, beautiful. Now I can get rid of the scaffolding here. I never liked it. I'm glad to be rid of it. Oh, no, we're prepping for Stable. I mean, Stable is coming out on Wednesday, and I don't stream on Tuesdays, generally. I might do something limited tomorrow, but it would definitely be very limited. Probably just something to test whether I can do simultaneous streaming to YouTube and Twitch at once. I mean, I'm sure I'm capable of it technically, but I would need to mess with that a little bit, make sure it works. Because that's kind of what I want to do for my next character, is do both platforms. That is absolutely beautiful. All right, let's get her something to eat, and then let's go get the rest of those tiles. I'll leave the planks over here in case we need them. Always room for more work up here. I just did these floodlights in the middle. I suppose that wouldn't look too bad right there. That feels more balanced. Yeah, let's do that. Oh yeah, and I never did finish the, let's finish the bed sheets. Let's finish the bed sheets. Well, let's finish the bed sheets after lunch. Our girl's starving. We don't want her to be starving. We're gonna do some pancakes. For pancakes, we need a bowl of water. There's the pancakes. In this universe, you gotta cook the pancakes before you add anything to them. We're gonna do super chocolate pancakes here. Let's do crackle bar. Let's do galactic dairy bar. Let's do milk chocolate bar. And let's do maple syrup. Cinnamon. Hell yeah. We'll do like a proper roast or something for dinner. Alright, so we needed 24 of those tiles. That is probably more than I have anywhere over here. Yeah, we'll have to go get some more. So I'm going to do the bed first. We'll do the bed sheets first. Money bundles and hiding magazines on top of the. We've already got the Cheapskate John magazines for the base layer. Beautiful. Do I want the 3x3 rug up here? The 3x3 rug actually won't fit a double tile bed very well. Yeah, we'll keep that downstairs for now. Yeah, Richard, I caught that just a little bit ago. The big glow up, as it were. Most of what they went over is a little bit supplementary to what they were talking to Atomic Duck about in the interview. Alright, so we've got our crowbar. The bathrooms of each of these houses have each got a few of those white tiles. Oh, the kitchens do too. I actually thought the kitchens were black and white, but they're not. Okay, cool. Cool, we've got exactly what we need then. So we've got 12. Here's 16. I think I just need 4 more. I know, right? Floors are the least of what I've stolen on this character. We have a history of, we have a very extensive criminal record on this character. Now, of course, a helipad is the last thing that comes to mind. All we would need is something, some sort of flooring to draw an H with. That's all we'd really need. What would it cost us in terms of totals? 4 points for the H, and then the crossbar in the middle. So 6 garbage bags to mark it with. And yes, a helipad is just the ultimate flex if you're designing your own base. That's just the most Chad way of saying, nah, I ain't afraid of no helicopters. Let's make it one wider. See, what this is ultimately saying is if a, you know, the army is still out there and they want to just drop by, they are so very welcome. All right, so that would be a total of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. I would need 18, and we would do something like maybe like a carpeting color or something. I don't currently have any carpeting that I know of here. My neighbors do, though. My neighbors have lots. I'm so freaking hype, Mom. Big hype for sure. This beige carpeting would be a little weak. What do we got upstairs in these joints? Lots of flooring, hardwood flooring. Lots more beige carpeting. Honestly, the carpeting choices here are pretty weak. About our neighbors here. Tiles and beach. No more copy pasta houses, huh? That's what they were. That's what the devs are saying, apparently. Yeah, more like that's like peach carpeting. Peach. I mean, white carpeting. We've already got a white up top. We need something to contrast with the white. Got a little bit of blue in here, but that's definitely not enough. That house is one of mine. Oh, there's another satellite dish that I forgot to pick up. Can't leave that behind. Come on now. Hey, there you go. That's great. I wish I had a decent vacation worth going on right now. Soon, TM. Once I'm out of money saving mode, I can actually spend something. I give up. I give up on carpeting. I know where we can find some. I have it marked on the map, in fact. I'm regretting that we won't be able to harvest the lavenders. Makes sense that we won't get the sunflowers, of course. They still need weeks for the next phase, I think. Yeah, almost ready for harvest, quote-unquote. Now, I do have some green carpeting down here. I definitely don't have enough. And I wouldn't want to use it for this. The green carpeting is very rare. Put these dishes on the roof here. Right above the other one, so we got a whole array there. Oops. I'm dropping them as objects. I'm not installing them because you have to have a wall to install them on. I think I'm going to pass on the helipad. That's going to be a bit too much work. I think we're just going to chill here until tomorrow morning. And I always end our sessions on a morning note, so that's what we'll be doing. So we got a day shot for the base. I'd like to get a night shot before we call things here. And of course, like I said, we're going to make a very nice roast to celebrate her. We're pretty much at the 2-year anniversary. We're just a couple weeks away. In my mind's eye, we are already at the 2-year anniversary here. So nothing but potatoes and strawberries over there. Over here, we've got broccoli, sweet potatoes. Here's the more rare stuff. No satellite dish left. Yeah, the whatchamacallit, Kitty, who was it? Luis, one of my other viewers, finally got me to go ahead and go for it. So we've got ourselves some whatchamacallit, flamingos up there. Regrettably, we lost a lot of our rare stuff that was frozen. Let me get the, so we got the roses. The roses, we got them harvested, and now they're dried. And I designated the golf bag over here as a carrier for the rose petals. Beautiful. We've got a cake batter already made, so we can do a cake in addition to the roast. I think we'll just use the ingredients we got. Yeah, we'll use what we got. We'll make a great roast. Kale, sweet potato, regular potato, 2 eggs for consistency. And of course, onion. Now we'll season this up. We're going to do one of every single herb that I got. Every single herb on this wall over here is from my own garden. Oregano, cilantro, parsley, thyme, sage, a little bit of everything. Some stuff of substance here. I'm going to max out that boredom-o-meter there. Yeah, we're going to max out the boredom meter. Oh yeah, I've got peppers too. Can't forget about those. Habaneros and jalapenos. That makes for one hell of a roast. Boredom and unhappiness have been completely maxed out. The ultimate roast. And while we're getting that made, we are going to wash up here. Super roast. Wouldn't be complete without something to drink. Got some of my wine glasses over here. Let's do some vodka and strawberry and pineapple soda. Hell yeah. All right. $100 milliliters of vodka. And 50 of strawberry. And 50 of pineapple. Hell yeah. That's a fruity drink right there. I'm here for it. It's okay, because she's a lady. Don't have to make any excuses. I have not fully geared down almost ever for a very long time, so since it's a special occasion. Machete never leaves me, ever. It may be a special occasion, but it's still the apocalypse. Oh, no, 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 we're not doing this. We're not doing this. She started eating with her hand because she forgot her spork here. No, 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 no. We almost started eating without the spork. That's all right. Delicious. Oh, I can't drink it now. I'm too full. That's silly. That's all right. We'll have it as an overnight drink. We are probably going to get cold at this rate, so as a blanket, hunting vest goes on our chest. And this is the first time we'll be sleeping in our new bed here. That feels like a great way to end things, is sleeping in a brand new bed. Now, as a way to celebrate, we've got ourselves this lovely mixed beverage. Delicious. Just a little bit tipsy. Just a little bit. Enough to get the blood flowing, right? And now I've got to get a good night shot of the exterior here, because we got a good day shot earlier, like a screenshot of the whole joint. But now we got to get a good night shot. me actually cut the, we can cut the skill panel. The rest of the stuff that's on screen won't get captured by a Steam screenshot here. Beautiful. Always screenshot your bases, I always say. You never know when they might not be there. In this case, we absolutely do know that it won't be there anymore. Or at least it won't be there until we choose to look back on it later. Pass the rest of the evening with a movie or something here. I think we'll have a movie somewhere in here. Somewhere in the entertainment bin here. No, we don't. Go figure. We have a couple of RPG manuals. I'm going to check and see if my neighbors have any movies. Yeah. Remember, I always end things on a morning note, so we're just messing around for the last hour here. Two or so hours here. Ballin' Coolin', hell yeah. Okay. That's a whole series. That's a whole series, and we've got season 1, episode 1 here. So that's very appropriate. Oh, we lost a light bulb. How cursed. Problem solved. Jaunty Irish music. I like it. Also got a couple of RPG manuals that I was hoping to read someday. For all those people that we can play RPGs with. Now, of course, one last thing that we should do that just feels appropriate. We've got a outfit. We've got a special outfit and a couple of special items in the briefcase here that we've always carried around with us. If anybody's not seen the particular combo we've got here. We get to dress up as our favorite character ever. Not one katana, but two. And this is Jackie J's outfit, by the way. We found a copy of it in the whatchamacallit, the boiler suit _yellow. That's what this is here. We found a copy of this in the garbage can somewhere. Just complete random strike of lightning chance. I have no idea what the odds are, but garbage bags are just so, you know, you can find so many different things in garbage bags that I feel like the chances of actually finding this are almost the same as finding a katana, which we did manage to find two on this girl. My other characters never once found a katana. Of course, you're supposed to use two hands. That's what you're supposed to do. That is the correct way to do it. Look at that attack speed. That is freaking glorious. Wouldn't it be amazing if we could actually sharpen these swords after using them? Regrettably, we can't. That is regrettable. Oops, katana goes next to the other one here. Oops, coveralls go into the briefcase. There we go. So we hold on to that. Never know when we might need it. Otherwise, machete stays with me at all times. And we're going to go ahead and gear back up now. It was fun to chill without it for a bit. Actually give her a break from it. Because remember, her story might be, we might be done telling it, but it ain't over. It ain't over. It ain't over till it's over. And of course, we'll keep her bedtime on schedule here, as we should always. We're gearing her up the rest of the way as well here. I don't think she'll get cold now that she's got the rest of her layers on. We keep the, whatchamacallit. Keep the vest in here. Alright, folks. We have made it to June 15th, 1995. We have survived for 1 year, 11 months, 17 days, and 22 hours. As much as I wanted to make it to the full official 1 year anniversary, it's fine. It really is. I'm not just going to kind of, you know, sit around and screw around for a couple of weeks when, no, we've got lots of other fun things ahead of us. And Dani has come to a great conclusion here. We shall have our bid farewell one more time. And we will log her out in the center of operations here. Oh, also, let me gear the rest back up with weapons here. We definitely want to make sure that we give her everything that she normally wears. 'Cause that's how we roll. All the standard loadout. Carbine on the back. Sword on the belt. It's been a pleasure zomboiding with you folks. We'll be back to it. We'll absolutely be back to it. Come the next patch here on Wednesday. And we shall now finish off her super roast. Alrighty then. Good stuff, folks. Last screenshot of the interior of the base here. We've had several good exterior shots. Now for an interior one for this floor. Yeah, this zoom level ought to do it. Alrighty then. I'll catch you guys in the next one. Peace out and have a good one. Adios, folks.